Hey guys. I don't know if anybody's out there right now, but it looks like the judge is about to make a ruling on the Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell versus Rob Wood. I missed the first part because I actually went down to the Peaches shop and gave Randy his Christmas gift. So I didn't even know that. I forgot this was going on. And Missy and Kate, Misbehaved and K-Clo both texted me to let me know. Thank you guys so much. I forgot about this. Oh, hold on. Let me text her real quick. I was going to work on, hold on a second, on videos today. Well, I can't after this. I'm sure they're about to make a ruling. I don't know how quick that'll be, but I want to see if she wants to come on. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry. I'm trying to. Okay. So they should be back any minute, and we'll see. I guess Misbehave was trying to fill me in on some stuff. They were trying to get Summer to testify or something. I gotta go through and watch the beginning of it. Hey guys, what's up? Can you hear me good? Demon Child, Don Marie, Foxy Lady, hey everybody, Molly. Yeah, they're on break right now. It should be the end, so he should be getting ready to make a ruling, I guess. I missed the whole first part of it, so I have to go back and watch it. But I figured I'd hurry up and jump on a live real quick for the ruling. Valerie Ryan, what's up? Who else? We got Anna Crawford, Dave G, Foxy Lady, Sky, American Girl. Thanks, guys, for coming. Baseball Mama, Miss Chronic Chronicles. I love that name. Oh, I hear them. They're coming back, guys. You hear okay, let's see what happens. I'll come back. I think Misbehave might come and chat a little bit after, and then I might come back for a live later. Chris Watts live I had. Okay, here we go. I'll shut up.
All right, looks like everybody's here after our mid-afternoon break. This is the time on this hearing where we are at the point of rebuttal argument, if any is requested. Mr. Pryor, I'd let you have your rebuttal first, and then Mr. Means in order of your closings. So Mr. Pryor, any rebuttal? And again, I'd ask counsel to not reiterate their closings, but just any rebuttal in light of the prosecution's argument. Mr. Pryor.
The first point that the prosecutor made is that somehow the Idaho rules of professional conduct don't apply in this case, and that it's the job of the Idaho State Bar Council to determine whether there should be any sanction for behavior. That is wholly and entirely inaccurate. A court, and there's a Supreme Court case, and I apologize, Judge, I don't have it at hand, but there is a Supreme Court case that is directly on point that says it is the inherent power of the court to take basically the job of being the gatekeeper of all the proceedings. Now, in this case, Judge, the allegations are Mr. Wood manipulated, intimidated, coerced, coached, whatever term you want to use, a material witness or a witness in this case. He affected and involved himself to an extent that it created a problem for us to have an impartial and fair trial for Mr. Daybell. It is not up to the state bar to make a decision on that, Judge. It's up to the court to make the decision. Now, what it is up to the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct to do is to guide a lawyer in how he's supposed to conduct himself. And he's guided by the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct and the rules that guide a prosecutor. Now, under 8.4, it tells you what misconduct is. And rather than go through it and belabor this point, Judge, it's very clear what misconduct is under 8.4 of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. Mr. Wood's actions cannot be described as anything other than a violation of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. He purposely and intentionally disparaged another attorney. He disparaged a defendant, and I agree with Mr. Means. He slightly disparaged me and slightly disparaged Ms. Vallow in his references. He used his authority as a prosecutor to manipulate and intimidate a witness. It doesn't matter whether it had an impact. Now, regards to the Weber standard that he's applying, what the prosecutor is attempting to do is throw a lot of cases out there and say, let's see if anything sticks. He talked about defense doing that, but that's exactly what he did. Because Dr. Newton expressly said there is not any case on point that directly shows what the standard should be and how this should be applied. But it's not a heightened standard, Judge. If we apply a heightened standard to everything that involves what a lawyer does in a case, there wouldn't be any discipline. And you don't draw an analogy in Weber because that was a trial, and during that trial, these things were conducted. This is a completely different situation. This is a case that before a witness gets in front of a police officer, and before she gets to testify, this prosecutor spent 20 minutes massaging his theory. Now, Mr. Evans said Mr. Means never said to Ms. Shiflett what to say. I beg to differ. And I asked the court to go back to the transcript, go back to the tape recording, and hear Mr. Wood in his own words, this is what I want. This is what I want. So quite honestly, Judge, he did say what he wanted Ms. Shiflett to say. I can't even fathom how this is not in any way a violation of the numerous rules of Idaho rules of professional conduct. In regards to a criminal statute, Judge, it's a very broad statute. And as a defense attorney, I understand and I advise all of my clients that in no way should you do anything that could be construed as influencing, inferring, suggesting anything to a witness when you're a defendant in a case. And the fact of the matter is Mr. Newton, Dr. Newton, excuse me, Dr. Davidson, and Garrett Smith, all of them said, there is no doubt that this is coaching, this is influencing, and Judge, if it's coaching or influencing, Mr. Wood violated a criminal statute. Now, in conclusion, this pretrial taint hearing, Judge, I'm going to suggest a pretrial taint hearing too, Judge, but that's going to be after I suggest my remedy that Mr. Wood get removed from this case. And I reiterate, I want him removed from this case. And then I'm going to gather every witness that's involved in this case and request the court do a pre-taint hearing on every witness. And Mr. Wood will be called and subpoenaed as a witness in every one of those pre-taint hearings.
I'm going to object. This is off what we're talking about today.
Oh, we talked about Judge, we talked about a pre-taint hearing and I get to address that.
You can address that, but we are just, well, it's part of your argument. So go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
And Judge, I'm going to call all of the witnesses and I'm going to call Mr. Wood and I'm going to get him on the stand under oath and we're going to talk about what was discussed. Because quite honest.
But Mr. Pryor, this is not really argument now at this point. You're just indicating a procedure you're going to follow in the future. So please just keep it to a legal argument if you would.
Well, the procedure simply is a reason and a justification for what has transpired here.
I understand.
As judge, all due respect, as Professor Newton expressed, Mr. Wood got caught. And because there isn't any case law is because it's the rare situation that a prosecutor would be so audacious and so arrogant to engage in this kind of conduct. And I find it outrageous. And my experience, and I hate to say this, is because I don't want it held against me in the future in Ada or Canyon County, but the prosecutors that I deal with in Ada and Canyon County are incredibly reputable, distinguished, and responsible prosecutors who take their job very seriously. And I can't understand how a prosecutor in a very high-profile case could even consider engaging in this kind of conduct. And it can only be attributed to the arrogance that he thought he could get away with this. He got caught. And I want some assurance from the court at some point that none of the other witnesses have been influenced this way. None of the other influences have been subjected to Mr. Wood's version of meet and greet. And I'm not sure how we're going to do that. But the first step, Judge, is to remove him from this case. Because there is no other way you can assure my client, Mr. Daybell, is going to get a fair trial. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Means, any rebuttal argument?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. A couple things. In looking at the transcript that was admitted with this court, it's clear and beyond question that the statements of the prosecutor to this witness were intended exactly to get what he wants to hear. He says things such as, but I kind of want to give one thing I'm going to kind of ask you to consider. So what I want to kind of tell, and then what I kind of want to give you. I mean, these are all that the court can review these things, but there is no question. And the argument by the prosecution that the legal conclusion is that there is no evidence showing coercion or tampering or coaching or whatever standard or whatever one we want to throw is completely unsupported. The only evidence that was introduced at the trial is the exact opposite of that conclusion. There is no cross-examination or no counter witness or anything that supports the conclusions other than Dr. Davison, Dr. Newton, and the arguments that have been presented. So the court, in considering the evidence, is pretty clear. I think part of the mention or part of their brief that I mentioned before, red herrings, is pretty obvious on their argument. You cannot argue the ABA applies and then it doesn't apply. You cannot argue that the test applies, but it's limited to trial. But by the way, judge, apply this same exact test. You can't argue that the Weaver applies in a civil case with a civil attorney when a prosecutor has a higher duty of ethical standards to ensure justice as a quasi-judicial officer and compare that to a typical incompetent civil attorney. You cannot argue that Rule 16, that object to the argument and then argue in your brief that it hasn't been violated. If we look at Rule 16 by opening from their argument and their oral argument on page 8 of their brief, it's real clear. Rule 16A, mandatory disclosures of a prosecutor. A prosecutor must disclose to the defendant information in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, or that later comes in the prosecuting attorney's possession or control, that tends to negate the guilt of the accused or the offense charged, or that would tend to reduce the punishment for the offense. When we look at the recording and the transcript submitted in this case by stipulation of the parties, the prosecutor expresses his own opinions that there is information and evidence that he has that negates and potentially affects the punishment for my client. This information was withheld and has not been produced absent the recording that we received and provided to the court. That is clear. When we flip over to, in the same rule portion of 6, state witnesses, down toward the middle portion, the rule says the prosecuting attorney must also furnish on written request, which we've requested multiple times, the statements made by the prosecution witnesses or prospective prosecution witnesses to the prosecuting attorney or the prosecuting attorney's agents or to any official involved in the investigation of the case, unless a protective order is issued. There is no logical argument that the 18-minute conversation that this prosecutor had with Summer Shiflett are statements by this witness. And again, we would not have this without production from Mr. Garrett Smith. It was not included in discovery responses. It was not produced despite it happening in October and this hearing now happening in January. The prosecutor, even if he didn't record the hearing, held in his hands statements by this witness. He had multiple opportunity, resources, and the sole obligation of everybody involved in this case to produce these witness statements. He withheld them. Despite his opportunity, he provided discovery responses on or about December 2nd of 2020. In no way are these statements by this witnesses included in those discovery responses. They were withheld. That end of Rule 16 allows this court to issue appropriate sanctions as a result of those violations. I think the sanction has to be at this point in time, when combined with the other issues here, disqualification from this case. And then if we finally look at Rule 8.4, misconduct of the Idaho rules of professional responsibilities, there's a violation of A, B, C, and D. This prosecutor engaged, if you look at D, engaged in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. No question about it. In C, engaged in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. committed a criminal act, and then it goes on, violates or attempts to violate the rules of professional conduct. So the standard on 8.4 is not even did he violate the rule, he attempted to violate the rule. These are all problems that I think fall well within the discretion of this court to order Mr. Wood be disqualified from this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Means. That'll conclude the arguments on the motions. Council, I'm going to take a little bit of time here to get my thoughts together on a ruling. I am prepared to make a ruling on this afternoon, but I need a little time in order to put that together. So apologies for dragging this out potentially longer than necessary, but I'm going to take a break for about an hour, and then we will come back on the record at 4:30, and I'll make a decision at that time. So we'll be in recess until then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay, so I don't know if I should stay on or, man, an hour, that's a long time. Or if I should come back. Let me see here. You know what? Maybe we could watch the first part of it. Or I know Misbehaved. Let me see if she's ready to come on. Because she said she'd come on and chat. She knows a lot about this case too. Let me text her. And I think she watched the first part of it. So if not, maybe we could just watch the first part, or if somebody wants to come on and chat, because otherwise I don't have a ton to say because I didn't see the first part yet. So hold on. Now when they are on break. Okay. I really want to watch this though, because sounds like he's gonna make his ruling, right? Anybody else want to hop on and chat for like an hour? Or should I just come back on? I come on for 15 minutes and it was like basically, gosh, why do they keep putting this off, man? They wasted a lot of time for this, don't you think? Yeah, I could watch it. We probably won't be able to watch all of it, but I could probably try to skip through some of it. Hold on a second, let me take a sip of this. But we could try to skip through it maybe. Let me see if she responds. Hey, Angelina, I just don't want to miss it. So hold on one second. Let me see something. Let me do this and then hold on. Let me see where. I just want to make sure I pick up, if I skip through, that I pick up from the right spot when they do come on. So he said about 4:30 in an hour. So that'll be 6:30 my time. So let me make sure I come back at that time. Okay. Yeah, we could start watching a little bit of it until if Misbehave ends up coming, then we could do it there. Okay, hold on. Let me get to see how far I can rewind it. All right, yeah, I could rewind it to the beginning. Okay, let's start. So it would be, yeah, we'll definitely not be able to watch all of it because they've already been on for 2.5 hours. Why did they start so late then? Because from what I'm looking, they were only on 2.5 hours. And it's already 3:30. Let's see. So they started in the afternoon. But hold on. I'm going to start it. All right. Right here should start. All right. Hold on. Let me. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me do a brand. There we go. Okay, so here it is. And then, like I said, at 6:30, I'll just jump forward. Unless you guys want to watch all the 2.5 hours. But if it's anything like yesterday, or what was it, Wednesday? Oh my gosh. That was torture, I feel like. That was pretty bad with that doctor. Look at Pryor's face. Oh my, is he awake? What's he doing? Sorry, there's no sound yet, so I'm just talking over. Do you guys find that funny, his face? Wow. He does not look like a happy man at all. Oh my gosh,
Let's see,
guys.
do we have Mr. Means, or is he still
The
on
Grinch.
break
Yeah.
here for a moment?
Your Honor, I'm here. I'm sorry. Let me start my video.
Oh, where's
Okay.
Means? Okay, Means is about to. Okay.
Actually, Your Honor, it's saying I'm unable to start the video. I think I'm going to log out and try to re-log back
Look
in
at
if
that.
that's okay.
Look at that Tina
That's fine.
girl. She looks confused. She's like, huh? She looks so annoyed. Did she just roll her eyes at him? It almost looked like she she just rolled her eyes, I think. Wow. She does not want to be here, guys. Sorry, I'm giving you a little bit of commentary while we're waiting, but she did look, she is so annoyed right now. I don't know. See, maybe this will be able to see where actually Rob Wood's lawyers gets to actually talk, because they didn't really do much talking last time. They didn't get a chance. Okay.
Can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can, Mr. Means, can see you as well. Okay, we'll be back on the record then. Cases CR 2220-755 and 2220-838, State versus Chad Daybell and State versus Lori Vallow. We took a recess for the parties to review and receive these additional pleadings that have been filed in the case. I believe the parties have all had an opportunity to now review the pleadings. Mr. Means, did you receive a copy of the state's motion for testimony of Summer Shiflett?
I did, Your Honor.
And Mr. Pryor, did you receive that as well? You're on mute, Mr. Pryor.
I apologize, Judge. I did receive all of the documents, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate you taking a moment for the housekeeping issues. Understanding we've had a lot of things filed here in a compressed time frame. And at this point then, I do want to take that motion up. It was requested to be done on an expedited basis, and as I understand, it may have a relation to the hearing we're determining today, so I think it's appropriate to hear that first. I would note that in addition to the motion, there was an affidavit of Mindy Gee and then a supplemental affidavit of Mindy Gee, which I believe counsel has seen as well. There was also an objection to the affidavits filed by Mr. Pryor on behalf of Mr. Daybell, asserting that they contain hearsay. So Mr. Evans, if you'd like to present argument on your motion for testimony of Summer Shiflett, I'll hear that at this time.
Your Honor, thank you. And it's just argument. Your Honor, as the court, I know the courts probably haven't gotten around to look at our brief, but motions to disqualify are viewed with caution. And when it's not dealing with current or former clients, there's heightened scrutiny that needs to be applied. And I've cited the case for the court on that. Witnesses are the most important aspect of our cases, and that's because they perform the sacred duty of assisting the court to discover what the truth is, and frankly, to assist all of us. This is why before they even speak in court, they need to affirm under oath that they're going to tell the truth. Where we've been the last few days, Your Honor, the defense wants the extreme remedy to remove Mr. Wood from this case. They claim he's been coercive, influence, coached, and this all has to deal with Summer Shiflett and his meeting with her on October 1st of 2020.
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize. I think it has to be said that we're arguing the motion for the testimony of Summer Shiflett. They have cited one rule in their motion, and we are well beyond that one rule. It attempts that they're trying to backdoor in additional arguments for this motion. And having failed to cite this, I don't think that's proper before the court.
I concur with Mr. Means, Your Honor.
Okay, let me address that, counsel. We are obviously still going to have closing arguments on the motions to disqualify the prosecuting attorney. We've got a narrow issue before us on what's styled as a motion for testimony of Summer Shiflett. And in reviewing the motion, Mr. Evans, I will just read directly from it that you've indicated that the motion is made pursuant to Rule 4.2 of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, and you're requesting that this court contact and hear testimony of Summer Shiflett. So I'd just like you to confine your arguments to the narrow issue of whether or not this court should contact and hear testimony of Summer Shiflett, and if so, when would you be requesting that that take place?
Your Honor, very good, thank you. Once Ms. Shiflett, so the history on that, after our hearing a couple of days ago, everyone knows Ms. Shiflett called the prosecutor's office.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. I've filed an objection to Summer Shiflett's affidavit being considered in this particular case. If Mr. Evans would like to cite the case and the case law and the statute that grants the court authority to hear Ms. Shiflett, by all means go ahead. But if he's going to regurgitate things that have happened that are clearly inadmissible, we're going to have a problem. And I'm going to strongly oppose this going down this path at this point.
I understand, Mr. Pryor, and I think to correct you, it was the affidavits, not of Summer Shiflett. She hasn't submitted any affidavits.
Mindy Gee, Judge.
Mindy Gee, yeah. And there was a objection made based on hearsay, and I am going to consider that objection and hear and rule on that before we get into what Ms. Gee has to say in her affidavits or what Ms. Shiflett is alleged to have said to Ms. Gee. So I would like to hear, Mr. Evans, there's an objection to those affidavits requesting the court not consider them based on hearsay. And what is your response to the hearsay objection?
Your Honor, it doesn't go to the truth of the matter asserted. Also, she just wants to talk to the court. That's the odd one.
Who does?
Ms. Shiflett.
Your Honor, I've got to object to the representation of what Mrs. Shiflett has allegedly said to this Mindy Gee, now attempting to come in through Mr. Evans. I mean, we now have multiple levels of hearsay here. And quite honestly, this motion it was identified 10 to 14 days ago. Forgive me, I don't remember the exact date. Mr. Evans, in his own argument, has had plenty of opportunity to attempt to contact Summer Shiflett or even opposing or Mr. Garrett Smith. And it doesn't appear that there were any efforts to do that prior to the hearing 2 days ago. And so again, if we're going to make statements regarding what somebody said to somebody, again, additional problems.
All right.
And Judge, if I could just add that even if Mr. Evans wants to suggest he couldn't go to get a hold of Ms. Shiflett because of Mr. Smith, we have a subpoena process. And I would assume that 2 lawyers from the state would understand that they have every right with 2 weeks notice to subpoena any witnesses that they feel would help their case. Instead, what they did, Judge, is they provided no evidence whatsoever. And at the conclusion are attempting to do this backdoor tactic, the same kind of backdoor tactic that we had one of the other expert witnesses talk about.
All right.
Bringing,
We're beyond the scope of a hearsay objection as well. So I want everybody to keep in the confined scope of a hearsay objection. Mr. Evans, you indicated it's not being offered for the truth asserted, but you are turning around and then saying, well, here's what someone told Mindy Gee. So I just need to know, do you have a specific exception to the hearsay rule which would allow consideration of these affidavits?
Okay, so what happened, guys? Why is it all quiet? I'm just gonna add some commentary in here. Did I miss something? Everybody just, I don't know, guys. But Pryor is hilarious to watch. Wow. He just, I'm gonna have to take some screenshots of him and make some funny memes. Is that what? Yeah, I think they're called memes or whatever, or just funny comments on. Now, is he looking at an imaginary watch? I didn't even see a watch on his wrist. I don't know. Maybe he really did have one on, but it almost looked like there wasn't anything on his wrist. What are they doing? I missed it. Huh. Oh well. I was typing and I missed what they said. Grinch meme. Yeah, Mandy, that's a good one. Wait, whose dog? Somebody's dog's not.
Your Honor, thank you. We're just looking at Rule 803. I think under 1, the present sense impression, so a statement describing or explaining an event or condition made immediately after perceived it, and then as well as the catch-all, the other exceptions, looking at the trustworthiness of it, the factual basis of it, and then the probative point of it. So that's under Idaho Rules of Evidence 803.
All right, I'll allow a response to the argument that there's an exception that applies here under 803.1 and the catch-all. Mr. Means first, and then Mr. Pryor, and counsel, please, again, we're only on an issue here of, do these affidavits contain hearsay? You'll have plenty of time for other argument on the other bigger issues here, but keep it confined to that. Mr. Means, what's your response to the state's indication that there's an exception that would apply?
Thank you, Your Honor. In looking at these affidavits, there's not a lot of difference between the two of them. I think we do have a problem where we have hearsay and then we have double hearsay. And I think the analysis would have to be provided at both levels. I think the present sense impression does not apply, to be quite frank. And trustworthy, I think we have an issue because I don't even think these could be characterized as midnight affidavits, considering this is after the fact of the hearing. This is more of the morning after. So I think trustworthiness is an issue as the prosecution attempts to be coming kind of in a backdoor manner to address what should have been addressed at the hearing 2 days ago.
All right, thank you, Mr. Means. Your response, Mr. Pryor.
Judge, I'll start with the last one, which would be the catch-all, which is usually a tactic used in court to try to get something in when there's no other reasonable reason to get it in. So that's not applicable in this particular case. Trustworthy is not applicable in this case. That's for the court to gauge whether or not a document, and really quite honestly goes to more authentication. The present sense impression, Judge, that's taught in first-year law school. And that's an impression that someone gets upon observing a startling event. And quite honestly, Judge, there's been 14 days for Ms. Shiflett to do this. To suggest that after 14 days we've had a startling event that warrants her to come forward with something is ludicrous. So quite honestly, I can't even by the minimum stretch of my mind imagine any situation where present sense impression would even remotely apply to this. They are grasping. And now I know why they're grasping, because it took a significant amount of time for them to come up with a response while we patiently waited for them to address the hearsay issue. This is hearsay. It doesn't come in. And Judge, again, I guess yesterday I was temperate and I was upset, and I'm still that way. And I want to apologize to the court for that, because I don't mean to be, but this is a very disturbing situation. And to suggest that it's present sense impression is just completely ridiculous. And again, I apologize to the court for my temperament.
All right. I've considered the objection filed. There's an affidavit of Mindy Gee. There's also a supplemental affidavit of Mindy Gee. There's been an objection made that portions of those affidavits contain hearsay. I've reviewed it. The statements of Mindy Gee about what she did in terms of taking a phone call are not hearsay. That's her own testimony in the affidavit. It's sworn. However, these statements as to what Summer Shiflett told Mindy Gee, that Mindy Gee is now telling the court, is clearly hearsay. And so the court will not consider and will strike those portions of both affidavits that pertain to any statements made by anything that Summer Shiflett did say. So that'll be my ruling on those affidavits. All right, with that in mind then, Mr. Evans, would you continue with argument in support of your motion to allow the testimony of Summer Shiflett?
Your Honor, yes, we've found no rule for the court to disallow further evidence in a hearing. This is not a trial. This is just a hearing. There's nothing that says the court has to follow timeframes, especially if the result is a manifest injustice. We believe that the record that the court's trying to rely on is going to be entirely empty of the facts that go to the heart of the issue. And the heart of the issue for the court is, did Mr. Wood's communication with Ms. Shiflett, were those influence, and that led to her changing her testimony to law enforcement. So we believe that her testimony is absolutely crucial. She is the person that we're talking with in all of these matters, and she wants to testify, and we ask the court to allow her to do so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans. Response to the motion, if there's an objection, Mr. Means.
Thank you, Your Honor. Again, I think the argument is well off of what the motion that is before the court. The only, if we could even call it a rule that applies, is they cited Idaho Rule Professional Conduct 4.2 entitled Communication with Persons Represented by Counsel. There is nothing express or implied in that rule that allows the court to entertain this motion. There's no attempt to cite any kind of criminal rule or even an implied civil rule that might be duplicated in the criminal rules here. So we're limited again to the argument of, based on the rule 4.2, communication with persons represented by counsel should justify them in bringing this morning after motion. We've been down this road before, Your Honor, when we had a motion for a judicial protective order in a rule in the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct that did not apply. It's the same attempt by counsel here to attempt to do the same thing, which is inapplicable in their request and the remedy in which they're seeking.
All right, thank you, Mr. Means. Your response, if any, Mr. Pryor, please.
Judge, there was a hearing set. I believe Mr. Means disclosed his witnesses and his exhibits. I disclosed my witnesses and my exhibits. Mr. Wood at the time, through his counsel, chose yesterday at a trial not to present any evidence. He made some brief, very brief cross-examination of some of the witnesses, but nothing else. Now, at this point, at the last hour before we were to make closing argument, this is an attempt to get information in through the back door. And that backdoor process is going to be violative of my client's right to a fair opportunity to present his argument here. Because, Judge, if you allow Summer Shiflett in, I am going to be compelled to ask the court to continue ruling on this motion so that I can bring Mr. Smith back, put him back under oath, and offer rebuttal testimony for Mr. Smith to counter whatever Ms. Shiflett says or to concur with whatever Ms. Shiflett says. And I don't know what Ms. Shiflett says. I haven't heard from Mr. Smith whether Ms. Shiflett even has legal counsel. And if she has legal counsel, Judge, Mr. Smith needs to be present for that examination. And quite honestly, if they're going to be allowed to reopen something that this court closed, and they have cited no rule that allows them to reopen this other than a professional conduct rule, which is totally inapplicable, they shouldn't be allowed to do this. Because if that's where they're going, rebuttal is going to include Mr. Smith again. It's going to include an examination by Dr. Davidson again. It's going to include an examination by Dr. Newton and potentially one other witness that I'm going to call to address that. And quite honestly, this is just an opportunity to somehow backdoor some information in that doesn't go to the root of what the problem is. I think counsel for Mr. Wood misunderstands. The due process argument is only a very small portion of this argument. The reality of the argument is this, Judge. Mr. Wood engaged in conduct that defense counsels both found objectionable. It's not the impact on the witness that the conduct that's the question here. The question is whether his conduct itself was egregious enough to have him removed as the prosecutor. It has nothing to do on the influence other than the small portion of due process that'll be addressed later in another motion. The question here is whether Mr. Wood's conduct was egregious enough that it warrants some sort of action by this court. And the example is, Judge, this. Obviously, all of counsel agree that case law on this is very limited and there's not a lot of precedent. But if a prosecutor were to talk to a witness outside of the courtroom and say, oh, by the way, before that witness took the stand, by the way, the defense attorney is a liar and all of these other things that have been alleged well, not alleged, they're on the tape. And then that witness was permitted to take the stand. it would not be the impact on the witness that the court would be evaluating. It would be, what did you say to that witness that potentially influenced you? So that's what the consideration here, Judge, is not what the impact was on Ms. Shiflett. It's what conduct was engaged in that caused the problem that he should not have gone down that road in terms of the way Mr. Wood presented himself and acted for 20 minutes on a tape. So quite honestly, Ms. Shiflett's testimony is really irrelevant to this. It's the conduct of Mr. Wood that's in question here. And I vehemently am opposed to allowing Ms. Shiflett to testify at this point.
All right, thank you for the response, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Evans, rebuttal argument.
Your Honor, just one clarification. If you look on paragraph 10, let me just be clear what the state's wanting to do. So moves this court to allow contact with Ms. Shiflett. The court knows bar counsel was called with this. So the prosecutor's office contact with Ms. Shiflett and or allow her to testify in the court. So rule 4.2, if you look at the very bottom, that is the state asking to contact her. And so how do we do that when they have been represented by an attorney? You need to get permission from the lawyer, if she still has one, or authorized to do so by the court. So that was done with bar counsel, and that's what the motion is. So it's the state to communicate with her as well as her to communicate with the court. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, may I respond to that rebuttal? Because there were some new arguments made there.
Keep it brief, Mr. Means.
I will, Your Honor. When we go through the affidavits of Mindy Gee, given the rulings of this court, the only thing that's admitted that's not stricken as hearsay are paragraphs 1, 2, and 3 of both of the affidavits. Paragraph 4 on the original affidavit would be limited to, on January 7th, 2021 at approximately 2:53, I took a phone call from a female individual. And then the portion after that would be hearsay. Then it says, I stated that he was not available and asked if I could take a message. The rest would be hearsay. Concluding on paragraph 4, the only portion that's not hearsay then says, and I told her I would relay the message. The phone call then ended. The same thing applies to the supplemental affidavit. 1, 2, and 3 should be admitted pursuant to this court ruling. And paragraph 4 is limited to, on January 8, 2021 at approximately 9:30, I answered a phone call from a female individual who, and then the rest is stricken as hearsay. So we don't have affidavits supporting this motion as a result of the court's ruling. There's also additional hearsay from alleged statements of Ms. Shiflett in their motion. In addition, if we look at rule 4.2, and again, this is just brought up this morning, if you look at comment or paragraph number 6, what they're requesting is beyond what the rule cites. Again, there's no grounds to allow this cited in this rule. If they're asking for permission to speak with Summer Shiflett, I don't think any of us have an objection. The problem is they're attempting to extend the rule or imply what's not in there of give us permission to speak with her and have her testify. That's not part of the rule, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Means.
Thank you.
Well, counsel, I've considered this motion in terms of where we are procedurally. Of course, we had a very lengthy hearing 2 days ago on the 6th. We took evidence and testimony during that hearing. We then concluded with the hearing and closed the submission of evidence. This is essentially a request to reopen the submission of evidence, and the request specifically to allow, as the motion reads, for the court to contact and hear the testimony of Summer Shiflett, and then in paragraph 10 to allow her to testify before this court. And that would be based on, again, Ms. Shiflett's request. It says, as Mr. Means pointed out, with the striking of the portions of the affidavits of Mindy Gee that contain hearsay, then the grounds for the motion don't qualify without those statements. And in addition, the motion is brought pursuant to the Idaho Rule of Professional Conduct 4.2, and the court's not aware of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct being a proper basis for bringing a motion. At this time, for purposes of the hearing today and our closing arguments, I am going to deny the motion to allow the testimony of Summer Shiflett. So the evidence submission is still closed, although we do have the arguments that have been submitted, which will be considered. So that'll be the court's ruling on the motion. this time then we'll proceed with our closing arguments. Council, as I mentioned, we went through and reserved today for these closings. I'd like to take those up at this time now, and I'll just let you know I'm intending to hear your oral arguments. I'm going to take a recess at some point and further review your submitted briefing in addition, but Mr. Pryor, it'd be my intention to have you begin with your closing, then have Mr. Means, and then I'll have the state respond in their closing as well, and then see if there's any rebuttal arguments. So, Mr. Pryor, are you ready to proceed with your closing argument?
I am, Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Judge, I think there's a misunderstanding by counsel for Mr. Wood. The basis for disqualifying a prosecutor is conduct. It's not the impact that it has on the witness, but rather its conduct. And what I spoke about, Judge, was this in the example I gave just a short time ago. The example is this, is that if you have a witness who's about to take the stand in a jury trial, and either party for that witness approaches them and makes disparaging remarks about defense counsel, makes disparaging remarks about the defendant, and I can't see in any situation where suggesting that someone's a wimpy person or looked like he was about to pee his pants are not disparaging remarks. I can't see where calling Mr. Means incompetent is not a disparaging remark to a material witness. And whether Ms. Shiflett testifies or not for the prosecution is irrelevant. Because if I choose to call her, she becomes relevant. If Mr. Means chooses to call her, she becomes relevant and material. And she's the sister of one of the defendants in this case, who was told, oh, by the way, you know, she won't talk to us, but this is what I'm going to do, and I'm going to charge her with murder. And it would sure be nice when she has competent counsel. Maybe we can get this thing closed up. I can't think of any more direct way that he's trying to circumvent Mr. Means' authority as counsel for Ms. Vallow. It's egregious. It is incredibly egregious. Now, Judge, the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct have adopted the ABA model rules. And the ABA model rules, and Judge, that says it right in the preamble to the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. We have adopted the ABA rules from 1969. And under the ABA rules, ethical considerations, Rule 9.4, because the very essence of our legal system is to provide procedures by which matters can be presented in an impartial manner so that they may be decided solely upon the merits. Any statement or suggestion by a lawyer that he can or attempt to circumvent those procedures is detrimental to the legal system and tends to undermine the public confidence. Now that's from the ABA rules, Judge, which have been, for all practical purposes, adopted in our Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct.
Mr. Pryor, I do want to make a correction there, because the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct are, as it states in the preamble, largely based on the ABA model rules with some Idaho variations.
That is correct.
I would ask that if I'm following along here, if you're citing to any specific rule of professional conduct, please cite to the Idaho rule, because they are largely the same. But if there's a difference, we need to rely on the Idaho precedent. So, and
I understand that, Judge. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to say, in the spirit of adopting the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, they considered the ABA rules, and it still goes to the same essence, Judge, which is this: our Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct require that we do everything we can as lawyers to engage in an impartial system that does not allow undue influence from any party or their attorneys to jeopardize the opportunity for a defendant to have a fair and impartial trial. I cannot think of any situation that is more egregious than a prosecuting attorney who would go in and interview a witness and for 20 minutes not interview the witness, but rather offer a monologue of what his theory is in the case, disparage counsel, disparage the defendant, and manipulate. Now, I want to point out that the prosecutor in this case presented no evidence in rebuttal to counter Dr. Davidson, to counter Dr. Newton and to counter Attorney Garrett Smith. They offered nothing. And to suggest this high scrutiny by Mr. Wood's attorney is completely inaccurate. The question is whether or not an attorney and a prosecutor who's required to live by a higher set of rules has engaged in conduct that jeopardizes Mr. Daybell and Ms. Vallow's right to a fair trial. Now, the purpose of Dr. Davidson, Judge, is this. I did not want to, and I can't speak for Mr. Means, but I didn't want to subject Summer Shiflett to all of these people out there watching this and put her on the spot. Dr. Davidson got on there and he testified that it's, without credulity, that there was not influence here. He's suggesting, listen, there's no way there wasn't influence here. And he specifically put a report that has been admitted and detailed every single line of where Mr. Means engaged in completely inappropriate conduct. Now, I read the brief from opposing counsel and they said, well, this isn't what was going on, but Mr. Wood's affidavit in the original objection to this, Mr. Wood specifically said in his statement, I did not coach, influence, or intimidate any of these witnesses. Well, I beg to differ, Judge. Dr. Davidson, in no uncertain terms, stated implicitly that these statements clearly were influential in a attempt to influence Ms. Shiflett, without a doubt. Dr. Newton, when we talked about the process here and what was transpired, what did he say at the conclusion of the hearing? Well, the reason we don't have these sort of things is because it's unusual for these matters to occur other than in front of a jury. But when they occur in front of a witness, it's a rare situation. And you want to believe a prosecuting attorney. You want to believe someone who is supposed to be righteous and uphold justice and do it the proper way. And the tendency with courts is to say, listen, unless you have some proof that the prosecutor has engaged in some conduct that is detrimental to the administration of justice, I think it's appropriate because his job generally is to uphold justice. But what did Dr. Newton, the expert on case law, the expert on authority, what did he say that was compelling? He said, he, meaning Mr. Wood, got caught. Now, getting caught is not the term you use unless either you're fishing or you're lying or you're cheating. And Mr. Woods is cheating, Mr. Wood is lying, and Mr. Wood is doing nothing but trying to influence, coach, intimidate a witness before that witness has had a chance to get in front of a trial. My concern is this, Judge. I don't have any other recordings other than Zuluma Pastenes. And I'll be going through that, and we may be revisiting some issues once I've had a chance to go through that in the final interview with Ms. Pastenes. But I don't have any other tape recordings. But what I do have is an interesting thing that occurred. And I know this court wasn't part and parcel of the preliminary hearing back in August of this year. But I had an opportunity during that preliminary hearing to talk with Ms. Gibbs while she was on the stand. And I was questioning her about what she knew, what the prosecutor had said to her. And after I asked her what the prosecutor had said to her, Judge, she immediately turned on the camera and looked directly in Mr. Means's eyes. And I said right after that, why were you looking at Mr. Means?
Your Honor, I'm going to object for hearsay.
This is argument, Judge. This is argument. This isn't the presentation of evidence.
I understand, but you're still referencing a specific comment someone made out of in a separate proceeding. I think that's hearsay.
Okay. Well, Judge, my concern is this, is that having to bring up the subject of whether Ms. Gibbs was looking at Mr. Wood when I said that, and the fact that I brought it up, and the fact is, Judge, I observed Ms. Gibbs look in the eyes of Mr. Wood when I'm questioning about what sort of conversations they had. That causes me great concern. And everybody in the world can look at it on YouTube and see that there was concern. So what assurance is the court going to be able to give me that these meet and greets that Mr. Wood has engaged in, these 20-minute monologues, have not occurred with every other witness in this case. Because if the court cannot give me assurance, you're going to require me to go to every witness with an investigator, interview them, and question them in detail about what Mr. Wood has talked to them about and whether this meet and greet tactic that is completely unprofessional, that is completely unethical, that is completely wrong, was conducted on other witnesses in this case. And if that can't be questioned to a certainty and assured that there hasn't been influence with other witnesses, how am I going to be sure that there's going to be a fair trial for Mr. Daybell? Because you can't. And there is only one thing this court can do. We need to remove Mr. Wood, and then there'll be additional requests regarding the witnesses further down the line in terms to how we try to cure this atrocity. Judge, there are a number of problems that I have in terms of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. And in terms of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, Judge, we do have Rule 4.2. And Judge, it is misconduct if you violate any of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. And at this point, under 4.2, you are not allowed to encourage or in any way try to contact someone who has legal counsel. I cannot see how Mr. Wood's statements leading Summer Shiflett through this process of, oh, it's going to be murder charges, and it would sure be nice if we could communicate with Miss Vallow about this. And as Dr. Davidson implied, it seemed to be, and Dr. Newton implied, it seemed to be a back way for Mr. Wood to try to get Ms. Vallow to speak. Now that's clearly a violation if you're trying, even secretly or indirectly, to try to communicate with a witness or with a defendant who has legal counsel. That is a big problem. In addition, he violated the preamble. He is not doing this. There is no way anyone can suggest that his comments did not influence or attempt to influence a witness in a case. That's not justice. 3.8, the prosecutor's obligations. He violated his obligation as a prosecutor to try to present an impartial hearing, and his heightened obligation to do everything that he could to be fair and afford the opportunity for a defendant to have a fair trial is a violation, another violation. And Judge, I can spend hours going through and point out a number of these. Now, obviously, I've been verbose, and I've been verbose in the past, and the court has been very patient with me. But if the court looks at the transcript of the proceedings by Dr. Davidson, if the court reviews Dr. Davidson's report, he makes an emphatic representation that this was influence. Now, Dr. Newton was not going to circumvent the court's authority to make that decision. Dr. Newton was not going to override the court's power and say, oh yeah, this is prosecutorial misconduct. He said that it was up to the court to make that decision. It's up to the court to decide whether this is enough for there to be a disqualification of Mr. Wood. But what he did say, which was interesting to me, Judge, is this. He said, Mr. Wood's behavior was a learning moment, and he meant for his future students at law school. It is a learning moment on what not to do. On what not to do. That would suggest to me that it's a clear ethics violation. What else would suggest to me from Dr. Newton that it was a clear ethics violation is that he would get caught and that he got caught. And again, as I stated before, when someone says you got caught, either you're fishing or you're breaking the law or you're a cheater or you're a liar. I'll pick which adjective because I don't think Mr. Wood was fishing. Now, Garrett Smith in one of his closing arguments at the end, or his testimony, stated, I can't see any possibility other than that it was influencing or attempting to influence Summer Shiflett, and there is no reason for why Mr. Wood did this. Judge, the totality of the circumstances are this. We have one of the biggest trials in the state of Idaho, and people are watching this with with attention that I can't even fathom. We are all under the gun and we are all being watched very carefully. And any first-year attorney who's going through law school is entrusted by ethics and taught about ethics, that these are the things you do not do. And Mr. Wood has been practicing for a while. He has told me before that I did plenty of defense work. I'm a prosecutor now. And Judge, for the record, he also told me on 2 separate occasions.
Your Honor, objection for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I can't think of a reason why Mr. Wood would need to go out and interview Summer Shiflett. Mr. Wood took it upon himself to go out to Arizona to interview a witness. He knew before he was leaving that he was going to engage in this meet and greet and do this. Because if he didn't know that he was doing it, then he doesn't understand the rules of ethics. He can't say, oh, I didn't know what I was doing. He knew darn well what he was doing. And the only problem and the only complaint is this, Judge. He got caught. In the infamous words of Dr. Newton, he got caught. And to suggest by distracting, saying, well, Ms. Shiflett will say something else. Or, Judge, the impact on the witness. That's not the standard. It's the conduct. The standard is, was your conduct so bad that it had an impact on the trial in this case? I can't think of a more egregious situation other than a prosecuting attorney in one of the most high-profile cases in the state of Idaho, and I could argue, Judge, in the United States. I don't know how many people are watching me right now, or watching us right now, but I would imagine it's significant. And this prosecutor, with full knowledge and at the expense of Fremont County, chose to fly out to interview a witness and suggesting that it was going to be a meet and greet, and then spends 20 minutes of a narrative doing everything he can to influence this witness to testify a certain way. And it's not whether the witness was influenced. It's the fact that he did it. And who else did he do it to? What other witnesses in this case did he do? Because we'll never know. We will never know the extent of what this prosecutor has committed in this particular case. And I can't think of any better reason to disqualify him than the fact that we don't know what else he has done. And quite honestly, Judge, anything he says about what he has or has not done, I have very little faith in anything Mr. Wood will say. And at this point, I will defer to a counsel.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. Mr. Means, your final argument.
Thank you, Your Honor, and I obviously I concur with Mr. Pryor on his points made. Does the court want me to go ahead and attempt to argue some of the points made by the state's brief that was filed this morning as well in the closing, or do you want to save that for rebuttal, Your Honor?
I'll leave that up to you, Mr. Means. If you want to address the points in their brief, at some point we'll get to that. You can determine if you want to do that in rebuttal. I'll allow rebuttal, or if you'd like to do that now in your closing, you can.
Thank you. I just, in trying to organize my thoughts and present it in a more efficient manner, I'll try to go through it rather quickly. I filed this morning a post-motion hearing brief in support of the motion to disqualify. Overall, the motion doesn't introduce anything that wasn't presented at the trial in this matter, but to assist the court in the finding that Mr. Wood should be disqualified from this action. It's a summary of the pleadings and the filings which have been filed in here with some dates, and then some reference and summary to each of the 3 witnesses that were that had an opportunity to testify before this court. I'll go ahead and I'm going to object to any and all potential arguments by the prosecution in this case that were not expressly brought up at the hearing, either through lack of evidence or lack of questionings or limited to their cross-examination questions. I think anything else would be in violation of the spirit of the law of closing the evidence in this matter. And we can take that up obviously as we go along. In summary, Your Honor, when you look at the recording and you read the transcript, I think the initial impression is red flags are raised, eyebrows are raised. When you listen to it again, I think it becomes quite a bit more disgusting when you hear the tone and the phrases and the speed of the language and the words used. When we look at here in a summary, you have Mr. Wood admitting on this recording that he was in Hawaii at the time that Mrs. Vallow Mrs. Daybell, was arrested. He was in Arizona at the time that the statements from these witnesses were taken. I still have yet to try to figure out why he's present at any of this. As I listen to this recording over and over, I think the biggest question is why? Why are we here? Now we have spent substantial amount of time with the court, tens of thousands of dollars, many hours in the court's time and the attorney's time, and addressing an issue that should have never been an issue to begin with. And in response, the only objection or evidence that the state has put forward is their initial objection and an affidavit of Rob Wood. And then we have very limited cross-examination questions at the actual hearing. When we look at, in addition, when this tape was discovered, I served on December 17th, and this is part of the record that is readily available for everyone, a specific set of discovery requests to the prosecutor's office asking what contact this prosecutor's had with all of these witnesses, and I listed some specific witnesses. Discovery responses were due to that specific request by January 2nd. That's the 14-day limitation according to the rule, Idaho Criminal Rule 16. It's expressly set out there. I'm
going to object. I just don't remember any discovery things being brought up in the hearing.
Well,
Your Honor,
there's a separate issue out there, Mr. Means. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, did you file a motion to compel?
I did file because it's now time to file that motion to compel. But why this is, sorry, Your Honor, I don't mean to.
I'm just going to say that's not being heard today. If there's a need for hearing a motion to compel and you still don't have responses and think that needs a hearing,
sure,
we'll get that scheduled and take that up at another time. So go ahead and move on.
Your Honor, and I understand that my intent for arguing this is we were limited in presenting the evidence before the court of potential other violations and inappropriate contact with the witness, and we attempted through the proper means of discovery to get this evidence from the prosecution, and they failed to respond. There was no request for an extension of time. There was no denial. There was no objection to the discovery. They failed to respond.
Your Honor, I'm just going to object to that again for the same reason.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. We're not doing the motion to compel right now.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. When we do a summary of why Mr. Wood should be disqualified here, we have four main exhibits for the court to consider. First one is the transcript of the recording, the actual recording of the monologue, and then the expert reports 3 and 4 of Dr. Davison and Dr. Newton. There were 3 witnesses that testified. Prosecution had ample opportunity to call contrary witnesses or cross-examination, extended cross-examination, and they chose not to. We had attorney Garrett Smith of 27 years. We had Dr. James Davison and Dr. Newton. All of these witnesses, let me go through Mr. Garrett or Mr. Smith first. He testified right up front that he had an opportunity to listen to the recording. In fact, I believe the recording was played at the hearing with him on the Zoom stand, I think we would say. And he testified that it was an accurate copy, an accurate depiction of the conversation between Mr. Wood and Ms. Shiflett, that it was unaltered and it was a true copy. He then goes on and states that the affidavit filed by Mr. Wood in this case is false according to his opinion and recollection of events, specifically affidavit paragraphs 4, 6, and 7. He also has the opinion that the only intent of, the opinion that the only reason to really engage in this type of behavior was to unnecessarily and unduly influence Mrs. Shiflett. That Mr. Wood, and I think this adds to the fact that Mr. Wood knew Shiflett was a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, or LDS, and that he knew she has strong convictions and feelings regarding that religion. He also knew that she has a strong emotional connection with her sister, Lori.
Your Honor, we object. These are facts, not in evidence. We have no idea what Mr. Wood knew or didn't know.
Your Honor, the objection should have come, if that was going to be, at the hearing. This is summarizing his testimony for the court that was not objected at the time that this was presented.
And I'll overrule the objection because it is some summation of this testimony. So you may proceed, Mr. Means.
Thank you, Your Honor. no, it's important to context this entire conversation that Mr. Wood is having with Ms. Shiflett, having this knowledge here. I think it's an important factor for the court to consider when it's analyzing coercion and manipulation and intimidation and these type of things that come up at a later time. In Mr. Smith's words, he said his 27 years of practice, he's never seen a prosecutor engaged in this type of behavior. That it appeared to be targeted at coaching and influencing the witness, and it appeared to come across as a win at all cost type behavior. This is obviously an issue for the court to consider. Dr. Davison again testifies in reviewing the recording, the transcript, and looking at the affidavit of Mr. Wood, that the affidavit again filed by Mr. Wood, paragraph 4 and paragraph 7 are false according to his expert opinion. He also testified that Mrs. Shiflett is a vulnerable witness, and the knowledge that Garrett Smith provided to the court of Mr. Wood is important in determining that, yes, there should have been gloves on the hand when handling Ms. Shiflett in this situation. He goes on to say, Dr. Davison, that the monologue is troubling, that appears to be no apparent effect to seek impartial testimony from the witness, numerous efforts to influence and exploit and shape the witness narrative. He also goes on to say that the prosecution pours his theory of the case into this witness prior to the testimony of the witness, that there are derogatory remarks regarding defendant Chad Daybell and myself. And when you actually look at the recording, he's also in certain ways derogatory toward Mr. Pryor and my client when you look at his opinions that are being expressed. He also attempts to bring in LDS doctrine as an authoritative speaker on behalf of that doctrine. He also attempts to assimilate or build a commonality with Mrs. Shiflett based on mutual beliefs in the LDS Church, which obviously is completely inappropriate. He also goes on to say that Mr. Wood engaged in coaching, testifying, and had an effort to unduly influence the witness. He attempted to shut down the witness. He attempted to control the narrative, and there's little interest in what the witness's information that will be provided. He's attempting to increase his credibility through derogatory comments and mutual association with religious beliefs. He attempts to, there's a prima facie influence of the witness. He halted any disagreement by Ms. Shiflett. And again, summary, he engaged in derogatory remarks as if we are in third grade in an attempt to, according to Dr. Davison, affect this witness. He summarizes by saying that there are minimal attempts from the state here to actually get the witness statement rather than to say his own. Now, when we look at the prosecution had an opportunity to present cross-examination and additional witnesses, there was minimal at best. I think they went into some questioning regarding page 5 of the transcript, lines 8 through 11, I believe, and that was the only substantive questioning there. And Dr. Davison handled that with his, my opinion remains the same. The words are there. His report remains uncontested. Dr. Newton, professor, University of Law, published author, also came in and said, and I admire his opinion for not trying to come across as to tell the court what to do, but to give you the information and allow the court to make the decision. He says he was, even though retained by my office, that his testimony was given freely, voluntarily, and without any coercion by any party. His summary, and I think this is important, he identifies and properly identifies Mr. Wood as acting in a quasi-judicial figure, a higher standard of law. Not only do we have the Idaho rules of professional conduct that apply to all of us, but there's a higher standard of law for Mr. Wood. If I could put it in summary, the ledge for a typical attorney to fall off is a little further away than it is for the prosecutor. He goes on to say that Mr. Wood presents his case to the witness as if conclusive and sound. He goes on to provide information that is not readily known. He said Mr. Wood is providing unknown information to the witness could be found to have unfairly and improperly influenced the witness to alter her testimony. Now, again, this is all caged or described in an attempt to allow the court to come to the conclusion. He also goes on to incentivize, according to Dr. Newton, the testimony of Summer to coincide with the state. This is, as Dr. Newton cites, potentially unethical. It's also potentially criminal. He goes on to say that the prosecution, without question, poured his versions of facts into this witnesses. He calls this horse shedding, wood shedding, and coaching. And he also goes on the site and says, this is widely condemned. This is not getting to the line. This is a no-no. He then had, by Dr. Newton, put Shiflett in a compromised position. And just thinking of how this is going to affect ultimately this case is mind-boggling at this point in time. He says his behavior bordered on intimidation, that he attempted to possibly circumvent the attorney-client privilege between myself and my client. He goes on to say that the use of religious beliefs, affiliation, and authority is an improper use. The derogatory remarks are improper, and that these remarks and his monologue serve the purpose of predisposing a witness against the defense. This not only he said this violated the spirit, if not the letter of the law of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct and potentially the Idaho laws regarding witness tampering. He also goes on to say that there are coercive aspects. This is all of the things which are uncontroverted, unchallenged by the prosecution. I think the question before the court is, what standard do I review this? And it's my argument that this is a standard of abuse of discretion, that the court has to look at this issue and determine, have there been enough violations here, just in those cited by those experts, to justify removal to ensure the integrity of this process? The Idaho rules, as the court has mentioned, asks us to cite specific rules. I've read these rules. I've read the comments. I see a plethora of issues here. We got a violation of the preamble. We got a violation of Rule 3.4 A, B, C, F. We got a violation of 3.5 A and D, Rule 3.7, Rule 3.8 A, D, F, G, 1, Rule 4.
Oh my God, I'm on mute. Sorry, I was sitting there talking. Wow, how did that happen? Anyway, so I think I am going to skip forward. I just wanted to chat for a minute because Pryor is just rambling on. He's doing what he does best. I don't know if you guys seen him previously when he gets up and talks and tries to grasp at these straws, just grasping at stupid things. I'm trying to think what he did. What did he do in the past? It was just ridiculous where he'd ramble and ramble on. And it's like, I don't know. To me, I feel like it's just boring. And I don't think he brings up good points at all. So it looked like we had about a half and half of people. Like half people wanted to stay and watch the whole thing, and then the other half wanted to just skip forward. I think I am just going to skip forward though, because if you guys do want to watch it all, there are other people like KTVB is my local channel that I always go to for and East Idaho News. But I don't know if East Idaho News is doing the hearing, but those two, I love those two channels for this case. And I love, what's his name? I look at all his Facebook posts. He posts all the court documents. He's really good. Oh my God, what is his name? It's been so long for this case. He's dark hair. Help me out, somebody. What's his name? I use his stuff all the time. Misbehaved. Who am I talking about here? Justin Lum. He just came to me. He's really good too. Okay, so I'm going to skip to, they should be back on in like 2 minutes. So hold on. Let me skip to it and see if they're back. And I'll chat with you if they're not for a little bit. Hopefully you guys don't mind. I'm so indecisive. I was hoping like the majority would all want the same thing. But of course it wasn't like that. It was like half and half pretty much. Because some of the people that were voting down they didn't do the thumbs down, they just said it. So I kind of like looked at it. Seemed like it was going to be a hard choice. It wasn't very hold on a second, let me put this on. Okay, here we go. Everybody didn't really want the same thing. So Misbehave, do you want to come up, or maybe you could come up after, because they should be on in like 1 minute, because 6:30, that would make an hour. So I don't want to bring you up and then have to cut you off. But if you want to come up after, are you still here? She knows so much about this case. You know a lot, I feel like. Hey, Page Q. Inner peace. Yeah, I was gonna work on I was gonna go through, because some people were asking about that September thing, about all the 3 different body cams. I was gonna play them. When did I do that live? Sorry about that live that cut off, guys. When it cut off, my internet went down. And see, when my internet goes down, I have like this little globe thing that comes off at the bottom that shows my connection, and it went down on both, so it just cut off. Oh, Betty Boo, thanks for joining. So it cut off in the middle of the live stream. And it was crazy. And I'm sorry. I had Vanina and Amanda messaging me like, we're stuck we're backstage, we're stuck in StreamYard. So I was like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, my internet went off. I had phone data and that was it. So anyway, I wanted to play those videos, all of the different views, because you could view the cops that go down the basement. And then I also wanted to go through, I was going to try to edit that morning video. So then when I did a live tonight, I could play it, edit it a little bit better. So, and then I could play the original too. So yeah. That's probably better if I just skip through, because then I could work on that and then we could do another live. And then I also want to try to do another case, maybe cover another case, guys. So I was looking into a couple that misbehaved, recommended, that were kind of pretty interesting. The one I watched that night that the live went out. But we'll talk about that. We'll do an open one where we do like an open case. I don't know if that'll be tonight, but it'll maybe next week we'll do an open case where we could just talk about any cases, basically. I think that'll be interesting. She's posting most of her comments in her other channel. Wait, what, Darksea? No, I think it's coming up both, isn't it? Hold on, let me comment and see what it does. I thought last time it came up both were... Yeah, see, it comes up in both. It comes up the live streams and the regular. Some live streams I stream them from both channels just to kind of get the other live stream going a little bit, because then because a lot of people don't know about it or they can't find it. So then once I get like YouTube start recommending that channel, then I'll start doing maybe just some live streams on that channel, which I might still do that anyway. Yeah, I will, but I just been live streaming from both sometimes. But see how it comes up both. See, you could see the zavgirl live streams and then zavgirl. So I don't know why it comes up when I comment, it comes up on both. So, but yeah, so we're just waiting for them to come back. As you can see, they should be back anytime, I bet. I don't know. Either way, this is how I look at it. Either way, I mean, if they get into the prosecutor, I'm sure that the prosecutor is going to do fine, whatever prosecutor they get. But I do feel bad for Wood, because that goes against his reputation. Like, if he loses this, that's going to look kind of bad, I feel like, for his reputation. You know? Oh, thanks, Open Mind. Open Minds, welcome to the membership. Hold on, let me see if I could put yours up. I see you up top, but... Oh, thanks, Courtney Rob, for Shipastika. Thank you. Open Minds, where's your member thing? Oh, there you are. Thank you for joining. And Betty Boo, you too. Hey, Love and Coco. We got Jose Mita in the house. Inner Peas. Misbehaved. Who else do we got that I didn't say hi to yet? Robin Lane. Let's see. What'd you say, Courtney Rob? Exactly. SKB, they complained about a meeting they were counsel at. See, I just don't understand these claims, because isn't that the job of the prosecutor or any lawyer when they're interviewing a witness? Don't they always have some kind of motive? I don't understand why this is even an issue. Of course, he says things for a reason. He says certain things. Like, how is that? I think the way he went about it, I thought was pretty professional, and it wasn't that obvious. Like, he wasn't like, I don't know what the right word for this is, but it wasn't like it was so, influence, like it was so obvious of how much he was trying to influence her. I feel like they brought up that death sentence thing, and I re-listened to that, and he actually doesn't even say yes. He says, how does he answer that? When Summer asks Rob if they're gonna try for the death penalty, and Rob says no. I think he says no, or he doesn't think so, but it could change. Isn't that what he says? I have to go listen to it again because I know he doesn't say yes. If I'm remembering right, which, man, I wish I would have just listened to it right before this. I can't. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he says no, not as of right now, but it might change or something like that. Doesn't he say that? I know for sure it wasn't a yes. So, and that was one of the things that they were freaking going at Rob for, about talking about the death penalty. Freaking, she asked him. I don't understand that. And then the fact that he wants to have her testify right now, why isn't that allowed? She is one of the main people. I understand Pryor's argument in a way, but it shouldn't be that she can't testify. I mean, I understand what he's saying. It doesn't necessarily mean how she feels about it. It's basically what he did and how he acted, but she should still be allowed to testify and say how it affected her and how maybe it made her feel or how she took it. It still has to count for something. It doesn't count for the whole thing, but it has to count for at least something, But he made like a threat. Pryor like basically threatened, like, well, if you do this, then I'm going to call in the doctor and I'm going to call this and we're going to do this. Like, he was like threatening the judge and threatening them. If you do that, if you let her testify. And basically what he was saying, I feel like, is like he's going to draw this out for another couple days, waste the court time's money and time. So the judge maybe the judge was going to let her, but after he's probably thinking, oh my God, that doctor, that could be another like 4 or 5 hours, and all the other stuff he was threatening, that could have been another couple days of wasted money, all the court fees, all the people that you have to pay for the court stuff. I mean, it's just a waste of money and time. And he was threatening that. I thought that was very rude and unprofessional of Pryor. I do. And then he's saying of how I like when he repeated when he said how Rob was talking about his defendant, about how he's wimpy and he almost peed his pants. Every time that gets repeated, I love it, about Chad. But are you kidding me, you hypocrite? Isn't Pryor the one that was making fun of David Warwick for not being able to hear? And making fun of Melanie because Melanie, when they were asking Melanie questions, when Pryor was asking Melanie questions, she would sometimes look off and think about how to answer it because she wanted to probably be accurate and make sure she was answering it right. So she would kind of look off to the side and it would take her a minute before she answered, which I thought was smart. You want to make sure, you answer it correct and how you want to say it. And he was basically like, do you have some kind of mental problem? Is there something wrong with you that you can't understand the questions? And it's like, what if she did have some kind of issue where she didn't comprehend something very well, what he was accusing her of? Is that very nice to be making fun of somebody? So I think that was lower than calling somebody that is charged for freaking murder wimpy and almost peed his pants, because that's something more, I want to say subjective, like something more where it's not about, I don't know. If what I'm saying is if Melanie had some kind of mental disorder, that would be something more sensitive and more like serious of a thing to make fun of somebody. Or if David had trouble hearing, that's just lower to make fun of somebody like that than to just call somebody a wimp and about to pee their pants because of the situation that Chad got himself in. I don't know if you guys are following what I'm saying. I'm just rambling, waiting for them to come back. Maybe I should send you an invite, Misbehave. Do you want to come on after? Or it's already almost 7 o'clock. I don't know if I will have stuff ready for my live tonight, guys. Oh, thanks. See, when people join like Patreon, I don't know if the name, because somebody just joined and I want to thank you, but sometimes I don't know if the name is private, like if the name you use, like for instance, on an email or something, or PayPal. So I've had people where I've accidentally thanked somebody on PayPal and their name was on PayPal, and then they emailed me and they said, hey, please don't use my real name, but that's what's connected. So that's why I get nervous thanking people like on Patreon. But I saw you, the person that just joined Patreon, I saw that you joined. Thank you so much. I'll respond to you in the message. I just don't want to go against your privacy if that's a name you didn't want. I don't know. I don't know how to handle that kind of stuff. But I see all your Patreons that's been joining. You guys, thank you so much. I'm going to respond to everybody. Yeah, that looks like your real name, so I'm not going to say it out loud until you say it's okay. But thank you. I saw that. Who else do we got in here? See, they are late. I could have kept playing it. I should have just waited till one of you guys told me they were back on. But I did just want to say a couple things first. Yeah, no, Michelle, it's all right. Some people are just more sensitive to that, and that's fine. And some people, because of the jobs they might have, certain things that may make them a little bit more sensitive or a little bit more private. So no, don't worry. Some people use their real names. That's fine. And then some people don't. Either way is fine. I like to know ahead of time. Because I screwed up one time on the PayPal where I said, it was like during a live, somebody had donated. It was their name, and I said thank you to them. And they weren't really mad. They just like emailed me and said, hey, can you just not say my real name? Just use my, profile name. But sometimes I don't know the link. Like sometimes, I'll see the real name on PayPal, but I don't know what name it's connected to on the PayPal. Okay, we're back here. Let's do this.
All right, Madam Clerk, are we ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Appreciate your patience. We're starting a little later than I indicated. We'll be back on the record. These are cases CR 22-2755 and CR 22-2838, State versus Chad Daybell and State versus Lori Vallow. The court took a recess after considering the closing arguments today, and I'm prepared to make a ruling on these motions. In this case, the defendants have each filed motions to disqualify the prosecuting attorney. The court has considered the pleadings, the evidence submitted in the hearing on January 6th, and the arguments that were submitted today. As a preliminary question, the court has to determine what is the appropriate standard of review for granting or denying these motions. Pardon me. As has been pointed out by both the experts and in argument, there really are no Idaho cases directly on point to identify what is the precise standard for this motion to disqualify a prosecutor pre-trial. And there's no Idaho precedent the court's aware of where this remedy has been ordered by a trial court in a pending case. Neither defendant provided any citation for an appropriate standard of review, but made argument in support of their belief of what the standard should be. The state has referred the court to a standard in the Weaver versus Millard case, which was set forth in the state's brief. That case is a civil case, and while it's instructive to the court, I do share a concern that was raised by Mr. Means in his rebuttal argument that the civil standard may not be appropriate for a criminal case, and that would be because of the heightened duties that a prosecutor is charged with and the additional constitutional protections that are afforded to criminal defendants versus a civil standard. And so in the court's opinion that the Weaver versus Millard may not be the correct standard and will not be used for determining these motions at this hearing. There is some Idaho case law out there that for good cause, a trial court can, in its discretion, appoint a substitute attorney for an indigent defendant, for example, and that would be State versus Lippert, 145 Idaho 586. However, that is for the constitutionally guaranteed right of representation of an indigent defendant and does not necessarily apply to a trial court having the ability to order a substitute attorney to represent the state. In looking at other jurisdictions then, the court has located a precedent out of New York that is persuasive and will be adopted in this case, as I think this is a novel issue in terms of precedent. The case I'm referring to is called State versus Paperno, a 1981 case out of New York found at 54 New York 2nd 294. And that case deals directly with the issue of a defendant's pretrial motion to disqualify a prosecutor. The standard as stated in that case is as follows. It indicates first, the burden is on, well, let me read that directly from the case. The standard they use is that on a pretrial motion to disqualify the prosecutor, it is incumbent upon the defendant to make an adequate showing that the pretrial activity of the prosecutor will render his participation in the trial unfair. A mere assertion by the defendant that he intends to question some aspect of the prosecutor's conduct is insufficient. Rather, the defendant must demonstrate that there is a significant possibility that the prosecutor's pretrial activity will be a material issue in the case. So according to that, the burden is on the defendants to make an adequate showing that the pretrial activity of the prosecutor will render his participation in the trial unfair. And second, there must be a showing that there's a significant possibility that the prosecutor's pretrial activity will be a material issue in the case. So in reviewing then the motions with that standard, I look at the motions which mirror each other in their allegations. The allegations are, number one, that the prosecutor alleged misconduct violated due process rights of the defendants under the Idaho and U.S. Constitution, right to a fair and impartial trial, that the prosecutor engaged in coercive, unduly influential, and intimidating tactics to manipulate a material witness in this case. The second allegation in the motions is the prosecutor in this case violated the Idaho rules of professional conduct, as well as the ABA rules by his actions. The third allegation is the prosecutor's alleged misconduct could be construed under the witness tampering and witness intimidation statutes as criminal acts. Number four, the allegation that the prosecutor's alleged misconduct has made him a material witness in this criminal case. And number five, the prosecutor's alleged misconduct has caused the potential for future civil litigation directed at Fremont and Madison counties, as well as the prosecutor. And then number six, that the prosecutor's alleged misconduct has included concealing evidence in violation of Brady and Rule 16 of the Idaho Rules of Criminal Procedure. The court would note that in terms of the fourth allegation about the prosecutor being made a material witness in the case, there is some Idaho precedent on authority on when that occurs, and that would be the State versus Aguilar case. And that case is at 135 Idaho 894, and that states that the party seeking such testimony, meaning from a prosecutor, must demonstrate that the evidence is vital to his case and that his inability to present the same or similar facts from another source creates a compelling need for the testimony. Also, that a defendant has an obligation to exhaust other available sources of evidence before a court should sustain efforts to call a participating prosecutor as a witness, and that case states that such motions are generally disfavored. In determining then these allegations in the standard I've announced, then I've considered the evidence submitted, including the submitted pleadings and exhibit and the testimony of the three witnesses, including Garrett Smith, the attorney from Arizona, the expert witness opinions and testimony and reports of Dr. James Davidson and Dr. Samuel Newton. I've also considered, of course, the transcript of the audio recording as well as listen to the recording of the potential witness in this case and her discussion she had with Mr. Wood, which was submitted in the evidence of this hearing. So getting down to these allegations, counsel's alleged that there may have been or was a violation of Idaho Code 18-2604, which is Idaho's witness tampering criminal statute. Of course, to make a showing or to sustain the burden of violation of that would require the highest burden of proof because it's a criminal statute, so that would have to be shown beyond a reasonable doubt. Regarding the allegations of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct, of which there have been many allegations made, including rules 3.3, 3.4, 3.7, 4.2, and 8.4 of the Rules of Professional Conduct. The court considers as a fact finder in this proceeding that the standard of review to determine if there's been any violation of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct would be clear and convincing evidence, and that would be found under Warner versus Stewart, 129 Idaho 588, and the matter of Daw, 128 Idaho 80. In regards to those alleged violations of the Rules of Professional Conduct, the Idaho State Bar governs the licensing of attorneys in the state and also enforces the Rules of Professional Conduct. There's an office of Bar Counsel that conducts those hearings, which are administrative hearings. The Bar Counsel has the responsibility of investigating, and I'll quote from a rule, all matters involving possible misconduct called to their attention, and that's Idaho Bar Commission Rule 504B2. The state, in its brief, pardon me, I think I misplaced that, cites to the case of Cosman versus Dinius, which is 165 Idaho 375, which states unequivocally that the district court appropriately recognized that whether to issue sanctions for an ethical violation is a decision for the Idaho State Bar. So in other words, there's a separate governing agency that would make a determination as to whether or not any sanction should be imposed for violation of the Idaho Rules of Professional Conduct. Now, I understand that as the sitting and presiding court in this case, if I were convinced that an acting prosecutor was engaged in conduct that would result in a fair trial, then I would have an inherent ability to grant this motion, even though as I have mentioned, I don't see any prior precedent or I haven't ever heard of that happening. The Idaho Constitution under Article 5, Section 2 does grant the court with the inherent right to administer justice in a case. But again, the standard I'm looking at for the motion would be the standard out of the State versus Paperno, New York case, which is that the question of one, did the pretrial activity of Mr. Wood in this case render his participation in the trial unfair? And two, was there a significant possibility that this pretrial activity will be a material issue in the case? In this case, then, we're dealing with the comments that were made to a potential material witness who is the sister of the defendant, Lori Vallow. And as Mr. Evans pointed out during cross-examination, this witness may or may not ever be called to testify at a trial. So that's something I have to consider. The prosecutor, based on these allegations, could of course choose to recuse himself, but there's been no indication that he is doing that. Mr. Woods could, as if the allegations were true, be charged under that statute of Idaho Code 18-2604. There's no evidence or indication that that has happened. There could be a sanction issued by the Idaho State Bar, and their sanctions may include a private reprimand, a public reprimand, a suspension of license, or disbarment. Those are possibilities out there. There is no evidence before the court that the bar has taken any such action. So without knowing whether or not this potential witness will ever be called to testify at a trial, the court cannot find at this time that the interaction between Mr. Wood and the witness would render Mr. Wood's continued participation in this case unfair, and cannot determine that the prosecutor's pretrial activity will be a material issue in this case. For those reasons, then, the motions to disqualify Mr. Wood are denied. Now, if Ms. Shiflett in the future is called to testify at trial in this case, the court would require a pretrial hearing based on the evidence I heard at this hearing, which has been referred to as a taint hearing, and that was done in the case of State versus Severson, 147 Idaho 694. It's discussed in Head Note 46. So I would require that type of hearing before her testimony based on the evidence been presented by the defendants in this case. The court at this time has no other information of any other such conversations that may have occurred with other potential witnesses. If they did occur, then there may be a possibility of a future request for additional taint hearings for those witnesses as well. But that's not an issue before the court, as the only information submitted was the transcript and recording of the conversation with Ms. Shiflett. So finally, there were some concerning things in the recording in regards to the derogatory comments made by Mr. Wood about Mr. Means. I'm not going to issue an order to apologize or anything to that effect, but it's certainly my practice to always encourage a civility amongst counsel in my cases, and I'll just leave it up to Mr. Wood to determine whether or not he thinks that is an appropriate thing to do in order for continued civility and professionalism going forward in this case. Finally, of course, if the Idaho State Bar were to take any action, this court would be advised of that by the State Bar Association, and this issue may be subject to being reopened for further findings and conclusions if I received any such information. But any decision regarding a sanction for any violation of the ethical rules, if they did occur, is left to the sound determination and discretion of the Idaho State Bar. So that will be the court's ruling on these motions. Mr. Evans, I would ask that you prepare an order indicating that the motions are denied, and also include in the order the indication that the court would require a pretrial hearing to have an in-camera interview of Ms. Shiflett before trial, or well, don't necessarily say it would be an in-camera interview, just say that a hearing, pretrial hearing would be required if she is in fact to testify at trial.
Very good, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Pryor, do you have any questions on the court's ruling?
No, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Means, any questions on my ruling today?
No, Your Honor. Thank you for your efforts.
Thank you. And Mr. Evans, does the state have any questions on my ruling?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Counsel, we do have some other hearings we need to get scheduled, including, I guess, hearing on a motion to compel, change venue, and motions to dismiss. My preference, given the time, and I'd like to just arrange a conference call with counsel to look at calendaring and get these matters set. So I'll be available in the coming week. I'll reach out to counsel and let's look at our calendars and see when we want to get these additional motions scheduled. All right. Anything else we need to bring up on the case this afternoon then?
No, Your Honor.
No,
Thank you.
no, Your Honor.
All right. Thanks, everyone. And thank you to the Idaho Supreme Court for their support, as well as Fremont County. We'll be in recess.
Hey, we got misbehaved in the house.
That was so brutal.
Oh my God, I'm happy
Can you hear me?
though.
Oh.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, turn your YouTube down. Mute your YouTube. I could hear the echo.
Sorry, I'll turn it. Oh, yeah. Hold on.
No, you're
Okay.
fine.
Like, is that better?
Yeah, yeah. If you have it off,
Okay.
it'll be fine. So what'd you think? I'm happy.
Oh my
but-
gosh. That was like, I can't believe that he kept like using the threat. I'll bring those witnesses back. And we're all like,
I
no,
know,
just let
what
Rob
the-
go. Let Rob go.
I know. I bet you that's what the judge was thinking too. Like, okay, fine. I'm
I
not
think
going to
that
bring
he
Summer
totally-
up.
I think he totally did that on purpose. He brought those witnesses in and said, make it as long and dreadful as you possibly can. That's what I think he did.
Yeah,
You know what I
I
mean?
think you're right. Pryor is that type of person to just be like that. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and he wants to talk about conduct, really. And he's the biggest slime ball out of anybody. Like, really. I could see that, but I'm glad
Such a
because I got nervous
hypocrite.
for a minute.
I did
Get nervous for a
too.
minute.
When he was first starting out, hey, thanks Penny Blake for the super sticker. When the judge first started talking, I almost thought he was going the other way. I was like, wait, what is he saying? When he was
'Cause
quoting
he-
that case, and then he was, yeah, I got scared for a minute. Go ahead,
Yeah,
what?
because Rob would have gotten some trouble. You know what I mean? Just
I
because they make it criminal that way.
know.
And I was trying to look up what happens if a prosecuting attorney gets dismissed, but it doesn't. I couldn't really find the real. It always kind of turns back to your case being dismissed, but I don't think that would dismiss this case. But who knows? Who knows what they'll pull next?
Yeah, I mean they're probably gonna try something else too, because they have up until what end of July and August the new court, right?
Oh, I don't know.
It's a while
There's something
away,
tomorrow.
or the
They
new
have
trial.
something.
I mean,
Oh, that was
oh
yesterday.
wait, what do
It
you
was on the 7th,
mean?
sorry. It was on the 7th, sorry. It was yesterday. They had just on here I'm just seeing that they hold on, let me find it was just like the judge saying no, it was gonna whatever was denied about the hold on, it's right here.
Oh.
The amendment to it's opening. It was the amendment to something about the close to deny the hold on.
Oh, the doggies.
Oh my gosh, she's mad at me because I've taken her down, getting her hair done today. But the motion hearing will. Hold on a second. It was just to say that they are going to have it closed or whatever.
Oh wait, did they? Yeah, the venue, change of venue. What did they decide on that?
Sunny,
Wasn't that-
hold on. I don't think
Okay.
is this. I don't know if this is that. I was saying hold on to the dog. It was a notion of remote hearing, and it says redacted, amended. I don't know what it was, but it was yesterday.
I thought the change of venue and the dismissal. Remember, Pryor was trying to dismiss it to say they didn't have enough evidence, and then the change of venue. I thought that was supposed to be a hearing together. Whatever. Did that ever come about? Does anybody know in the chat? Do you know what I'm talking about? Misbehaved.
Yeah, they're supposed to do them both, and then it ended up being
Yeah.
to those testimony guys that lasted forever.
No, but I don't think that was with this one, though. I didn't think they were combining it with this hearing. It was supposed to be
I think they
earl-
were
with this one with Rob
on
Wood.
on the one on the 4th.
Oh, so what did they come up with?
I don't know. It seems
I'll have
like
to
it was
look
supposed
into
to be.
that.
On here,
Yeah.
they say, I don't know, I just lost my spot, but it says that they had something on the 7th, but, right here, the notice to remote hearing, it just says that, and this is redacted.
Okay.
But then on the 4th, they say order denying motions to close hearing. So they don't even put anything on this.
Oh, that's for the close of the hearing of Rob Wood, though. Remember, he wanted it closed, not Rob, but
Yeah,
wait, who
but
wanted
they
it closed? Rob did, I think. Yeah, but they made it public or whatever. But
Yeah, I don't see anything on this case on the
okay,
on here.
maybe they didn't have it yet. But did you see? I caught a part of the hearing. It was either Monday or Tuesday that had Judge Mallard. What was that all about? I saw
that's why
her.
I wonder if the other one was at a different courthouse, if it's at the one at the Fremont County. So I'm just looking at the Idaho Judicial Branch. Actually, I'm looking at the whole state. It says State of Idaho Judicial Branch. So I don't know which. I think it's the Madison County one I'm looking at, but
I'll look into that and see because
but
I
this
know
one
they
has
were
the Supreme
doing.
Court too, but they have so many.
I know they have
stuff
all these
against them.
stupid things because of freaking Pryor and means both. They're just trying to pull out anything because they're scared. I bet you. I mean, they don't have really. I feel like there's so much evidence against their defendants. I feel like I don't think.
Yeah.
I mean,
This one says that the notice of trial setting, final pretrial conference, and order governing the further procedures. So what is that? Would that be it?
I don't know. I'll have to see. Hold on, let me see. Maybe we'll get back with you on that. I just know it was sometime in January that the dismissal of Chad. Remember, Pryor is trying to get the dismissal of Chad because there's not enough evidence, and the change of venue. I remember seeing them together in a hearing that they were gonna. I don't know if it happened yet. It was sometime in January. But I don't think that was this week. This week was about making basically this hearing public, and then this hearing. But there was something with Mallard. I caught a part of the hearing. It was either Monday or Tuesday, and I don't know what that was about. So, but that has to be Mallard is the judge for Lori and the one, right? Isn't she? I forget these judges keep switching and stuff. I'm getting so confused.
Which one's the one that everyone thinks is like
Yeah,
cute?
yeah, the
Everyone's
nice looking one.
Is that-
what's his
which-
name? I forget.
See, I
now.
always thought that was boys. I'm like, I didn't know.
No, that was I would know if I heard his name. Do you guys know? Let me see it in the chat. But where did he go? That's why I'm so confused why these keep
I don't
changing the
know.
judges and stuff. Because there's the
And the
charge, Lori's first charges, remember? Go ahead, sorry.
Well, the last court was that when it was just, remember, Lori and Chad didn't show up. It was just the chick that time, the chick judge.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 different ones.
That's what I'm talking about. That's Mallard.
Oh, is that
Is the
Mallard?
girl. Yeah, that's the one I caught earlier. It was either Monday or Tuesday. They had I saw I don't know if it was just Means or if Means Empire, but I saw there was a hearing with Mallard either Monday or Tuesday.
And Lori and Chad both didn't show up for that one.
Yeah,
Which I'm like,
so I don't
they
know what
must
that was
communicate.
about.
They don't show up. I'm not going to show up either. You know what I mean? It's like, why would they both not show up?
But how can they communicate? They don't have any communication, do they?
Between their lawyers, probably. They work in the same
Oh,
building.
yeah, you're
I
right.
mean, they're
you're
all,
right.
they work out of the same office building.
That's Judge Edens. That's the one everybody thinks is cute. Judge Edens. I think that's how you say it. Yep. You're right, Robin Lee.
I mean, he could use a new hairdo, but
There's sometimes I feel like he looks
brush down.
cuter than others. Yes, that's what I thought, Super Noob. Okay, so Mallard is the one for the misdemeanor charges for Lori. So that's what the court, I don't know why they were in court Monday or Tuesday, because it had to have been something about that.
and she was, I think that was the one to dismiss, wasn't it? Or no?
Pryor wanted to dismiss the charges against Chad. Remember? He
Right,
said there
like
wasn't
that's
enough
gonna
evidence.
happen.
That's bullcrap because that's what the whole pretrial hearing or
They
the
were
preliminary
found in
hearing was all about. That was the point of it, to see if there's enough evidence to go to trial. And
Yeah,
they found
plus
that
they
there
were found
was.
in the freaking backyard.
I know. It's ridiculous.
I see sometimes when children are found and they're not the parents don't cooperate and stuff like that, and they'll get arrested even if they don't find the bodies. They'll still arrest the parents or whatever.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Like that one with that little boy just not too long ago, they still got him, and they didn't. You know what I mean? Just because they didn't cooperate or whatever.
Hey, Autumn Santomoro. I hope I said that right. Otto Santomoro, thank you for your comment. That's a sweet comment.
You're being so needy.
Wait, is Emma? Is that Emma? I don't know. Anyway, no, yeah, I agree with that. That's so ridiculous that he's even, because I mean, we sat through what 16 hours almost of the preliminary hearing to show that there was enough evidence to prosecute or to go to trial for Chad, and then he tries to say, "Oh, dismissal. There's not enough evidence." It's like that's like a kick in the butt to Edens for going through all that and saying, "Yes, there's enough evidence." What, you don't trust his decision, So yeah.
And that was even long to that. But I'll tell you what,
I like that. That preliminary
ones on
hearing was
Monday.
interesting, though.
Those ones
Yeah.
on Monday, that was rough. Someone made a comment in the chat about something taking up knitting as I was sitting there teaching myself how to knit a blanket. I'm like, that's me. I took up knitting during that one. So, but yeah, I did do some. I'm gonna have to look into like summer and stuff more, because it really just spikes my interest that she said her and her mom went to one of the PAP events to support Lori, who Lori was supporting Melanie. Why would her mom and her sister go support the sister supporting someone else? You know what I mean?
Wait, say that again. Say that again now.
Because Summer said that she had met Chad first. She went to a PAP event, one of the Prairie People events, with her mother to support Lori. And they said Lori was going to support Melanie Gibb. So I'm like,
oh, okay.
So you guys are actually going to support Melanie Gibb then, right? You know what I mean? Isn't how you're supporting
Yeah.
Lori. So I'm like, I would like to know when that was, when it was. And I don't think they just went. Who is so bored they just want to go to an event to support if it's not even your children? I mean, I wouldn't want to go.
Is that the one you're talking about where they said that they met Chad? Or not Chad? Yeah, Chad. Okay.
Yeah. And then it's funny that Chad calls her about bail money. That was kind of funny to me too. He said that.
Oh,
so,
yeah. She said that. Yeah.
She says the first time that I talked to him was, he said Lori didn't tell him anything about the kids. Yeah, right.
So you don't think, oh, yeah. So I do think that's what he did say to Summer probably. But yeah, right. Like they're in your freaking yard. You don't know nothing about her.
And that Smith, he is such a liar. Like when he first started talking, he's like, well, I didn't know if I was going to record or not. And then I just had my phone, and then I don't remember if I turned it on before or after I went in the room. And he goes, but then I just had it on the table. I set it on the table with my books and it was recording when it was set down. But then later he's like, oh, once they started talking, once Rob started talking like that, I pushed record on my phone. So which is it? You know what I mean? Was it on the table recording, or did you have it in your pocket where you could sneak and record later?
That's a
You
good
know?
point. That
And
was
he said
kind
they were
of.
just in the lobby of the Chandler Police Department. He didn't say, oh, and then we went into a private room. He never said that. He said it was just in the lobby.
Yeah, remember he even said they didn't even sit down. He said they just
So-
he doesn't even think they sat down. They just stood up. So
Yeah, I'd like to see the
that's
footage from the
weird.
police department that day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Smith is who he represents. What Summer, Zulema, and Melanie, right?
And that's another thing is what's in Pryor kept saying, I don't even know if she has counsel. Well, then who the hell was Smith, and why was he up there lying through his teeth the other day?
I know. That's what I was wondering when Pryor said that. I was wondering, does he think that she got another lawyer now because of all this or something? Is that what he meant? Because
And another thing
that's-
about him not even objecting one time in that conversation.
Yeah.
That's so annoying to me. I had to let it sink in. Well, yeah, you'll be definitely an attorney I'll call if I need one.
Yeah. And I met Melanie Pawlowski, guys, not Melanie Gibb. As far
Oh,
as
for her
that
attorney,
Smith,
yeah.
yeah, because sometimes when I just say Melanie, people get confused
they-
because they're both Melanie. So yeah,
It seems like
but
they
Melanie
kind of bounce
Pawlowski,
around.
yeah. Who is Melanie Gibbs' lawyer? I know it's Melanie Gibb, but when you say Gibbs, because
Gibbs.
how I say it, but who's
Did-
her lawyer?
I don't know. Did she even really go? It's
I know, I'm
and
trying to
there's
think.
something to their marriage date too. They didn't get married on Alex's death date for no reason. Do you know
Are
what I
you
mean?
serious? Yeah, explain that. I don't know if people know that.
Because it's hard to find any record on it. But I did see a paper. I didn't get a copy of it, but I did see it on somebody else's.
Did you send me? So you didn't send me a record. I forget what you sent
I didn't
me.
send you a record. I
Okay.
haven't even really kind of searched for it, but they did get married on 12/12 of this year, and it's like, why that day? Why not just wait maybe the next day or whatever? But then I
Yeah.
started looking into all the Utah, the Mormon, the cult stuff there, and it's actually quite extensive there, and it's actually quite known there. But it's the Utah is owned by the Mormons, and when law enforcement and judges sign on to their duties, they sign an agreement that they will protect the owners of the land, which means if there's any kind of weirdness going on, they're going to have to protect that. That's what it says if you look it up, that's what it says.
Well, because they bought out the state, you mean? Is that what you mean? Because even the law enforcement?
It just says they own the land, but then there's cases. See, like they have, you look it up. There's so many open cases. It's crazy. They have so many. And then if you look it up, there's actually there's actually a couple of them that just went to jail, but they said, oh, well, we don't really have proof of it because the witnesses are coming back like 20 years later saying this happened. They've even taken them to the places where they've seen sacrifices and stuff. There's even one lady who said, she explained how they did the sacrifice and how the body was when it died. And that's the only case that they said they had really kind of a little proof, but they didn't even follow up on it because the lady knew it was with a gun and she knew the positioning of the body, which was an awkward position, I guess. But so they say that they don't have anything. And they said there hasn't had anything happen since like back in 76 or whatever. But there's people in jail for it right now. And even if not, Lori and Chad are a perfect example of it happening again. And it's like they're breeded through family like that.
Wow.
And it says they usually wait like 20 years or something to come back and be a witnesses because usually they suppress it because it's trauma for them. And then they go to the temple to get married and it reignites all that trauma. And that's when they start, having their issues with it. And then they go, there's even a counselor. I listened to her podcast talking all about it and it made sense to me. I mean, it's not really what Mormons do, but I guess the Utah Mormons might. And it's all in the same area of where Warwick lives.
Wow.
Like that little area. Yeah, it's crazy. I have all the paperwork. I'll send it to you if you want and stuff too.
Gosh.
It's crazy. And I mean, I was thinking, oh, that's not how Mormons are and stuff like that. But I guess some of the Utah Mormons are like that.
Wait, because you're a Mormon. Are you practicing? Do you I forget what you said. Okay.
I don't, but my daughter is hardcore.
Is
She's
she?
very-
Okay.
Yeah, she's very, very Mormon.
That's good. Okay. So
Yeah, I've
you
got a couple bishops
do you
in the family.
okay. I mean, when people ask you, would you consider yourself Mormon then, right?
I do, because I was baptized
Okay.
Mormon. I just say that it's a lot of responsibility for me to take on. You really need to have
Aw.
to be all that good. I don't know. So
Wow. See, I
so
don't
I'm
know
thinking,
a ton about Mormons. Go ahead.
yeah,
What?
I've actually learned more about it just researching the Vallow case than I have known my whole life. But being that Chad is actually from Utah, I started thinking about it, and I started thinking, I wonder about his children. If it's something that you like, some of the families, not all of them, but in Utah, like are raised that way. They say it's usually through your family. So Chad being from Utah, I started thinking, what if it's a family thing for him, and he was just trying to get hold of, get into this. And another thing, if you look up, I'm sorry, the Satanic calendar, the dates are they're so familiar, but the date that Melanie Gibb and workers there is actually like some big, it's like you can do 3 days before and 3 days after, but it's like some big ritual orgy. And so I'm thinking that day they went to look at that property, what really happened that day? What really happened when
What?
Melanie Gibb was there?
Oh,
Because they said
wow.
that sacrifice, you sacrifice a child, a young child, and it says it's the binding of the hands. His hands were bound. There, whatever. That's what the sacrifice is called.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, and then the September 8th one, it's September 8th, but it's the sacrifice of a girl that's 21 years or younger, and it's
What?
burning and eating of the flesh. Yeah, look it up. It's crazy. I didn't think the Satanic calendar. I'm like, yeah, right, but I looked it up. And
Oh my God.
November 5th is a ritual for partying, dancing, and drinking. What were they doing on the beach? Drinking, dancing,
Wow.
and that is November 5th. Yeah, it's crazy. You can just look it up. There's a couple different ones of them, but if you just search, look through them, you'll find that one. And I think I saved it to send you, but.
Wait, are you saying the first one that you talked about the orgy, is that September 23rd or is that September 22nd?
Yeah, it's the 22nd, but you can do it 3 days before. And in the Satanic calendar, it's 3 days before or 3 days after. You have to do it in that time period. Like, you don't have to do it exactly on the day.
Okay.
So
Wow. So maybe I guess it was. I was a little leery believing that it had anything to do with
too.
like
I've heard it.
sacrifices, but yeah, I guess I don't think that was the reason that they killed him, but I think that they had other reasons, and then they made it so it fell along with the sacrifice. You know what I'm saying? Do you
or
think?
maybe I just think that maybe the two somehow. I don't think that that's what they're practicing, but I think somehow, since it's all a little bit of corruption, they intertwined. And they've just heard it through just like polygamy. Polygamy is not something that the Mormons practice now. Well, not most of them, but if you go to the old Book of Mormon that we don't practice, nowadays or whatever, they did mention polygamy and they did mention the many probations, but they call it many. It's more of a mortal. It's like when we're born, we're in the spirit world, and we know what's like in that recording. Lori starts talking about, I sat with Jesus. I knew what my life was going to be like. I chose, you know what I mean? How she kind of said how she knew she was going to go through all this trauma in her life or whatever. So like before you have that, and then you're born, so you get your body, and then when you die, you go back. Kind of like those are the multiple probations in our life. But in Lori and Chad's belief, is I found this site that what they believe is that they can go, that they're always going to be able to come and go. They're not going to ever be like, here or there. And they said that it's so fast sorry if you see dog hairs. It's so fast, like they can go and come back here. And for us, it'll seem like 10 years, but for them, it's like 10 seconds or whatever in their mind. But it's all the stuff that from the Old Testaments that they learned. And I got to send you all the stuff on it. It's so crazy because everything it makes sense to when you listen to like Lori's beliefs and stuff like that. What I read, it makes so much sense with it, but it's not reality. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's not real.
Yeah.
Just like, and they think that they're like those, she does think she's protected by what that thing said. It says she does think that she's protected. They have a certain protection, and so she thinks that she will not pay any consequences for the sacrifice of her daughter or whatever not. But it's so crazy. I didn't really think it was like cult-like either, and I still don't necessarily call it cult-like. And I don't think he was like, I'm going to form a cult, but I think he was thinking he was going to form his own religion, which, you know what I mean?
Yeah. He didn't look at it like a cult, but he just looked at it like his beliefs and his visions and his.
Yeah, and I think he was usually thinking more of how he can get more, because I mean, who in their right mind has ever heard of a church that talks about libido being one of the major things in it? Who does that? Libido, is that the right word? Libido? You know,
Lovato. Wait, no.
his three major rules about it were something, and then Lovato was in it. I don't remember exactly how it goes, but he mentions it in there, and that's your sexual appetite or whatever.
Oh, libido.
Yeah,
okay.
so
I was like, what are you talking about,
that
Lovato? Okay,
exercise,
libido. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know.
But I mean, but religion says that in it. Besides,
Yeah, because that's true. Religion. Well, I mean, it's talked a lot about in like psychology and stuff like that. Your libido, but not in a religion. Yeah.
yeah.
Huh.
And then I was reading something like, you know, when Chad went and stayed at their house when Charles lived there and stuff. And there was a girl, and I was trying to, I was reading like whenever I was texting you, or where I was super late. And then I don't know where I saved it, but it was like someone who was at that preparing a people event that, you know, and Lori invited everyone to come stay over. And there was a chick there, and she was like asking where Chad was staying. And she said he got really super weird about it and stuff. And then it's like she said, even, you know, they just were so weird about it. And she goes, and now it makes sense because they didn't want her to know that he was staying with her in her room that night.
Yes, I remember reading something like that. How it was.
Yeah.
Didn't they? How did they answer? Didn't they answer? How did they answer that when they asked?
They said that he
him?
was
Do you
staying
remember?
in JJ's room or Colby's room or something.
Yes.
Like that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I just like that whole thing is, to me, I don't know, but like Melanie Gibbs, she lied so many times that she got some kind of immunity. Why did Zulema get some kind of immunity? What's that about? You know?
You think Zulema did get some kind of immunity?
She did. They said it yesterday. They said on Monday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, who said it? What?
Either one of the judges or either the judge or one of the lawyers.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, they said it in the very beginning part of it. She's got some kind of protection.
That's not. Then that means she gave up some information, probably, right, or something.
I don't know.
I mean, what is that? Usually, you get immunity. Wait, how would that work?
I don't know if immunity was the word that they used, though. I think that it was some. Let's see if anybody in the chat knows. I can't look at my chat because I guess I can if I turn the sound down, right?
Yeah, Ariella, your comments are getting posted. Oh, the judge. Yep. Basically, Tammy Wood is staying. Basically, so he's still going to be the prosecutor as far as right now. As far as right now, I mean, as far as how everything goes, yeah, he's staying. So, I went. Oh, Misbehave. Did you hear the Zulema recording? Did they play it today or not?
I don't think they're going to, because it's not part of this issue. And what
I thought it was, though. I thought originally it's in the affidavit, it's in the report that it was Zulema and Summer. I thought wasn't it?
It was the Zulema went. They went the day after each other. One of them went one day, and
Zulema
went the other.
Isn't that one of their claims against Rob? Is both interviews though?
No, because Pryor said that he hasn't gone over that phone call yet.
Oh my God, that's coming next then. That's coming next. They're going to bring that. That's probably why they kept it separate. Now they're going to waste the court's time and probably try to make a charge against. Oh, I see it already,
and you
guys.
Know what? But they want a speedy trial, so why are they not making it speedy? You know what I mean? They're trying to get a speedy trial, but I don't know. And Zulema, I don't know why. Summer called them and said, "I want to come in and testify." So she was wanting to come in. Those guys did not want that to happen. They were everything. So why? What are they hiding so much?
Exactly.
Yeah, she was like wanting to. She called them.
I think they should have let her. I think they should have let her. They acted like it was like ridiculous that they wanted her in. It was like, no, it's not. She is the interview that you guys are talking about. I think it's very
don't make me
relevant
bring the witness back.
Exactly.
Don't make me do
I can't believe he's like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring Dr. So-and-so back.
Or I'm going to go get that doctor.
Oh my God.
I can't believe he said that. He probably said that probably four times, maybe 5 times throughout this one. Like, seriously. I'm going to go get that other witness. Yeah, it was brutal. Seriously, I mean, I took up knitting.
What?
I said I took up knitting. I mean,
so you really did take up knitting, though?
Look, I really did. Look,
I wasn't sure if it was like seriously. That's awesome. I love blankets. Okay.
I did look at my blanket, and it's the first time I ever made one. But look, it's turning out kind of good.
Ooh, nice.
That's how bored I was. It's a big one too. Like, thanks, guys.
That's awesome.
The school of YouTube.
No, that's awesome. I love my grandma knits. I love her blankets. I
It's
have like a
handy.
bunch
You
of
don't
them.
even have to use a thingamajigger. You just do it on your hands.
Yeah, yep, that's what
So I'm
she
like,
does.
I took her to the stinking dog groomer today, and she's just floating hairs everywhere. Shouldn't they,
I
like,
don't
blow
see
them
him,
off?
but I could tell yours.
Oh, it's
Yours
like
see. I
driving me
don't see him though.
crazy. You know, when you go from the groomer, they did her a little bit short, and I'm like, oh, not so cute today.
Aw. Yeah, wait, is she by you right now?
Yeah,
I like
she's.
your hoodie.
Oh, thanks, Target. It's Target.
Oh, look how
She hates to be on
pretty.
camera. Can you see
Look
her?
at her
Fully?
little bows.
Yeah,
Look at her
oh,
little
there she is.
bows.
They put a little
She's
Wonder
so
Woman thing on her. Would you?
cute.
She's
Aw.
so. Um, she is needy.
She's a cutie.
She is
Hey,
cute.
G
but-
Dubs.
Go
G
get the
Dubs in the
birdies. Go get the
house.
birdies. I was gonna look up. Oh, I was gonna look up from when he said that she had that immunity, but I wonder why. You know, she's the only one out of this whole case that has ever cried, and it was on the phone when she got home on the 911 call when he was dying on her floor. Is the only time that I heard anyone like seem a little bit upset about anything. Why have none of them cried? Why have none of them, when they did the vigil for the kids, why weren't they there? Why was nobody there? Not even, and you think Melanie, being a good friend, supportive, she would be at that kind of stuff. But no, the grandparents, no. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. No,
Not
that's
one
a
of
good
them, not one
point.
of them, they post all this sad stuff on their Facebook or whatever, but we haven't seen one tear. You know how traumatic, and I would be just a total disaster. You know, if I even
Do you think they were
thought-
afraid of like reactions of people since it's her
But even
family
after
and
they
stuff?
got found dead and stuff, they didn't even you don't
Yeah.
see tears. I mean, it's just like, and I think
Oh,
it-
tears. Yeah. I'm talking about showing up for the vigil, but yeah, tears.
I don't
I know.
even see a watery eye. I don't see anyone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I know. I feel like a lot of some of these family members that are coming out acting like, oh, they're so sad. It's my family. It's my so-and-so cousin or whoever they are. I feel like they weren't even there for him when they were alive. Some of these people, like they're claiming,
Yeah.
it's like you weren't even around. I'm not going to name any names, but there's a few people that it's like, no, you weren't. You barely even talked to them. So what are you talking about? I don't
and
know.
what,
Yeah.
just like how Lori's mom has never been to any of her weddings. I mean, she only had like 5 of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think they're as Mormon as they say they are, because like if you look at their, I probably already said this to you, but if you look at their family picture, they're all up on strapless and tank tops or whatever. And Lori hasn't been every single one of her weddings except for the last one. When you're Mormon, you don't get married. You keep people, you're covered.
Yeah. Yeah.
So-
Okay.
And then I figured
That
out the
makes
whole
sense.
temple recommend thing too, because I was thinking she didn't have one, but she did get one, and it was from that Gabe, her bishop. Her bishop.
Oh.
He's the one that was with Charles that night, and he got on the phone and said, "Well, it wasn't actually a threat. It was more of just like a I'll take all your
Yeah,
money."
that's her.
That was their bishop, and that's who gave her the
What?
temple recommend. And he could be in trouble for that because it's supposed to go through him, unless he really believes that she is worthy of it. Then it has to go from him to somebody else. But
Wait,
didn't
that
go to
doesn't make
anybody else.
sense because they never mentioned that that's who he was when they called him. Why didn't they say it? They made it seem like it was just Charles's friend, I thought.
yeah, it was that Gabe guy. It was the Gabe, whatever his last name is, Barella, and it was her and Charles's bishop. You know, he called him as a good guy. Can you come
Wow.
pick me up at the airport? I've got a situation, and the
Yeah,
guy's
I
really,
didn't realize
you know what I mean?
that. Okay.
Mhm.
Wait, let me make you guys, is this slow? I didn't activate slow chat, but everybody's saying, and that I was wondering why when I scroll down, there's not any messages barely. Are you guys trying to chat and you can't chat or something? But I didn't activate slow mode. Let me know. Say something if
She
what?
talks too much, we're out. Missy talks too much, we're out.
No, this was even during the hearing too. I would keep scrolling down and there would be like 500 people and I'm like, wow, this chat is either really behind or there's not many people chatting. And now people are bringing it to my attention and it wasn't just me imagining it. Yeah. Let me know. I can type and retype. Okay, maybe people are just not chatting as much. Okay. Said he was going to interview other witnesses. Said, or I don't think we've heard the last of. No, you're right. I think he's going to try to pull some stuff. Remember, he said he was going to interview the witnesses and stuff. Remember, misbehaved prior.
Isn't that his?
And,
And plus, isn't that his job? Isn't his job? It's like how Tammy kind of set Chris up to tell the truth, kind of, or the so-called truth. It's like his job to get the guy
Yeah.
to confess.
Yes. I know.
I mean-
that's the whole thing. That's all of their jobs. So I feel like the
Like, and then they
intent.
go and bring in these doctors that are from, what are they, just teachers and stuff? I mean, you know what I mean? It's like these pointless people come in, but then they can't really have the real person who it's about come in. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
No,
I
it
mean,
is.
Rob is probably just like, that makes Rob, he's just like, because they think that it could make it easier for them to dismiss the case. Because they can dismiss it if he doesn't have accurate information or whatever. So maybe if they brought in someone new, they'd be like, "Oh, he doesn't have that from his own mouth." I don't know.
Oh,
I
I
don't know.
see. I see.
I don't
They
think
might
no matter
mess up
what, I don't
something
think-
because
I
what's
mean, I
that?
guess it's not murder charges, so I guess it's not as big as case as we think that it is, or we know that it is. But to the court system, it's really not because they don't have murder charges. So I think Pryor's thing is trying to get that it dropped before they have the murder charges. But
Okay.
Rob Woods is a huge threat to him. He's huge to them.
A huge. But don't you think so you don't. You think if they did end up getting another prosecutor, they would feel less threatened or something, or
I think that well, from what I was reading, it says that if the prosecutor does not have correct information or misinformation or whatever, they can drop the whole case because of misinformation.
okay.
So
And
I
this
think
is so
for some reason they
complicated.
think if they get rid of the prosecutor, they'll just bring in an attorney, and they might think that attorney might not be sufficient enough to bring in,
Okay.
or maybe he
Okay.
can't transfer his records over. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he has to start with all. You know what I mean? Maybe there's certain
Yeah, and
records he can't
there's
have.
so many different things going on in this case. It's kind of complicated that I feel like it would be easy maybe for them to mess up on something. Maybe they're
Right, because
hoping,
it's
yeah.
not murder charges yet, so it's
Yeah.
not that as bad as the case as it is. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. I don't know. It makes sense to me, but
No, maybe because I was wondering. I'm like, man, karma is. You get rid of him, you're going to get somebody probably even tougher. But maybe
know,
they
that's what I
were
was thinking,
hoping on
too.
like, but hopefully they would have somebody competent enough that would really bust his butt or her butt and like make sure they got all the facts straight. And
yeah,
but
or maybe this will put Rob Woods in gear to get those murder charges going.
yeah. I just felt bad for Rob if they did dismiss him because that would go against his. I don't know if there would be a legal thing like a charge on his record, but also his reputation. I mean, that would just look
I
bad,
know. Plus, to put him through that, I mean, that was
Yeah.
treacherous. Could you imagine actually having to be about you?
Yeah, man.
I was wondering. I was wondering about Julie Rowe. Did she take her kids when she separated from her husband?
I don't know. I haven't really looked into her in a while.
You know the other guy. He was. I'm trying to find his name. He was Chad's friend, and he supported him at first, but then he didn't. But there's pictures of him and Julie Rowe. They do like a podcast together. I'm trying to think of what his name
Yeah,
was.
yeah. Are you talking about Eyes Open or something?
He left his kids too.
What?
He's the dude. He left his family. He even says it on his website. He goes, the choices that I made and stuff like that, and the bonding to my family, and but he says it on his website. Then he puts all these podcasts on there that are just like Julie Rowe's podcasts. And people are like, you know what I mean? It's like you're sitting here saying that you.
Wait,
these
so
it's not the Eyes Wide Open. It's another one.
it's not that same guy. Is it the same guy?
It's the same
Okay,
guy, but it's a different website. They have so many. They have so. And Julie Rowe.
So do you
is
think
now
they're maybe getting together or something? They
I
both
think-
leave their families.
And they do this one little podcast together, and it seems to me, I think so, probably, but I think probably they'll probably be married tomorrow.
Is that a Mormon thing to get married so quick?
No, but I guess what I've heard, but I haven't even really seen it, but I guess it's like because to go to the through the end days, you have to have. So I'm going to be screwed because I guess you have to have a partner or priesthood or whatever married to one. So I'm like screwed. I guess I'm staying here.
Wait, say that again. Wait, you have to have a partner for what?
Well, no, and within their little beliefs that you have to have you have to be married, and you have to be sealed in this temple thing to be able to go on to the 144 or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know what it is about them not wanting to bring the kids along because like the Mormons things is like start having babies. They all will start popping out babies, and then they don't want them to come to the end. I mean, it's ridiculous to me, but.
How many kids? Isn't most of Julie's kids grown though? Does she have young ones?
I think she might have maybe one or two that are not of age. I know she just had one that went on a mission not too long ago. I mean, it's been, I guess I don't really know the dates, but I'm just going by her picture of what she looks like. I think it was probably within like the last 6 years or something for sure.
Okay.
I don't really know though, but.
Are you read this quote? Read this thing up on screen. Do you know anything about that? That's interesting.
Hold on,
you
let me
see
pull
it,
it up
or-
on here real
Okay.
fast. Yeah, I'll pull up up here. It's bigger. Usually, I have my TV going, and I have I have two phones going, and I'm like, and they still can't keep up. Okay, I don't see it up on there. Oh, I gotta wait for the commercial.
Oh yeah, it's delayed.
Under
Oh,
Idaho law.
hey, cow, grow up. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, see, that's another thing. Yeah, about in Utah, that makes me think of the Utah, the Idaho thing, because it's those connecting states. But also in Utah, for a sexual or some kind of a sexual or ritual that they do, if it's religious, they do not prosecute for that. It goes under some other weird law. It's not like normal, like if you were in Arizona and you did something like that. It's a whole lot different than in Utah. It's weird. Just look up the Utah states.
Wow, that's
with the LDS.
crazy.
It's I'll send you some of the things because I save them all to my screen, and then I always have all these folders. I don't even know what my phone is actually starting to freeze up to where I have to like shut it off so I can open it back up because I have so much crap saved on there.
Oh yeah, I've been
I
there.
I discovered the whole saving to the desktop instead of, because before I just save it and then I try and find it through my files, but then I found that you can actually save it to your top, But I have. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. I'm like, why am I saving all this crap on the
You could even maybe get a thumb drive or something and put something on. Like you could get a what do they call the hard drive? But I would just get like a couple thumb drives and maybe move some of it if it's clogging up your speed.
I know,
on your...
and I should, but really I should just get rid of it because I'm like, it's not even like in order. So for me to find what I'm looking for, it takes me so long. I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it. But I was trying to think the multiple probations. It's actually multiple moralities in the LDS religion. That's because you're not always alive or a human being in the flesh when you're in those different lives,
Okay. Yeah.
That was in the Journal of Discourses. What, Sonny? Go get the birdie. And I found Melanie. You want to go to Melanie Gibb for a minute?
Yeah.
So I started listening to the whole interview thing again. I have to see where I put my notes. But when she was talking to Nate Eaton in his interview, she says, she starts talking about, when Chad called her the day of the search or whatever and asked her to, about the kids, or said that she's going to say that they're with you. And then she says Lori called her hours later or an hour later or whatever. But when she's talking to him, she actually says, so when he called, and then she goes, and then she talks like, and then they said, and turned it to they. And so Nate goes, and so Lori called you, and she goes, oh, like an hour later or something like that. But she turned it to like it was both of them on the phone, which is kind of weird to me.
Okay. So I forget they were together then at the time though, physically, right?
No,
when they
he
called,
was saying that the cops are at Lori's house and she's going to tell them. He acted like he wasn't, but I don't really, who really knows?
Oh, I see.
And then another thing that she said to him that I thought was weird is he goes, so what did you guys talk about, you and Lori, like right when you guys became friends and stuff like that? And Melanie goes, well, she's got a son that's, on the spectrum, and she goes, and so we would talk about what that was like for her. Like, and don't you have a child in the spectrum, Melanie, or do you not? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because why do you need to know what it's like when you should know?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, he's not. Yeah, she doesn't raise him, so.
Wow.
And I still wonder why, because that kid told Rob or the police or whoever that JJ was there. He told.
I remember. Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
And they asked him. Remember, they
weird.
asked her in court, and she said, "What did she say? Oh, he didn't. He got confused. He said he got confused or something, didn't he, or something like that?"
She got mad. She was mad about that. But you know what? When would he have really been there? Because Melanie hasn't even been there.
Yeah. So, I mean, what do you think? Why do you think that it was because she told him to say that, or why? Like at first, maybe when she was going to pretend that JJ was there, maybe she originally told him, "Hey, just go along with the story," and then she forgot to tell him not to, or she did clear it up, but since maybe he's has a disability, maybe he just didn't understand or something. I don't know.
Or maybe he doesn't have one, and she's just saying that so that. So they might think
Yeah.
that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why they would go
know.
talk to her kid anyways. Why wouldn't they just go talk to her husband instead of drilling a little
Especially
kid
if
that's on
he
the
does
spectrum?
have a disability. Yeah, that's weird. They shouldn't be allowed to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I mean, Melanie, she frustrates me so bad because it's like, if my friend was sitting there going, well, he's getting in my way, I've got to get rid of him. If she was my friend, I'd be like, wait, what? Something is wrong with
Yeah,
you.
yeah. There's a few instances when what Lori
She
said,
discussed
Melanie
it.
should have been like, wait a minute. Like as far as Tammy dying and stuff like that issue, some of the stuff
Yeah.
that Lori said to Melanie, and Melanie was saying how Lori said that about Tammy, and it's just like, wait a minute, wouldn't that like be like what, like red flag, what, like that something is not right here, saying that, oh, Tammy's not dead yet, but and then Melanie asking her, well, shouldn't you wait till she dies before you move up there? Like, what? Like,
Yeah.
what
Like,
do you mean?
is that normal?
That is
I-
not normal.
I tried on the 22nd. They went up there when they were there, and they said on the 22nd, her and David went to whatever they call it, something cello, not the concert, but whatever they went to up there.
Okay.
I didn't see any kind of a preparing a people event up there on the 22nd.
Yeah, you were
or on
telling
the
me
Monday.
that.
They said on Monday. Then they said they left Monday to go to. It's a little town. I forget what the town's called, but it's a little town. But I didn't see any kind of event, so I'm like, were they really going to an event? And because on all day Saturday they don't have nothing. They have nothing except for that event to take up their time. But that weekend, the party of the giant orgy or whatever, it's actually for the weekend. It's like a couple days long one. I think there's something.
So do you think do you think maybe it's just not a preparing a people event, maybe just a different event?
Well,
or?
I looked up any kind of events. The only thing I find is the bike one. When you go ride with a bunch of other bike riders, unless they went bike riding. I don't know. And that was on the 23rd, the bike riding one. But I didn't see anything. But it could have been under something else. But I looked all through any kind of book thing, any kind of author thing, any kind of like public event. I'm trying to think of what the little town's called. Melanie says it. No, we went to something Portatello or something like that. It's a little town over there.
Yeah, I remember her
Yeah.
saying that. I wasn't sure what that was or where.
I mean,
that
maybe
was
they were
out
just
there.
having a romantic little getaway and they're connecting.
Yeah, but why not just
connecting rooms.
say? I mean, why? Oh, I see what you're saying.
Or why not just stay at Lori's or whatever, for that matter? I don't know. What I want to know is, where's that podcast from that night? Where is it?
Yeah.
From that Saturday night. Where is that podcast at?
Well, what's that one podcast that's out? I forget what date that is, where you might hear JJ in the background. What date is that from?
Is that
I have it uploaded. I don't know. I forget what date that's from. Man, I could go back to my files.
I don't think I've seen one from that night before.
It was with Melanie and Lori, and you hear what people think that it's probably JJ in the background, like a kid talking.
Right.
But I don't think it's from that night. But I think it was from a couple weeks before that, which then it made me think, well, were they doing it virtual? Was she not actually physically with? Because you don't have to
like
actually
doing it
be
on
with
the
somebody,
phone,
but
yeah.
maybe they were doing like a podcast where she was, wherever she was, and Lori was where she was, and then they did a podcast. But I don't know. This is the thing. I heard different people say that was a different date. I heard some people think it was one date and some people think it was another. I don't know. Let me find it.
We don't ever know when they record them either, for that matter. But
that's true. Yes.
yeah, but I don't think that one's been out, because I don't necessarily know that they were making one that night. They might have been having their little party.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
really know, but I'm just speculating that. But I want
to find that and see. It's
Yeah, I've
interesting.
only
It's
heard
definitely
actually one or
Melanie and
two.
her. It's definitely Melanie and Melanie
Lori.
and Lori. Yeah, it's
And
definitely.
that's not the one that Jason Mao's on.
No, it's a different one. Yeah, there's the one with Jason Mao, and then this is a different one where you hear a kid in the background that people were thinking it might be JJ. And then that's why the date was important, because we were trying to figure out, was this before he was missing, after? Hold on, let me find it.
But if it was that date, it would have stuck in your head probably.
Well, no, it's because I don't know what date it was. Some people were saying one date, and some other people uploaded it and they said it was this day, and then some other people like commented under my upload and saying, no, I think it's this day. So I don't know. I mean, there's no way to confirm it. That's the problem. Let me see. Anything else? Any other topics while I'm looking for it you want to bring
Oh,
up?
you know how and what's another thing is when they searched the townhouse and stuff, they said they had to search the certain ones, and when they called Ian or talked to Ian on the phone, he even said he gave them the passcode to Alex's condo. Why would Ian know that when he wasn't even married to Melanie yet? You know what I mean? Like, why would he just know their passcode? New family member, come on in, have our passcodes and stuff. That's kind of weird to me too.
Yeah, okay. I didn't even
And when
know that.
Lori and Chad got married on the 5th, on their little drink and dance on the celebrate, why did they come back? Why did they come back? Why didn't they just stay gone? The kids were dead. Why did they come back?
Do you have
that's
a
weird.
do you have
Did
a
they have to
theory
get-
on?
I don't. I have no clue why they would have come back. I mean, I don't know. Why did they come back? You know what I mean? They were
Yeah.
gone. They could have been in Mexico by that point. We didn't.
What happened after? Let's think. What happened after that?
They came back, and then, what did happen? I know
Anything
that's
like-
when Melanie moved. When did Melanie and Alex get married? They got married on the. I have them all down here somewhere. Alex, when did Alex and?
Man, I used to know these dates like the back of my
before
hand,
they
and now
got
it's been
married.
so long.
It was before they got married, regardless.
Okay.
But, so it was between that time. It was like they got married and then they went back and then that happened, I think. And then I think they went. They came back and then they got married after that. Because they were for the welfare check. Where was Melanie when they did the welfare check? When's Thanksgiving? Because Melanie went to Thanksgiving, and they were
Okay.
gone, and they were gone by then. And the search was on the 26th. Thanksgiving had to have been after the 26th. That year.
Okay.
You know how it goes every 7 years? It was
Yeah.
on Thursday. So I think they got married on like the 20. I don't know, but still, why did they come back? Does anyone know?
I don't know. There probably was some reason because then they went back after that. And then, do you know that if Melanie ever really did go to Hawaii with her,
Melanie,
Like- Pawlowski?
I heard. Well, there's pictures of her kids in Hawaii, so I imagine.
No, like around that time, like around it
Well,
would be,
the ages
what time would that
of
be?
them seem appropriate that it would at least
Okay,
been in like
okay.
that year, but I don't know. I mean, I know just from looking
And-
at them. I'm
but
just going off and looking at them.
Melanie Pawlowski never said anything about it. Like, why didn't, I mean, shouldn't that have been brought up around that time when they're trying to figure out everything? Like,
Well, a
but
lot
remember
of
it
stuff
was
should have
in,
probably been brought up.
yeah, it was going to be in the hearing. Whatever happened? Remember Melanie Gibb might have been a witness in Melanie Pawlowski's hearing. Did that ever happen as far as,
I don't know. See, who knows who
Okay,
has immunity
okay.
anymore or not? But I know that she even said at the custody battle. I mean, she said she is a suspect or a person of interest in that case. I'm like, I can't believe they gave her kids back.
Whose kids?
boggles
Wait,
my
say that
mind.
again? I'm sorry,
I
I-
can't believe that she's getting her kids back. Non-visitation. I mean,
that's what I was asking. So whatever came of that? She is
she-
getting her
she
kids
gets-
back?
She has all full authority to make
Oh
the
my
decisions, and she
gosh.
gets
no.
her
Are
custody
you
time
serious?
back starting
See,
at
I
the beginning
missed.
of the year.
I missed that. I was.
Unsupervised.
Oh no.
Yeah, it boggles my mind. Brandon looked like he was about to cry, but it boggles my mind that they would give them back with. I mean, they could have did it supervised, or they could have did it. I don't know. It boggles my mind.
I watched it like the first couple days or the first part of that hearing, and then the next day, like on the ruling or whatever the verdict was or whatever, I missed it. I forgot about it. I cannot believe I forgot. So, okay, when does Brandon get to see the kids? I don't understand. Is it 50-50 or what?
It's
Okay.
50-50. But I'm like, what? How many chances does she get? She's got 4 kids. She gonna, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Knock
Okay,
them all
so
off at once, or
I heard, okay, I found the podcast. The podcast supposedly, from what I was told, and I put in my title, it would have been 2 days before Ty Lee's gone. So Ty Lee, what was September 8th? So around September 6th is what was told when I received the podcast. But then I had other people claiming, oh, I think it was this day. I don't know. But that's what I thought of when I uploaded it. I thought it was from
I'll have to go
a
listen
couple
to it to see what
days
they talk
before. Okay, yeah. Does anybody know in the, let me see what everybody says in the
I
chat.
mean, I started listening to some of them. I'm like, they're all the same, and I can't even barely even finish. I mean, I think I've listened to the one with Jason Mao, and I'm like, I couldn't even barely.
That one was, yeah, that was boring.
I think I'd rather listen to.
And then
the doctor.
Zulema's was, yeah. No, I don't know. I think I'd rather listen to Jason Mao than the doctor.
I
That
just don't
doctor
know-
was,
Oh, Jason Mao. Just like It's about, I am the king of the, I don't know. I should hit up my cousin, because my cousin is married to his sister. They live in Rexburg, and I haven't talked to him in so long, but I talked to his sister, and I talked to her a little bit about, they're all crazy. That's all pretty much she said to me, but
Wait, who's all crazy?
she's like, I said, my cousin's name is Jason too. And I said, he's married to Melissa Mao. And she said, yep. And I said, oh my, do you know he's involved somehow in that Lori Vallow case? And she said, yep, they're all crazy, is what she said.
Oh, wow.
I didn't really, inquire more than that, but I should.
Hey, real quick, short, nice, brings up a good point. When did Chad get that insurance money? Maybe that's why they had to come back to get the insurance money from Tammy. That would have been around.
But do you have to go pick it up? I mean, do you have to
maybe fill out some form? I mean, maybe that's a lot of money to just send. I mean, he probably had to be there somehow.
And they did have to, and they did have all cash on them when they got that search warrant. She had a bag full of money.
Yeah, I could see them having to be there for something, but
yeah, and I guess it's taken up all his money on that. I couldn't believe it the other day when Pryor said, my client's paying for this and he's having to pay for all these stupid things or whatever. It's like, well, he shouldn't have freaking killed some kids.
Yeah,
know what I mean?
Really, yeah.
He could have saved himself a whole crap load of money if he wouldn't have killed kids. I mean, that's
exactly.
I want to know if anybody knows. I want to know Alex's personalized license plate. What does it mean? He had a personalized license plate, and I just wonder what it means.
I forget, what did it say?
I don't know, but I know it was not like a normal Arizona. I mean, it was personalized. It was it meant something to him, or I have to find the picture of it. But does anybody know? I guess I could look it up real fast.
I don't know what it's. I wish I knew what it actually said. And then
I'll tell you.
I'm gonna send a link to that podcast we're talking about, so you guys know if you guys want to listen to it. Hold on, I'm gonna put it in the chat.
Because but it says September 8th, so that would have been. I wonder if they would. I mean, it's just weird, kind of, just like September 8th. So what was on her mind that day? And another thing about JJ, how do we know that he wasn't killed Saturday night or in the morning? We don't really know. You know what I mean? Because they just said the last time they saw him, but we're taking this from people who lied.
No, but we're taking that from Alex's ping though on the phone though when he was in the yard. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they could have.
Oh, I guess they could have. And then that's just when they buried him.
The freezer houses, for that matter.
I don't know.
Plus, how do we know that really Alex had that phone? Lori could have had it. And Melanie Pulowski had 3 phones in Idaho under her name when she lived there. Why?
Really?
Why did she need 3 phones for each one of her kids to call, which weren't even allowed to call her at the time? If you look it up, she had 3 phones registered her name when she was there. And she wasn't talking to Lori's kids, so what did she need all the communication for,
Yeah, that's true. I don't know.
I thought that was kind of weird too, but...
And then that Lori had a bunch of phones too, so
They have the phones, but I don't know unless they deleted all their messages if they're going to be able to do anything with them. Which I can't imagine if you have that many phones, why would you be deleting messages? Because you feel like, it's, you know what I mean? But they can't trace them otherwise.
It's just Robbie. Wait, that's not Save Robbie? Is this a different Robbie? Why does that sound familiar? Like I've seen you before. Hold on a second. It's just Robbie. Hold on. I've seen that little your little picture before. Go ahead, misbehaved. Sorry.
I'm just trying to look up that truck real fast. The truck. The license plate Alex's. His license.
Oh yes. Find that because I don't know what. Oh wait, I remember seeing that in the picture. Yes. Yeah. What did it say? You're right. I remember. Yep. I have seen it, but I forget what it says.
I did go by there one afternoon, but it's a gated community, and I kind of waited for a minute, but I didn't want to seem like, people are going to start calling the cops on a suspicious person because it's gated and I don't know what the code is. I tried putting 6969 because a lot of them do that, but it didn't work. And so I kind of waited for a minute, and then I was just like, I'm not going to wait around any longer. I'll just come back to the house where he got shot at.
Wait, 6'9"? I don't understand the 6'9" thing.
It's a gated community, and so I tried using that because most gated communities have that code on there somewhere. Someone puts that code in everywhere. It seems
Are you serious? What?
It used to be mine, but it somehow got changed. But you could usually get into any gated community with that code, but it didn't work. And I kind of sat there and waited, but I was just like, now I feel like a total creeper. I'm stalking out a dead guy's house. But so I haven't been back there, but I should go back one of these days. Okay.
Well, I mean,
I could just imagine they're like, "What are you here for?" I'm just going to try and get a YouTube video in front of Charles Vallow's house. I thought that'd be kind of okay. Let's see. Yeah, because it's right here. Maybe I don't know why it's just something on my mind that I just was like, why? What does that mean? And her parents, her dad has like 3 or 4 emails. Every single one of them has warrior agent, warrior. His dad claims to have a warrior.
Whose dad?
Lori's.
Oh.
All of his emails have warrior in it. Is he a warrior too? Is he Thor? Not, he's not Thor, but
Okay.
I think that was kind of weird for her dad to have that. And he wrote a book.
I saw that. You the one that sent me that? I saw that book. Yeah.
Like something about the government. And
Yes.
actually,
Yes. Let's pull it up. Hold on.
Like,
Let me share the
horrible.
screen. Hold on. I want to show you guys. Somebody, I think you probably are the one that sent me it.
And
Her dad's.
I have it on my screensaver, screenshot somewhere.
Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank. What's his name?
His name is Barry Elcock.
Barry, yes.
Yes.
Wow, I know that. I'm just, this
He's
case, I feel like I have to refresh on it. Okay.
I know,
Barry
me too. I've been not even lately, but I'm like, these court dates are coming up. I should probably just refresh my psychoism on it.
Yeah, and I can't wait for the trial, definitely right before the trial, I'll have to refresh next year.
Can't wait to see.
next
I
summer.
just can't wait to see what else they pull. They're going to pull out some other crap.
Yeah, you're right. They'll pull some stuff. I just want to know. I'm gonna have to find out if they did have the hearing for the change of venue and stuff yet.
I haven't heard
look
about
that
them
up.
actually having a change of venue, so I don't know. Maybe somebody else would know. Because you think we would have heard about it. I know that. Wait, the dates were set though.
Yeah, they were. I think it might not have happened yet. It wasn't it January. What is today's date actually?
Today is the 8th.
Yeah, I thought it was like the 12th, or I thought it was a double digit, like January something in the double digits. I don't know if they had it yet, to be honest.
See, I just have all these things are like the court, like when you go in the minutes, how you can see it, you can see all of what they say and stuff in the courts, but this is just like all the dockets. But I only see the ones, there's the one on the 4th and then there's the one on the 7th. This one doesn't, but it might be the different courthouse that I'm looking at. This is the one I'm looking at is the Boyce one. This is the one with Boyce.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, because that was the one today. That was the one today. So I don't know.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to look.
Anyways,
Why can't I find the book of Barry's book now? Where is it?
I'm trying to think of where I found it, and I just barely saw something on it the other day. But I have all these notes, but I seriously have all these different notebooks. I tried transferring them over because I hate typing on my computer. I feel like my hands start to get shocky, but I'm such a freak. I have OCD when I'm writing. If I make a mistake, I have to restart the whole page. I won't do a scribble out. I won't do a erase. So it's like, for me, it's like time consuming.
Okay.
So I never get it done. I never. But I did know I saved it somewhere. But anyways,
So
I don't know.
Yeah, that's today. Okay.
Anyways, he did write a book. It was like how to undermine the government.
Yeah, I'm trying to look for it. I was going to put it up on screen so people could see it.
If you think about it, he has kind of. I mean, I know he's gone to prison for it, and and when he went to prison for it, Janice was she went and lived in Hawaii during that time.
How long did he go to prison for?
I'm not sure if it was 90 days or 3 months or whatever. It might have even been longer than that. Somewhere it says, but I couldn't find his mugshot anywhere, but I was looking for it.
Yeah, I'd like to see that actually.
That book, I know that book. Maybe I came across it randomly, and then I came across it again. I think randomly.
I have it somewhere in one of my emails or whatever, but I just want to try to. We should be able to just bring it up online. Why is it not coming up?
Did you put in Barry Cox undermining the government? But he hasn't. He went to jail for it, but he still hasn't paid. So somehow he's getting away with it, But when they found the kids, what was it, June 6th, when they found the kids? Do you know that it was 2 days before? 2 days after that they were filing papers to the court about some kind of a tax thing. That was just right after they found the kids. You think that would be last thing in their mind when they just found that their grandkids were found dead in someone's backyard.
Oh, yeah. That's her family just crazy. I found it finally, but yeah.
Something is something. I want to. There's a past with. I don't know what the past is with. Maybe it's just her traumatic. What she thinks in her. She talks about how, even on that one recording when Melanie Gibb goes, yeah, it's what does she call it? She goes, yeah, tell your story. It's muddy or something like that. on that recording, when she's talking about killing Charles.
Killing Charles. Wait, what recording are we talking
in the
about?
recording when Lori says, I was going to kill my husband. You know that recording?
Yeah. Okay.
But first,
yeah.
when she got up, she goes, should I tell the story or not? And then, Melanie goes, yeah, tell it. It's meaty. And I'm like going, it's meaty. You're sitting there accusing your ex of raping your children when there's other people that have way worse stories than that. Way more media stories. You know what I mean? Like, your story's so meaty, you should tell it. But I'm like going, her
Wow, I
story
didn't
is,
catch her say that, but
she
yeah, I heard
made it
that.
up in her head. I mean, there's people that really have traumatic situations in their life that's meaty.
I mean, but if that really is true, it's kind of interesting if that's true with, Colby and all that stuff. But I don't know. I don't like to repeat that because I don't know if it's just, I don't know if I believe it. Like,
I think
part of me doesn't think it's true because Tylee never said that. She denied it. And she even said that they coerced her, like, that Charles and her. So it just makes me doubt that even happened.
Also, when I think that's how she maybe raised them to think that's what it is. But when Kobe did the interview, he said, yes, I was sexually abused by him. And then he goes, he would walk by me and knock me in the head and then laugh about it. He said that right after that. So I'm like, is that what he thinks that sexual abuse is or whatever?
Yeah.
And they did confiscate his mattress and they did not find anything on it.
I know.
It was not given to them. They had to come and actually
get
it.
They didn't want to even give it. And why?
If I think someone's raping my child, they're going to have everything they can get. You know what I mean?
And also they did a medical, they wouldn't let them check him out, Colby, right? They wouldn't let him. And he said that he was sodomized, right? Didn't he say that? And that he put he made him drink his stuff in the jar. Like he made him drink.
Oh, the orange drink or the green drink?
No, not that.
It wasn't the green drink when they said
that too, but I'm not talking about that right now. Think about what one of the big things that Colby said about what happened, the details.
I didn't hear the detail ones. I never listened to the detail ones, so I don't know.
See, I haven't read. I was reading the court papers, and I didn't get to that part yet. I don't think.
Oh, I usually pass by that part because I think it's a bunch of. I don't believe it.
It's pretty. There's a couple parts though. There's a part where I did read a part of it, but then I didn't read this part where he says about him sodomizing him, about him basically making him drink his. I don't want to say certain words on it because then I'll get my videos get marked and tagged and unsuitable. But maybe I'll read the record sometime and somebody say it in the chat and then I'll.
I just don't think
body fluid. Yeah, think about body fluid. What would he make him drink? It's what he's claiming. Are you following me, Misbehaved? He would make him drink that. That's what Colby said. That was in his testimony that he made that. What's his name? Oh my God. I can't even think of his name.
NyQuil. Maybe it was NyQuil. I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I think that it's.
But what's his name? Why can't I even think of the guy's name now?
Joseph Ryan.
Joseph Ryan. Oh my gosh. I used to know this case like the back of my hand because But okay, I just got to get refreshed. So Joseph Ryan, that Joseph Ryan made him do that. That was his claim.
They have all his pictures out from his apartment when they found him. And another thing,
whose pictures?
Joseph Ryan's. When they found him that day, they have the pictures and they released it. They don't show his, but you can get them of him actually laying there or whatever on the bed. But yeah, they're out. And you know what? You go through them, and Lori, you know how.
Do you have them? Will you send me them?
I don't have them, but I can get copies of them for you.
Oh, I didn't even know.
Who has them on there? Someone has them. They have them on their some weird website. It's like a gaming website. I'm trying to think of what it's called.
What? Gaming website?
No, there's a YouTuber, and I'm trying to think of what her name is, but she puts all of her files onto some other.
Okay.
But someone else, that Noor one, Jasmine Noor. Jasmine, she has them on hers too, I think. Okay. But anyways, so they go through the apartment and they show, whatever they show. But you know how Lori said that she had the photo albums? She had, and then Annie said that they smelled. So she asked her to go through them, and she goes, they smelled like death. You know what I mean? Do you remember that? So, but those photo albums aren't in the pictures. When did Lori go in and get those photo albums?
Lori had the photo albums? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And then when Annie went to her house.
After Joseph's death, you're saying Annie went to her house.
When she went to hang out with Tylee, like, when she went to comfort Tylee.
Okay.
That time. That Annie, because she said, Lori goes, here, can you go through these for me? And she said, can I take one of these pictures? And Lori wouldn't let her have it. no, I'm going to save those for Tylee or whatever.
Oh,
but she said, I think
wow.
that she was kind of torturing me, having me go through these pictures, and they just reeked of like the smell of death. So it's like, when did she get those? You know what I mean? When did she go get those?
Well, yeah, because it was said, and she had made a quote or something. I forget where it was posted, but she had said that she thought that Lori went in after, remember, and took some stuff. Do you remember that?
And you know what? Maybe Tylee had a key. Because they keep saying, well, the window, it was totally bolted locked, but the window opened, the cops went through. But when they showed the picture, there's a garage. So I'm like, is there garage access into the apartment, or is it one that you have to walk? I can imagine you have to walk out and around your garage to go in your house, but there was a garage. Whether it had access or not, I don't know. I should drive by them sometime, but it's not going to show me if there's access still. Okay, the license plate is CPQU. Oh, I don't know if it's a Q or a U. Hold on. Okay, Alex's license plate. CP. I can't tell if it's a QOUINT, quaint. CP. Does anyone know what that means?
Wait, I don't know. Hold on. I was typing something. What are you saying? Wait, say that again.
It's his license. I don't know how to. CP QUINT. I guess it's a Q, but does anyone know what that means? That's what Alex's license plate says. Quaint. I have no idea. But
wait, say it again. I'm sorry. CQ. What?
It's CP. CP.
Okay.
I guess I could say it in chat. QUINT.
QUINT. CP Quint. I don't know.
Yeah.
CPQ. Yeah, because if he purposely, like, if he specifically had that made, it's not just a random thing then, you know? So that is kind of interesting.
And it's an Arizona license plate with a Phoenix thing. But you know what? And after that shooting, he stayed there. And he stayed there. That's when he stayed there for a long time, and he left his garage door open for a while. Wasn't that then?
Who stayed there?
He stayed at Lori's for like a couple weeks for as long after Charles was shot. It was like 7 days, I think.
Wait, Alex did? Wait, say that again.
Yeah,
in a jar or a bottle. I forget how they worded it. I don't know. I guess I probably could have just say that. I don't know what. There's certain terms that knocks you right into. I don't know if that would be a term. It probably isn't, but
I don't know. Maybe that could have been getting rid of evidence. I think I used to have a boyfriend that used to do that. Something weird like that. You know, just when we were younger. I don't know. Yeah, I'm Mormon still.
Well, I mean, but the thing is that's what he claimed. That after he sodomized him too, though. So not only did he sodomize him, but if he, you know what? I mean, if you know what that means, that means why wouldn't Lori want Colby to be checked by a doctor? Because they would definitely be able to tell if he was sodomized. So that makes me think it's a lie. Because if it was true, that would be proof right there. Joseph would be in jail because they would be able to prove a little boy is sodomized. Sorry, by a man.
But at the same time, her telling him that, her telling him to tell them that's what he did is even more mental, which that makes sense, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if that's made up, and that's what she's telling him. Yeah, that's messed up. But I don't know. I can't say either way if it's a lie or not. But that's just
the guy's
what is
dead.
in the court papers.
I'm gonna have respect for the guy or whatever.
No, I'm not saying yes or no. I'm just saying this is what is said. Who knows? I mean, this is the facts. This is not the facts, but this is what's in the court documents. But it's also, they ruled in Joseph's favor. It wasn't against him. So I guess I would believe the ruling. Go ahead. Sorry.
I interrupted you. Sorry. I'm so bad about that. He actually had custody, and she didn't let him have it. You know what I mean? He actually got custody of them for a minute.
Yeah. I don't know. They found him and they found him not guilty of that. So yeah.
And you know what? They used to live in the nicest, biggest house. And she just reams these men through the mud. You know what I mean? She just destroys every man in her path. If you go back even to her Colby's dad, that divorce, she was nasty then. You know what I mean? Over a stupid piece of junk car, she was making the big old thing about it. And when they lived in Hawaii, their house was freaking huge. I mean, and then she goes, now look where she's living.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
They did, Mayglove. They did. The court determined, that they thought Tylee was probably coached, and Tylee even said she was. She said that they told
She's like,
her.
"Mommy,
Who
I
said
told them. I
Colby
told
and
them."
Charles? I didn't she say Colby and Charles, but then when they asked specifically about Lori, yeah, she basically, yeah, the way Tylee made it seem is, yeah, she was coerced into saying this stuff happened but didn't. But then there are certain things though that she does say that are kind of weird, like how she says that Joseph stole her clothes. That part makes me kind of like, what does that mean for a little girl to
Well,
say that? That's kind of
from-
interesting.
For me, I've seen when like mothers, like when they have to pay child support or whatever, or when dads pay child support, if a mother would buy clothes, she's like, I'm not letting that go to your dad's house, you know, because I might not
Okay.
get it back. Kind of like, oh, I can pay
Okay,
this,
so
but,
maybe,
you know,
yeah.
that's just my thing. I have to plug this in real fast. I have to get my
No,
cord
yeah,
to
go
this.
ahead. So yeah, I don't believe that Joseph did that because I mean,
I
you know,
don't either.
the court, they looked into it and they ruled that yeah, he was innocent of that. But I'm just saying,
How
no,
dare
I
her?
mean, we don't know for sure. That's just my opinion.
How dare her drag those kids through all that crap?
That's
though,
horrible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. For her to have told Colby to say that stuff, if that's how it happened, and to tell Tylee to say some stuff, and Tylee wouldn't though. That's the thing. But to tell her, that's just, man, that's horrible. That's
And-
traumatizing in itself.
Yeah, and then for her family, she's always been a good mom. That is not a good mother when you drag
Yeah.
your kids. They were all they were to her was
Yeah.
tools to get what she wanted, and really, I think they were just
Yes.
money. You know what I mean? And just like Tylee, her taking Tylee's payments, and I heard that there was. That's why she kept the birth certificates and stuff. That's why she kept them with her because she was probably going to use them. Maybe she could have got more credit cards or whatever in her kids' names that she killed. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no.
There's no other reason she would have kept the birth certificate and stuff. And like the school, did you see on the school paper when she got JJ out, when she called and got him released or emailed him, she said all the scholarship or whatever things have been settled. Which that means she got maybe the money back from whatever he didn't finish using. I think she got some school money too because they did a search warrant on that school. Do you know?
Wow. Yeah, no, yeah, that's whew.
I pass that school all the time. I'm just like, oh, so sad.
Really?
I used to get so irritated.
Yeah. Oh,
when
whoa,
I passed
that's
there. Sorry. I used to get so irritated when I drove by there because the lines would be so long down, and they just you have to come out of the school, and then they would pull down the main street, you know, where you would stop traffic to get these kids from school. And I used to get so annoyed by it. But now when I drove by, I'm like, aw.
Hey,
cool.
somebody, Amy Young said CP Quint is an artist. Not sure if it's related.
Oh, is it maybe something like what's his email? His email is something too. It's like
Is he an art? Is Alex into like art? Was he into art or anything?
He's a comedian.
Comedian, yeah, but I don't know.
Well, I've only seen one thing of his ever.
Interesting. That's interesting. Let me look that up.
CP
I didn't even
Quint.
get to look that up.
But what
yet,
kind of
'cause
an artist is he? Is he got some kind of a
that's what
story
I'm gonna
behind
look.
him?
Let's see. Yeah, he is an artist. I see it. Ooh, what kind? This is like some. Here, let me. We're gonna look through it together. I'm gonna pull up the art. That's interesting to me. Hold on, guys. Let's see what kind of art this is. What if it's like some kind of satanic art or something like
yeah, or some kind of
cult
polygamy or some kind of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that Pizzagate, some kind of Pizzagate art. He should.
Oh my God, Pizzagate. Yes, I followed that. I researched that so much, that art.
Oh my gosh, me
God.
too.
Did you see some of those videos of the people sneaking in to try to get like videos of it and ordering food and stuff? And
You
then
know what was
they
the
would-
most disturbing thing to me is that one. You know that video? Somebody I used to know that I'm trying to think who sings it. That one song. It's like somebody I
Yeah,
used to know.
somebody I used to
the
know,
video
yeah.
of the kid with this predator guy. He made the kid do the makeup like the chick did in the video, and he was all singing in his ear, and he was making the kid sing, and the kid would like stop, and the kid was all watery eyed and all scared, and then he would make him sing again. Did you guys see that? It watching that traumatized me. It really did. That made me.
Wow.
It was that video that made me believe that crap is real. That
Wait,
crap
who?
really
But
happened.
I don't understand whose video was it.
You
I'm
know,
confused.
you know that one video? I'm
what
trying
it
to think of who sings it.
No, I know the video, but who was making him? What video are you talking about that somebody was
like
making him do?
Two guys. It was some predator guy or something, and he was with a kid, and you could only see the top half of them, but they didn't have shirts on, and the kid was
Okay.
literally scared. He wasn't acting. He was young.
Was it a part of the Pizzagate or no? It's just
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was through. That's how I got it. It was off someone's
Okay.
website. If you start digging into go into like their social media, and then you go into the people who leave comments on that, and you go look into their crap, you find some scary stuff. I mean, seriously, it's like demented scary stuff.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people were doing that. like looking into the people that were commenting and linking it like that.
And even if you go to the website, the Wayfair website, you see some really high priced furniture like that. Seriously, like, why is that cabinet that goes in a laundry room like seriously like $9,000? It doesn't make sense. There was actually a couple.
Oh, you're talking about that conspiracy? Yeah, that is crazy. It is, and they were named like kids' names and stuff. Weird.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, why? They have pillows for like $13,000. Why?
So here's some of the art by CP Squint. So let's see. Look, the eye, all seeing eye. Conspiracy? What? That's the all seeing eye. If you guys know about like any conspiracies or the Illuminati and stuff, so that's one of them. Is this
the Illuminati? Which one is that? Is that the Freemason one? The Illuminati.
Well,
is that
it's connected, but I wouldn't just say it's Freemason. It's connected where they say a lot of the people that are in the Illuminati are Freemasons, but not necessarily all of them are. It's just the little connection.
Researched that, and you know why?
So it's Charles Quint. That's his. Is that his name actually? And they call him CP Quint. His name's Charles Quint. Okay. Go ahead, though. What? I'm going to look into this. This is interesting.
I just actually is it the triangle one with the eye in the middle of it? Is that the symbol for it or no?
Yeah, that's the all-seeing eye. Yeah.
I just did research on it because one of those stupid Chris Watts clues was Freemasons, and so I was just reading into all that kind of crap. I didn't really. I thought the Freemasons was just a club of old men. I didn't actually.
It is a club, but they say that a lot of them are like powerful, rich men that could be in the Illuminati too. So it is. I mean,
because they have.
It's
money
two separate things, but there's just a connection between them. That's all.
Yeah, and they say one thing about any Freemasons or whatever is one of their like the second major rule besides is you have to believe in a higher power is. You do not rat out another Illuminati or another Mason or whatever.
Yeah, they're very loyal, and
that's why it's kept so private for so long.
So look, this is kind of creepy. How could this happen? The attack of the two-headed giant maze organism, the not-so-sweet corn. I don't know. Let's see what else we got.
My laptop is so delayed, like I haven't even seen you pull up the art yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No wonder.
Because you hear me. The thing is you hear me right now, but they're watching the delayed version, so they're hearing it as it goes. Yours gonna be not making much sense. I see. Okay.
So if I say something wrong, I can hurry edit it before.
No, I won't be able to do it that quick.
The story real fast before it gets to them.
Oh wait, it's not going. I have to share my whole screen though. Hold on, guys.
Yeah,
sorry.
I don't see it.
Hold on. No, it's Sharon, but
I love him too.
Paige, what? I love I do too. Oh my God. I spent seriously, my last couple years in Colorado, I spent so many hours looking into conspiracy theories. And it started off with the 9/11 and then I just went down a huge conspiracy theory rabbit hole. Oh my gosh.
Well, because some of them start somewhere. They start with something that, you know what I mean? So it's like,
and they're true. A lot of them are true. They're not. The thing is some of them that I feel like are true, and then some that even prove to be true, they shouldn't still be called conspiracy theories, but people still will call them conspiracy theories, even if they're like Agenda 21. That's not a conspiracy theory because there's really an Agenda 21, but it's still people label that as a conspiracy theory for some reason.
I don't even know
certain things like that. Oh, I don't know, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I feel like is true and they end up being true, and there's a lot to learn with conspiracy theories. I'm telling you,
there is really a lot to learn, and it makes you seriously look at things a whole lot different. You know what I mean? The world and stuff. My kid's always like, "Mom, you just live so scared." I kind of do live scared. I don't live scared, but I live scared for her. You know what I mean? I'm always like, she works for the airlines now, so she always wants to travel. I'm like, "Don't go there. It's not safe right now. There's rioters there." You know, I'm always like, she's like, "Mom, stop."
Wait, where? Say that again.
Because she works at the airport, so she flies.
Oh, the DIA. There's a huge. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, no, I'm just saying. She thinks that I live scared now because I read all this stuff. I'm like, there's so much. When you look at crime, there's so many people that kill people. You know what I mean? It's bad.
But there's a big conspiracy about the DIA, right? And the Freemason. Do you know there's a big conspiracy about the DIA, Denver International? Are you talking about the Denver International? Oh no, you don't live in Denver. Never mind.
No.
I thought you lived in Colorado for a minute. I don't know why. Because of Chris Watts. Okay, never mind. I know you live in Colorado.
I have an echo now. Is that me?
I don't know, but do you see the art now that I'm going through, guys? This is that CP. His name's Charles Quint. He goes by CP Quint, and that is what's on Alex. Because some people are saying slow down, they're not following us. Okay, CP Quint is what is on Alex Cox's license plate on his truck, and he specifically got what do you call that when you get your license plates made? Like he got a special order, personalized license plate. And this is what was on it. And this is an artist, Charles Quint, thanks to Amy Young, made us aware. And this is his art. So that's what we're going over right now to see if maybe he's a fan of his.
Cartoony weirdy. Like there's definitely more something into it, kind of.
Yeah, look, how to survive the corporate world, that said. How to survive the corporate world, that was what one of his said. Oh, here's more of his art. Make good money.
Why would someone pay? Because you have to pay. Am I still echoing? Why am I echoing?
I think you sound all right.
Well, no, because even the chat says it echoes.
A little bit here on certain words, but I don't feel like it's that bad.
When we're in chat, like you say a little bit is a lot of it in chat. Like you'll be like, it's bad, but really to us in chat,
oh, well then maybe it sounds worse to the chat. That's
it definitely does because I've been on that side of it.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that.
Doing it.
I don't. To me, it doesn't sound that bad.
Started.
Just like Amanda, remember when she was hearing that really bad echo? I barely heard it, but you're right. Chat was like, oh yeah, we could hear it. So look, we have one that says pissed, mad cows, not just mad cows, they're pissed. I don't know. This is this guy's art though, guys. So
but why would he pay $20 or however much a year to have that on there?
Oh, because maybe he's a big fan of it.
Wait, is truck right there or is just or did you say something?
Yes, it is. It came up. It came up because I put in CP. That's his truck, guys. That's so weird. Because that's what I put in for. Wow, this is pretty interesting though. You don't think it has anything to do? Maybe he's just a big fan of this guy, and I'm gonna dig a little bit deeper into maybe why he's such a big fan that he would put it on his license plate.
You pulled up his artwork. Sorry guys, I know echoes. You pulled up his artwork, and instead of other things about his artwork that comes up Alex's truck, like right off the bat. That's kind of weird to me.
Okay.
You know, why would it like others? First, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, it did their artwork up first, though. I mean, that's what it first came up is all his artwork, I feel like. But I don't know. I'm going to look into this guy. Let me look him up, actually. What was it? Charles Quint. Let me see here.
What's the P? How did she fix that last time? I don't know how to stop it.
It's because I'm probably sharing my screen. It was when I shared my screen.
I won't share it.
No, that's not him, I don't think. No, but yeah, that's not. Well, hold on. Maybe let me do some research where I can narrow it down later. And because right now it's. Wait, what are you saying?
You know, instead of looking at the images, go look at where it says all and see if anything pops up there by Alex. You know what I'm talking about? Where it says all about.
No, what do you mean?
Whatever. Like on Google. Are you just in images? Like go to the.
Oh, I didn't know it was on images. What the.
Yeah.
Oh, I did because I clicked on the art.
Is that taboo right there?
Where?
Taboo. What is that?
I don't see what you're talking
about. Right down. It's like.
Oh yeah, taboo.
Yeah, you passed it.
Yeah, that's one of his art.
Maybe that was Lori's. Satan traumatized her.
Wow, it is kind of a creepy. I'd like to know what that means.
Ew, that one's creepy right there. The huck.
But see, I don't know if these are all him or not, because now we're on. Is it?
No, I don't know.
No, I don't think that everything is just. I don't know, but let me go.
I bet to get your personal license plate.
I don't know. That's why I'm going to look into if this guy, like his history and who he is, and see if there's anything interesting. These are all his art right here.
What's the blurred out ones?
It's when you click on, they're blurred out, but then when you click on them, you can see them. That's what I've been doing. It's weird. I don't know why they're blurred.
Okay.
Yeah, and then when you click on them, it is different. I bet you there's some meaning. I bet you this guy has some beliefs and something that's interesting. I bet. I'm gonna look into it, guys. I don't want to do it as I'm on here because it might take me a little bit to kind of narrow it down. Graphic Chicago area. So Chuck, they call him Chuck too, huh? because Chuck, he's an award-winning designer, is currently independent graphic designer from Chicago, or for a Chicago area marketing firm. He's a graduate of the American Academy of Art in Chicago. He degree in graphic design. He paints with James Menzel. Okay, so I'll look into him a little bit, guys. Maybe we'll talk about him in the next live. Mythology, philosophy, science, fantasy, spiritual and religious, huh? Okay, we'll get into it, guys, later. Because right now, like, when I try to Google just his name, there's a bunch of stuff, so I want to, like, look into stuff to make sure I'm
Getting the right
stuff. I'm looking at the right guy. I don't want to drag you guys through the research, but yeah, that's interesting. I think there might be something to it. I feel like Misbehaved, you're thinking that it's not, that it doesn't have anything to do with it.
Well, I am more now a little bit in my mind just because his truck was in that first little part of the pictures.
That makes me think it's even more connected.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little bit.
Oh,
but not too,
okay.
I think it's more connected to Alex, but not to the case.
Wait, hold on. People are wanting to let me know something. What? Oh, the echo's really bad.
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know, guys. I was thinking, everybody's leaving because of the echo. Wow, it's that bad?
It's really bad when you're on the other end, but you're not sharing your screen anymore. It's not happening anymore.
Is it better, guys? Why? That should not happen, though. That kind of makes me mad.
You're probably, I'll have to look.
Wow, we just lost like 100 people. Oh my God. Wow. Oh, Left Undone. Hey, Left Undone in the house.
It is really bad.
Hey, we need.
The other end.
Yeah. Hey, can we do that? I was going to email you. Can we do it next Saturday? Because I didn't even realize today was Friday. I was like, oh my God. We haven't even picked a time, and today is Friday. That means tomorrow's Saturday. And to be honest, I am not a morning person, so I have to make
mornings.
No, I'll do a mornings, but I have to make a point to kind of get on that schedule a little bit for next week because I don't want to be half asleep. I usually Left Undone. I usually don't get to bed sometimes till like 8 or 9 or 10. I'm just a night owl. So what I was planning on doing next week, what I was planning on doing next week is kind of that, like, maybe starting Wednesday, kind of getting to bed early. So because I think, weren't you saying that your lives are in the morning? So maybe let's do it for sure next Saturday. And you said you're on Pacific time or something. We have to pick a time. I hope your time's not later and it's even earlier for me. But yeah, I can't believe today's Friday. I was thinking today was Thursday until somebody had said, until I got your email, Misbehaved, at the court hearing. I remember it was supposed to be on Friday when you said it was, it's going on today. And I'm like, wait, it's freaking Friday already? Oh my God.
Yeah. And you know what else? Oh, I'll let you finish with her real fast.
No, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You know how the morning of the purse stealing, and maybe Left Undone knows this, but you know how when, Melanie went to the police station with Lori and stuff, and Lori's like, okay, at first she says she doesn't have a phone and she went and bought a burner phone or whatever, but then she said, oh, well, this is my mom's old phone. But when Melanie went over to see Charles, because he texted her or whatever, how did she know that he took the purse? And how did Lori and Melanie make contact that morning if Lori didn't have a phone or contacts? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
that's a good point.
Melanie
because remember, Lori had that phone. Remember, she had a different phone. She even said it was her mom's phone or something.
Yeah, but she said she didn't have any of her contacts. She's like, I can't contact anybody. I don't have any of my contacts.
Oh.
And she did with all her other burner phones, I'm sure. But you know what I mean? Yeah. But still, it's like, why did the cops go, well, I know he questioned her on, well, whose phone is that? And then she goes, oh, it's my mom's. But she'd already said she went and bought one, which should have been a clue to us all. Like, she knows you go down and just buy a phone. That's how they get all their phones.
Huh.
So, and she lied so many times in that thing. I can't even believe it. And Melanie Gibb, I can't even believe the lies that she told. There was another one I was going to tell you about that she, maybe it was the Spectrum one. Never mind. But you have to listen to the thing. I think I wrote down the time on that one when she's talking, and then she changes the conversation from Chad to them. To like, they're both on the call, kind of like, you know what I mean? You usually don't do that when you're talking about a conversation that you're having with one other person. Did you hear that, Left Undone? Did she hear that on the interview with Nate?
I don't know, but look, she said, I just saw this. I wish I would have known before I went through all this art stuff. She said she thinks that stands for Captain Quint from Jaws. Do we know, is he a Jaws fan or something, Left Undone? And then you will have to repeat what you said, misbehave,
It's
because
okay.
I got I was like, wait. I was trying to go up through chat because I think Left Undone might have left because I don't see her anymore. Maybe the echo is too bad. But it was an earlier comment. It was probably before I just spent 10 minutes into that art.
I see
don't
it. I see it, but
know.
the other stuff makes a little bit more sense to me because this is just like, I mean, it could be, who knows, but I don't see Alex's truck on here.
But do we know maybe she knows something about, was he a Jaws fan or something? I don't know. Let's look into both areas. I don't know.
Who is his email? Who's that for? Is that like Homer from The Simpsons or something? His Homer,
What is
whatever.
it?
It's it has Homer in it, I think.
Oh.
It's something weird. Does anybody
I don't know?
It's like Homer, it does have Homer in it, but it's his email. So I'm like, what is that from? Let me look. I'll look it up real fast. But did any of your people
Paige,
come back?
that's the conspiracy. Yeah, about the names of the furniture, like different pieces of furniture. It has like the children's names, and they're like so overpriced.
Yeah,
So
and
it just doesn't
there
make
was a couple from Gilbert that actually did go on there and they used a credit card and they bought a piece of furniture.
I saw
they
the
wanted
people
to
that did the video.
Yeah. But I didn't ever
Yeah.
see any follow up to it, so I don't really know.
But I don't know if this is the same people you're talking about, but somebody did a YouTube video about it and they said they were debunking it because they never got a kid. Well, duh, you're not going to just order and a kid's going to come to your doorstep. There has to be something like you have to be in the know and somehow you have to know probably like the right person or somehow get,
Yeah,
you have to
that's
take it further. They were saying, nope, it must be a myth because there's no kid that showed up. Well,
no.
it doesn't work like that. There was a YouTube and everybody's like, oh, it's been debunked. It's not true. It's like, are you kidding me? Are you guys that naive? That's not how it would work.
People are that naive. I mean, even people are that naive to even like the couple. They said that when they give you a number to call, and when you call there, they start talking kind of in a weird little, like they didn't know what was going on, and when they figured out they didn't know what was going on, they hung up on them. Not the people who bought the furniture, but the company Waverly bought whatever Wayfair hung up on them, and that was like the last of it.
Yeah, I mean, they probably have to somehow know a certain something.
I saw on Joe Rogan last night, they were talking, or it wasn't, I watched it last night, but it could have been from whoever knows when, but they were talking about it. And there's a guy who's trying to catch, it's the under, whatever it's called, the railroad, whatever, that they actually have an email that they all have the password to. And so it can't be traced. They go onto the email and they leave messages in the drafts. Because if you don't send it out, you can't trace it. So they all just go onto the same email and look at the drafts and get messages that way. That's what I saw on there, which is interesting. Makes sense, but it's kind of interesting. And that's a lot. Like, how do you know which message is for you? You know?
Yeah, yeah. I'm sure there's some way that you have to somehow. They have to know that you're legit and you're not going to I mean, they have to somehow, there's some kind of connection. Yeah, whether it be like, a certain word or something. Yeah. I don't know about the email. The email thing. I'm not following what you were talking about, the email. I can't follow what you mean about that.
Oh, they're saying like you have a password. Like if you buy a furniture or something, they'll give you a password to an email, and you go on the email.
And then you have to know how to read. Yeah, maybe you have to know the code.
You just go sign
on
on to it. Like they give you the password to an email, and you go sign on to it. And then they leave the message in the draft because then they can't trace it if it's not sent out via web or whatever.
Okay.
That's just what they said. I don't really know if that's the case, but would you stop licking me, dog?
Wow. So I think Left Undone, she must have left. Oh man. I wish I would have seen her so I could she could have.
Did she hear you about changing the time?
No, I think she had already left by that time.
Oh, you kind of do have a minute. Like the delay is probably it's kind of a minute. When, because you'll be asking questions. You're like, do you know the answer to that? And I'm like typing it like 20 times before you actually get to
But
that
no,
point.
that was how long ago? I think I would have seen it by now, right? That was probably like 5 minutes ago that I just said that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I'll just email her, but I don't want her to think I was ignoring her or something. I was on the other page. I didn't see the chat.
So I did see that Zulema, she filed those papers for, to take over the trust or whatever. And she did get denied for it.
Okay.
Remember how I told you
that?
that
Doesn't make that would be stupid if that got approved. That wouldn't even, I don't know.
I'm like thinking if you're married to somebody, I mean, you do get the rights to did she get all of his stuff? I mean, what did she get? They were married, technically. So I'm like, did she get his house or his
Yeah, but
car,
that was,
or-
I thought you said it was his parents' trust.
it was, well, it was his parents' trust, but he was the trustee. So I'm like wondering what happens
Okay.
to a
Yeah,
trustee.
but
It was irrevocable one, which is not a changeable one. So I'm like, what happens to that person when he dies? Does it go to when they die to her, or does it go just automatically back to them? You know what I mean? I tried researching it, but it's so much to soak in.
yeah,
Go get
I
it.
don't know, man.
But I'm like,
I don't
why
know.
would they? Sorry.
Oh,
Why would they make, and Adam, why didn't Adam come down for his funeral? Why didn't anybody come down for, like, why don't they go to funerals and stuff? Why don't they cry when kids are dead? Why don't they go to weddings? It's weird. Yet they're so close, tight knit family.
yeah, no, they're definitely not. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's why there's just a few people, few of the people in this story that claiming, yeah, that they were so close after the fact, and I don't believe that they were at all. So it's just like, no, stop it.
That's why when they all got together, they had to take a family picture, because it doesn't happen very often. I don't know. I don't really know that, but
I don't even mean immediate. I'm talking about immediate, and just there's a few people I feel like, yeah, immediate too, but there's even a little bit farther out people too that are claiming, you know, like, oh my God, and then
I
it's just
think
like, well, why didn't you even have a relationship with him then?
yeah, did you even, like, we saw him? Are you sure it was him? Because you might not have recognized him the day that you thought you saw him. You know, Summer and Janice, Summer's all, I just saw him in October or whatever.
Yeah, what the heck? And then
And Janice,
oh, I
said
thought
they
she said she
called.
talked to him. Didn't she say she talked to him?
Janice did, but Summer said she saw him. I just watched it just like the other day.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
I
I
incredible.
wanted somebody needs to call them out on that because that was interesting.
So many,
like-
so many people. Like, were you at the pool party? How about that? Let's find out who was there, because the neighbor said it was a lot of people. Like, they were just all partying it up. You know what I mean? Who was
Yeah.
there? Who was there? Whoever was there knew what happened there. I don't necessarily want to go to a party when, you know, when there's a dead guy on the floor. Who cleaned it up? You know, I know the cop cleaned up some of it, but I mean, they heard and got rid of the body and stuff, and then they had a party. Who does that? You know,
Yeah,
who goes
no,
to a
yeah.
party like that? I wouldn't have wanted to go. But so is that when you know how Colby said, I went over there and Tylee was so, you know, whatever, and like, was it that day or was it another day? But when Melanie P goes, oh, the last time I saw Tylee, I think that was the last day she saw Tylee, is that day. You know, because she went over at their house, but she's like, I can't stay here after what happened. But
Oh yeah.
yeah.
That when did Melanie P say the last day she saw her? Did she say it was
She
that
didn't.
day?
She of course she didn't give a date. She said the last time I saw Tylee was when they were packing up to move to Idaho, and she goes, and she was just so, it was sad because she's like, I can't stay here after what happened in this house. That's what she said. Tylee said.
Yeah,
So
no, I remember that. Yeah, yep. You're
Yeah,
right.
so that was
But-
my assumption, but who knows? I mean, who knows what these people say about anything?
Oh, thanks, Michelle Gerber Anderson. Yeah, I don't believe Melanie Pawlowski. Like, I have really trouble believing a word she even says, to be honest.
Melanie Gibb too. I have a hard time believing her too. I have a hard time believing any of them really, because they're all just like. That's why it's going to be interesting.
But I feel like Melanie Gibb is maybe trying to make it right, but it's hard to backtrack everything because she lied so much in the past. But I
But
feel like
she
Melanie
still is
Pawlowski
having-
is still lying on purpose. Like, she's just a liar. Like, she's never going to tell the truth. I feel like Melanie Gibb is in a
won't.
situation where, because she lied in the past, it's hard to navigate right now without lying, if that makes any sense.
Well, yeah, and I think that she kind of stumbles herself up to where she now, like, when she said that, when she lied under oath, Rob Woods caught it, and he even double questioned, like, okay, you know, took his little notes and stuff. But at the same time, she's still practicing it. She's still going to people's houses and still doing this, which I guess end of times is different than what murdering your children. But when you still have a weird belief system of whatever, and she's still practicing it, just more secretive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what if it's the end time? What the heck do you have to prepare for? I mean, it's like, you know what I mean? What do you want to hurry and eat some dry macaroni before you die? I don't know. That's my thing. I mean, I know it's more detailed than that, but still, and that's another thing in the church. You're not supposed to fear the end times, and they're very much feared of the end times. You know?
Yeah. Definitely.
I don't know, but I do wonder about Chad's kids, if they have, you know, because they're supporting him. And so I just wonder if they have some kind of that whole family weirdness about him that from Utah.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, it's probably they're just supporting him because it's their dad or whatever. But still, your dad does something. Well, I wonder if they believe him though. Do you think that there's
I
no
mean,
way
they pulled
that
the kid. The daughter lived across the street. They pulled these kids out of the ground. I mean, what can you not believe about it? Did he think Lori ran over and buried him real fast in the backyard? You know what I mean? I mean, they got the kids out of the backyard. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Either.
It's crazy. It's a crazy one.
Yeah.
Lori brainwashed Colby. Yeah, I think she definitely probably did brainwash Colby.
I think
Colby
she
might
did.
actually believe that stuff happened because he was, still young, and when she, how you could create false memories. I mean, that happens all the time. So he might actually think that really happened and it didn't. And that's the horrible thing about it. So
Yeah.
somebody wanted you to elaborate on something real quick, and then I might call it a night because we already been on almost 4 hours. Wow.
Oh,
now I
dang.
know why sometimes I get like where my legs stiffen up. But somebody where is it? They wanted you to elaborate on what we were talking about earlier about the satanic ritual dates that you were talking about.
Oh! I just had those pulled up too. I'm like in a notebook. They have them on. I mean, you could pull them up on any calendar, but I did just pass them by. But I'm like, which notebook now? They have on like the 7th, or I guess I can pull them up on here. On the 7th, it's the 7th, not the 8th, but it's let me just find it and I'll read it to you real fast. And I didn't, like I said, I didn't believe that it was the wait, hold on. I didn't believe it was like a satanic thing, but let me see if I can find the right one. They have the 7th. Oh, is this one right here? Let me look. Public resources. I feel like my phone's gonna die, but hold on a second.
Oh, are you streaming from your phone?
I am only because
that's fine.
My camera on my other one is so crap. I'm on my laptop is crappy, and my other one I don't know. I forgot the password to my freaking my desk one. Like
No, you're right though. The phones usually have a better camera, definitely than the laptops.
my phone, but my phone takes crappy pictures, so I'm like, pictures, but it's better.
The video's good. Wow, the video's really clear. My phone has a pretty good, but see, my phone's getting old where the memory is just all messed up. But yeah, you look pretty clear.
Stored on it. Okay, let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, satanic calendar. Oh, there's one. This one says the different rituals you can do, but there's one with June, September. September's the time. Oh, it doesn't say. Oh wait, that one doesn't say it. Hold on, let me find the other one. You have to find one that's actually like in the calendar format. Oh, here they are. Here, maybe. But it's like, okay, so they have the one that's on the 7th and 8th or whatever, 3 days before, 3 days after. And then they have because it's the lunar begins on, that's August 30th, and it goes through September 28th. But that's not the ritual one. Hold on. I think that's it. I might just have to pull it up. So let me just look it up. Might find it in my things real fast. But if you Google it, you can find it maybe, because I'm sitting there saying I can find it, but I really am not finding it here. But anyways, yeah. So they have it, and hold on, I'll find it. Oh crap! I'll find it 1 second. September. This one's
go ahead.
This one says September 22nd, but this isn't the ritual one. I had like bad dreams.
Go ahead. What?
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
So you said basically, I remember you said the September 22nd was like the orgy one, right? Or wait, no.
That's the
that's the one. Yeah. And then the September 8th was
it's a sacrifice
person under 20,
of a female under 21, and that's the one where they burn. It's a burning and eating, and it's a celebrating for them. It's like getting blood on the ground, kind of like the atonement, which they do believe in the atonement, which is something, out of the the Bible or whatever, or the blood atonement. But and then the other one was the hands that bound, the hands of bound. Or something like
that was the orgy one, right?
Which is supposed to be no, that was the one on the that weekend, which is supposed to be the cutting off of hands. But I started thinking, well, his hands were so bound up. The way they had his hands taped was weird, right? You know how they had them all taped and then they had them all. So to me, that, I don't know, it made me kind of think about it a little bit more, like it could be that because of the, where's my other one? I have my little notebooks. But yeah, so that was the same one as the orgy weekend. And then the November 5th was dancing and drinking and celebrating on, it was a celebration of dancing and drinking, which was on, that one was actually on that day. So I'm like thinking, is
that was the marriage,
the 5th,
right?
Yeah. And then they have the ones,
So it's like all the dates coincide with
but I didn't find anything for like Charles's date, which, it might not have been because they weren't together then. And I didn't find any, I was kind of looking at all the dates and stuff, but I didn't see any other like dates that stood out to me. But those 3 dates are definitely like match up with it, which could just be coincidence. I mean, I could probably go, I went to a wedding on this day, you know what I mean, in my lifetime too, but I mean, I didn't.
No, that's why people are asking about the verdict, because my title on this is like the verdict. You guys, I'm sorry. We just ran over. We're chatting because we did run over.
It was the verdict for Rob Woods, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But right now, if they come in, they're seeing this. So
we're talking about like the Satan calendar and stuff.
When people are asking, I'm just saying, Rob won. Well, basically, Rob's going to stick with he's going to be the prosecutor. What is the word for it? Basically, he won. I mean, they found it. They didn't find any reason to dismiss Rob, so he's still the prosecutor. So no, that's fine. Misbehaved. You said I think they just wanted. You don't need to go. I mean, you explained it. I think they just wanted to repeat what you were saying because they kind of.
They can look it up, and I mean, you can look it up and find it when you're not like trying to find it right now. But
that's interesting.
There's a lot more dates too, and Gabe Bonilla, that's his last name. Bonilla. That's the bishop's name.
Okay. Hey, so I don't understand this, Maglove. You said apparently Lori was also trying to get Tylee emancipated so she could have access to Joseph Ryan's money. But why would her being emancipated give her access to the money that was going to Tylee?
Because she had to be 8. Oh, I think she had to do it before she turned 18, I think.
Yeah, but why that... But why would
she's gonna get it anyway?
No, but I'm saying, but why would her getting Tylee emancipated? Why would that give Lori access to it? That wouldn't do that, would it?
I think it
read the comment
because she wasn't 18, so it give Lori the authority to control the money. Maybe, you know what I mean? Because otherwise,
why though? She'd be emancipated. No, it wouldn't. I don't see how that would.
I've heard that
she's dissociate. I mean, that doesn't make. I don't. Well, can you kind of explain why would that give her access to the money? To me, that doesn't really make sense. You're echoing again. I don't know why, you guys. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't hear anything. I never hear anything.
Is it better if I close mine? Does it still echo? I found
close your what?
My
go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. This September 7th is Feast of the Beast, a female sacrifice sexual events 7, 8. Okay. Sexual events, and then it's sacrifice of a child or a female that's 21 or younger. That's on the 7th of September. September 22nd is the feast day, and it's an orgy. And it says something, the August or equinox, human sacrifice, hands of glory. That's what it is. Not bound hands, it's hands of glory. Okay. And then on November 5th, it's reveals, and it's a reveal party, and it's an event, drinking and dancing, a reveal party. So I mean, it kind of makes like, it could be like, oh, you know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird.
Okay. To me, that's interesting. No, that is really interesting. They coincide with both of the deaths of the kids. That's weird.
I remember after I looked it up, I'm like trying to close out my screens. Anything that had anything satanic on it, because I thought it was gonna like come back and haunt me in my sleep. They were gonna come wake me up out of my sleep, and then I was gonna turn into a Lori. No, I'm just kidding. Wake me up.
See, I
I
mean,
don't know.
that'd be a weird coincidence. I would say if one of them matched up to something, but the fact that they both matched to the date, that's,
The
I don't
22nd
know.
and
That
the-
makes it
and the
harder
7th.
for a coincidence. Yeah.
And the feast day and the orgy day was that the day they
And
went
the
to the
3,
property.
yeah,
Was
the
that
3.
that day
Oh,
that
okay.
no one wanted to. No one knows if Lori was there though. You know what I mean? But they were all there with whoever who knows who else was there. Did Melanie P not go? Was she not there? Oh, she wasn't there yet.
Yeah, she wasn't there. So wait, yeah, Zav, the emancipation thing with Ty's a recent live. Yeah, but can somebody make sense though why that would be? Can somebody explain why getting Tylee emancipated would give Lori the money? To me, that almost seems like it would be the opposite, and it would give Tylee the money sooner because she'd be an adult sooner. She'd be away. I mean, why would they give? I don't get this, guys.
I didn't get it either. I actually saw because that's why she had her get her GED too. But maybe she had this crap planned way before. I mean, if she was talking
legally, I'm just talking about legally. Can somebody explain how that makes sense? Yeah, but Tylee would get it. Oh, you're saying that? Okay, you're saying
18
after
yet.
she killed him. Oh, you're saying that after she killed Tylee, she was going to emancipate Tylee without Tylee even being there, and then get the money. That's what you're saying?
she had a
Okay,
debit card.
I
She
guess,
did
but that seems pretty. Wow, I don't know. That seems
Well, she
like
had-
that wouldn't have.
She had her
I
debit
mean,
card. She was
no,
gonna
if
get it
no,
anyways.
listen though, if she's getting emancipated from Lori, then it wouldn't be Lori doing it. It would be Tylee. The whole point is to distance herself. So why would Lori be the one doing it for her? That would make no freaking sense.
Maybe
Tylee
Tyler
would be
was
to
doing
have to.
it.
That's what I'm saying. No, but they're saying. Listen, hold on. You know, I don't think you're following me, Miss Babe. I don't think you're following. I don't know. Maybe
don't
I'm not
know.
following you guys. What I'm saying is, if you're saying that it was after Tylee died, that you're saying that Lori was going to try to make it look like Tylee was emancipated so she could get Tylee's money. Do you know what emancipation is? Because that would be weird if the mom who you're trying to get emancipated from is the one doing it. Wouldn't Tylee have to be alive to do that? I mean, I
think
know.
they tried to do it before. I think people are saying that she was trying to do it before. That's why she had to go get her GED and stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I saw.
see. Okay. And then she's saying that Lori would, but what does that have to, okay, her GED.
I don't know what the GD had to do with it, but I saw something, and it's on this whole subject, which I haven't really looked at.
Is there any documents that show that she was trying to get her emancipated?
I think it was Annie Cushing saying that.
No, I
maybe
know,
so.
but I'm saying, is there any documents is what I'm saying.
I don't even know what that means, really. So I'm like, I don't even know what it means.
Like, was there something that was it filed? I mean, was there a filing where she filed for the emancipation? Because if not, was Annie in contact with her that she knew that? I'm just trying to see, where did this come from? If there's any truth to it.
I've
I'm
tried
all
to
about
look up
trying to
all-
find the truth and to see if there's like some way to
I've tried to
confirm
look
this.
up every docket and every minute history on those guys, but a lot of the stuff you can't see because they're under 18. Like a lot of the stuff.
Oh,
you know
okay,
what I mean?
okay.
I
But
have
you're
no
saying
clue.
whoever was claiming this, is she showing like documents like, look, Lori was look, she filed for her emancipation, or Tylee filed, or where did this rumor start, is all I'm asking, guys.
I think when I saw it, it was kind of like a hearsay thing, but I don't know. That's just me. I've only seen something about it one time, and it was a long time ago.
But the person that's saying this didn't have any contact with Lori at the recent times. So how did the hearsay go to her? I'm confused. I'm really confused.
I don't know. Maybe May knows more about it than, I mean, she's the one. She had to be of age. Oh, wait. Should it be of age?
I get it now. I get it. You're saying that you were going to say, you're trying to say that she was going to hurry up and get her emancipated before she killed her, basically, right? Is that what you're saying? And then she would have got her money after she killed her? Is that
But she
what the
still
whole
was gonna
theory
get it.
is?
She was still going to get it anyways.
I
though,
know.
from her
If
bank
she's
card.
dead, it would have been regardless. So I think it would have been less suspicious if she would have just kept it as is and got it. Oh no, because they're saying here. Listen, I get it. They're saying that Lori wouldn't have had to wait till Tylee turned 18, maybe, if she was emancipated. Is that what it was? But didn't Tylee turn 18 in September? Or wait, no, that
Or
was
maybe
the next year.
would she get the money earlier if she was emancipated?
Yeah, if she's
Okay.
emancipated. That's what
So
I think they're trying to get
she didn't want to wait
at.
till she was 18 because she had to sacrifice her before
Yeah,
she was 18.
man, that makes sense, but I don't know where did this come from.
That's a kind of a big thing, a big deal to do. You know what I mean? Like for me, you'd think that it put out red signs anyways to anybody that's working in that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I feel like it would be too.
She's been working on that money way before
Her brother's
you know
money going
that
to
great
Tylee
mother,
and
that
Hollywood.
great mother of her.
Wait, hold on. Check out because she talked about her brother's money going to Tylee. No, I understand the whole brother's money because I thought that was, interesting how Tylee was almost about to be 18. I forget. I think her birthday was in September, but I think it was the September after, right? And that she was going to get a lot of money from, her dad's death. But
And I did hear that Tylee did get monthly payments from her dad's death. And I heard that JJ got something too, but who knows? I don't know.
Okay, so she got monthly payments. So what?
Yeah.
Well, then she's already getting the money. So what is this money through emancipation? Does she get? You mean once she turns 18, she just gets the
She
rest
gets it
of it
all.
in a chunk? Okay. So I know, Megalove, I understand what you're saying. Who said it, and that they're saying it, but I'm saying, did she show files that shows that really did happen, or is it just where did she hear that? Is basically what I'm saying. I get who you guys are saying said it and everything. I just don't get where this person heard that, and does she have the paperwork that says that? I'm just curious because I like to learn about this stuff. I want to get a hold of these documents. If there's some documents where Lori was trying to emancipate Tylee around the same time as her death, I would like to check it out. So
I think it was probably even maybe a little bit before. When did she get her GED? How can you find out that stuff? Like, if she was a minor, would you be able to get that records even if you requested them? Not if she was alive.
exactly. That's why that's what I want to know. If somebody has an inside info and can let me know, that'd be interesting. The process.
I could look and see what I could find, but I don't think I'm going to be able to, because I really did. I've gone through every single docket on pretty much a lot of these people.
So who would have told this person that? That's what I'm trying to think, like, how would this person have known? I know it's Joseph's sister, blah, 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 but who would have told her that is what I want to know. Who did she have contact with that would have actually told her that information? Because I don't think she was in contact with anybody like that.
Oh, off the subject, something else I was thinking about is the morning of Charles' murder. Lori said she had JJ's stuff all ready to go. And then later she says she was, Charles got there and she goes, I have to get JJ's stuff together. So they were like, she's probably like, come in and go get him out of his room, or he's having a fit, come and get him. But in that same conversation, in her little confession thing or whatever, she said, oh, I had his stuff all ready to go and was waiting for Charles to get there. And then later, like within the first, few minutes or whatever, switched it to getting his stuff ready. She did that a lot.
Yeah.
She did that a lot, like taking the car thing out of there, taking her car keys and not taking her car keys. But I can't believe that, like, police who are investigating this stuff don't catch on to that when we all catch on to that kind of stuff,
No, yeah, they probably did. I mean, maybe not. You think they would have had to because they're trained to catch that kind of stuff. But whether they act on it, maybe it's not enough to act on. Maybe, I don't know.
A lie when you're lying to the officers, you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. It's just like, wow.
Wait, Tylee was living at Alex's house. I think she tells police that's why she had a bat while staying at his house. No, Alex's house. That wasn't Alex. Oh, she was living at Alex's house?
No, her and Lori moved there for just during that time that she was missing. Before they went to Hawaii, they went and stayed there for a while.
Oh, yeah, but
and so with her having the bat makes me think, why?
The bat. But the bat is. I think you're referring to Charles's house. No.
That's when she goes. I have a bat because when I stayed at my uncle's house, I had a bat because I felt safer that way. But then she just took it to her house, and that's why she had it there.
Oh, okay.
So I'm like thinking, why would she feel scared at Alex's house? Maybe because what he did to her mother when she was younger. Something for whatever reason. Why would she feel threatened over there?
Yeah, that's interesting. Or maybe because Alex is always gone out on the road because he's a truck driver. Maybe she was alone a lot. Wasn't he a truck driver?
I think Lori was there too, though, because then they went to Hawaii after that.
Okay,
they hadn't been falling out in the street or whatever.
Yeah, in the street.
Which is interesting, but
isn't that funny? We know like all these little details of these people's lives.
I'm not going to kill him. It was probably about him not wanting to kill Charles, and then ended up.
That's what I thought. That's exactly what I thought. A lot of people thought it was about him being gay, but I thought it was about the main issue. I feel like was about him refusing to go through with it. That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, and also if you look at stuff on the family, their family is very anti-gay and anti-whatever. So that could.
Mormons isn't that like a?
It's not something that they really want to support, but I mean, it depends on I guess it depends on people. Some people are like. They don't think it's right and they don't condone it, but they weren't letting. I think they weren't letting them go to church, but I think just recently they have a new church that they maybe can go to. I don't know. I really don't know that part of it.
Hold on, let me clear. No, Teresa, that's what I was thinking that the bout was in Arizona, but that's what they were just clearing up. Good night. I was saying good night to you, Teresa. That's what I was saying. No, it's in Arizona, but I guess misbehaved. I think what she said is that when they questioned her, she said she had the bat because she had it when she was staying with Alex. So that's why. So that means that she had it before, I guess.
Which I think
don't
they
know.
probably went out
I
and
didn't
bought it,
remember
but-
that either, but yeah, that makes. Oh, you think they bought it specifically?
No,
for
no, I don't. I mean, necessarily, I don't know, but that's what she said on there. She said from when she was staying at her uncle's, so she just brought it over there. That's what. So what? She
Okay.
took it to Hawaii with her. I mean, I think it's weird that Alex.
What do you
left
mean
it-
Hawaii though?
Because
What? I
remember
know
when
I'm
she
getting-
went missing? Remember that time span when she went missing? Like it was in May or whatever. She went missing for like 90-something days or whatever when Lori went missing. And she left
Yeah.
JJ.
Yeah.
They went and stayed at Alex's. And then they had the
Yeah.
falling out. And then she went to Hawaii and stayed at April's house.
Okay.
April
okay.
Raymond's house. So it
Okay.
was that during that time when she was staying there at Alex's.
Okay. Yeah, that's a long time to just be traveling with this bats.
I know. Well, I mean, they could have left it there and went back and got it later or whatever. I don't know, but it's
All right.
interesting.
I have a young
But-
boy. Hey, cowgirl.
I'll have to find
What's-
out why they gave Zulema immunity. Or whatever
Yeah,
it's called.
definitely. And this whole emancipation thing, because that's just, I don't know. I want to see, I guess that's just, it's one of those hearsay things. Those go around in all the cases. So yeah, that's normal to hear things and not know where they come from, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we know who said it, but not knowing where she got it from is if there's some actual documents that she has of her trying to file or if she heard it from somebody.
Yeah,
I would
well-
like to, it's just interesting because I never actually heard that. So.
Emancipated. Yeah, I'll see if I can find anything too. I don't even know what it means, but and then find out.
Oh,
about
it's
the
mean you get
legislature.
emancipated like a kid will get emancipated from their parents. It means they're independent.
like you're
They're
divorcing
not-
your parents?
Yes, exactly. Yep.
And so, she's maybe she was doing it trying to save her. Maybe she knew she was going to have to be sacrificed, so she was trying to save her kid by emancipating her.
But how would
You know
that
what I mean?
save her?
Because she's
though?
an adult on her own. Then she doesn't have to like. She's like, that's not my child.
But she still
That's
did
just the
kill
whole-
her though. Oh,
I
you're
know,
saying
but
okay.
maybe it
I
could have
see.
been just in the clause of chat. Who knows? You know what I mean? I mean, who knows the mind of a mother murderer? But I was looking at mothers who murder. There's so many of them. So many
Yeah,
mothers that murder their children. I mean, sometimes maybe I felt like I wanted to murder mine, but I never would murder my children. You know what I mean? Not
Oh
really, but-
yeah. Tylee, she talked about having a bat while living. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Megalove. Yep. I don't remember. I didn't remember that part, but I believe you. I mean, I'm sure that's happened. I just
See,
forgot
I think that
happened.
something happened to Lori when she was little, to where she has a stigma towards men, and even like Tylee, I think she raised her to not trust men. I think that's and basically she did. I mean, by telling her all these lies about her dad and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
But maybe
yeah.
it roots back to something that happened to Lori in her childhood. Because even Summer does say in that one, just the interview, yeah, she does have Rob Wood stated there. I know there's a lot more history involved, and Summer goes, yeah, there is. So that stuff, but he wasn't going to talk about it, and we'll hear it probably come out later.
Yeah,
maybe, but
we're
you know what I
we're
mean?
probably gonna
So
hear. There's probably gonna be some crazy things that we don't even know yet that come out in the trial, huh?
We're
They're
probably
gonna
going to
be
have to watch it like
"Wow."
20 times to catch
like
everything.
what? We didn't know that. Oh my gosh! Because they have to have. They're keeping some things quiet.
Oh,
I'm
there's
sure.
going to be so much of that. We're going to all be
Yeah.
like, what the crap?
Yeah. Wow.
It's gonna
Hey,
be crazy, but-
I even thought that maybe a part of it was because Tylee knew about the whole Charles thing. She knew more about that it wasn't self-defense. And I
yeah,
thought
I'm
that could
sure
have been
that-
a motive, a part of a motive too for getting rid of her in
Yeah.
a way.
I think
I
so
don't know.
too. It's like but almost like why, and I think that they might have went to Yellowstone to possibly try to too, and they just didn't get their opportunity. You know what I mean? Because they say you could push somebody in some of the water, and they'll just eat away. You won't even be able to find them. Don't everybody take that advice and go do it. But there's even in the Yellowstone, there's an area that's called the Death Zone. The
Yeah,
Death
I
Zone.
did a video on that. Yeah.
Yeah. And so, I mean, who knows? Unless she just wanted to have one more day of family time, but I don't think that necessarily was it. You know what I mean?
No, yeah. Oh, thanks, Holland.
Have you watched the documentary out with
No, the newest
Larry.
one?
the one on Larry and Kay? I haven't watched either. I heard it was so sad.
Larry and Kay? No.
They like where they followed them around through this whole thing, and it shows.
No?
It shows
Wait,
the
where do I
inside.
watch it?
I'll have to ask somebody. It's on something TV, or I'm not sure.
I
but
didn't
it's,
even know. What is
I
the
heard-
one that has Adam on the documentary? I didn't see that one either, but I know they interview Adam. Which one is that one? It's on a
don't know
TV
about
show.
that.
It's on a TV station. I saw it previewed.
I don't know about that one. Maybe it was when he
Okay.
was his own interview when he like killed that girl, or was it a different?
No, it was before this. It wasn't mainly only him, but that was one of the people they interviewed. It was
Oh.
the whole case. It was about the case.
I wonder if it was that one, but I heard it was so hard to watch. You know, because it's their rough.
Wow,
They
yeah.
have to be so strong and so brave for all this, and but then it just shows their real emotions and stuff about how hard it really was for them.
Yeah. Hey, no drama. I don't know. I think there's something going on with chat, guys. Because
Yeah.
no drama, some people are saying they can't chat. Some people can't see it. And the
I mean,
chat,
it echoes.
with
It's
the
not-
amount of people, especially that were here, there was almost 500 people during the trial or during that hearing. And there was barely any chat.
I
So
ran
there's
them all
something
off.
going
I read them all
on.
off.
No, you're not understanding. Misbehave. This was
No, I
before
get
you
it.
came on, though.
Oh,
This was
the
before
chat.
you came on. There was over like 500 people, and I'm saying the chat. There wasn't that much chat. I
That's
kept scrolling
weird.
down. I'm like, is it
Let me
behind?
look-
And
let
it
me
never
hear how much
came. It
time.
just never came. I don't
That's
know what's
weird.
going. Yeah.
Because I've never had. I mean, your chat's always been up. Maybe your sound hasn't always been on, but your chat's always been up. Let's see if I can see it real fast on there. Oh,
No, the chat's
it's
up,
frozen.
but what do you mean?
It's not like moving. It's like stopped. You know what I mean? Or maybe nobody is chatting. You're right, but I
I
can see it on-
know, I
Here,
don't-
I'm going to send something on there. I'll chat and see if it goes through. Oh, did you see it? I sent
Oh,
it.
you're on my other channel. Okay.
Am I on
There's
the wrong channel?
No, not you. No,
Oh.
no drama, mama. But see, I thought because I am streaming it from both channels, but I thought the chat included everybody.
Oh,
So
see,
you might
mine,
be.
'cause- But
What?
it's still oh, it's moving now because I didn't see anything for a minute either. But now I said hi, and now it's moving again. But it wasn't moving when I went on there. When I went onto this one.
Okay.
But the
so maybe
pictures
I
are-
should. Maybe I shouldn't, because I don't know. Now that I'm thinking, maybe the chats are separate. So maybe if you're on my other channel, you're only seeing the chat from that
Yes,
channel.
Yes, because last time when you were on there, people were saying they got lost. They were going, I got lost, and then they came back over here, and then they found it. But they don't. The chats do not connect. Because,
Oh shoot, that's what's
yeah.
going on.
And I was trying to explain it to you in that chat. It's kind of hard to explain stuff on there, but ask Barbara, ask Barb, because it happened to her where she got lost. She's like, I was like lost. I couldn't, there was like nobody, but then they came over
I'm
and
gonna-
found out this.
You guys, I think there's two things going on. It is slow because that doesn't explain why the chat was moving so slow, but explains why some people, like Drama Mama said, there's only 5 people in chat because you're probably
Yeah.
on my other channel. So there's
It
a few
happened to,
things
like,
going on. So
Last time it happened to like a few people. They kept getting confused, or lost. They called it lost, but it was a problem.
I won't stream them together anymore. I thought this whole time I did like 3 streams together, and I thought the chats were all combined. I thought everybody could see everybody. So that means if
nice
my
if they
mods
were.
were on my other channel, they could only mod for that channel. So I'm sorry, guys. I won't do that anymore.
Oh yeah, that's where I was today.
What?
Because I wasn't doing modding today, but I was up in the chat stuff. And so I said, oh yeah, I was on the other one today. I was
Oh my
modding the other one. I wasn't
God.
really, but that's my excuse.
Wow. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not going to do that anymore. I thought this
Or
whole
maybe
time
you
it was all
could
together.
maybe you could block one out, or maybe you could. I don't know really. I'm not that.
I want to.
pro
Well, I
at YouTube,
want to try to do some lives on my other one, but I feel like a lot of people are getting lost trying to find it. When I even like Barb, I had to send her a link, like she couldn't find it
Well,
at one time.
Even on the links that I post, because I went and clicked on one because I can't put all those links in a message. I have to actually take some of them off or it won't let me send. And so I've done it and I've actually clicked on it before and it just takes it to your webpage. You know what I mean? It doesn't take it to
What?
like the link the ones that I've posted. And, I see like mine don't
Wait,
show up like
posting a link to what though?
to like your memberships and stuff. Like I
You
can't
must be
post
posting the wrong one then. Okay, I'll have to
Well,
give you.
I post
What?
the membership one in the live chat usually, and sometimes I do the membership and the merch. I switch it up, but I can't post them all at once. It won't let me. But I see that some of the other mods can post them all to where all the things will go up there, but mine won't let me. It won't. The little arrow for the send doesn't get blue.
Wait,
It just
but
is-
what I'm asking, you said when you post the membership, it only takes me to the web. It
I
only
went-
takes you to the
time-
web page.
When I went and clicked on your things before, it just takes me to your site.
Well, maybe you don't have the right membership link. I'll have to let you know. You're saying for the membership one, it should take you to the join page. It doesn't do that. Maybe you have
Not-
the wrong link. I'll have to send you maybe.
It could have
maybe
been. Well, she sent me the new ones too, but I haven't clicked on it since she sent me the ones in the text the other day.
Okay. I'll have to
but-
see because it should take them to the join page. So we have to fix that if that's not right.
Yeah, and I'll click on it again and see.
Yeah.
but-
I never click on them. Maybe what if everybody has the wrong one? No, because that's how people
Well, because I
are
think
joining,
some
I
people,
think.
when they go on there, some people can't. It's hard for them to figure out how to become a member when they're on the regular page, which it should just. I mean, isn't there like a button that you can make that just says become a member, like right on
There's
your
join.
page?
Here's the thing. There's a join button, but when you're on iPhones, on my iPhone, the join button doesn't come up. So if you have an Android, there'll be a join button. If people are on their phones, laptop, you should be able to join. There's a join button if you go to my page. Yeah.
I see what
But
you're saying.
if you're on your iPhones, I don't know why. Sometimes you can't find the join button. A lot of the channels you
Well,
can't find
wait.
it. So
I'm on my laptop and I don't see. I see a PayPal, but I do not see a join on your.
by the
thing.
subscribe. Go to
I see
the
it see perks. So it says see perks. That's probably why. Maybe they're just like saying
because you're a member. Because you're a member already.
Oh.
That's why you're just seeing the perks. If you weren't a member, it would say join.
It say join.
So-
I joined and I'm not that tech savvy, so
Yeah, so for those of you, like, if you guys ever want to join a member, if you're on an iPhone and you don't see the join button, let me know. I'll send you a link, or let the mods know they should send you a link. Otherwise, if you're on a laptop or Android, you should see the join beside the subscribe button, and that's the membership on my web. Like, if you go to my actual YouTube page.
this is how smart I am. I see your page and I see that's live and I'm like, wait, they're still in court.
Oh, my God.
That's how my brain works.
That's funny. Short Nice says, oh, so maybe that's what I'm saying, Short Nice. Sometimes, like when I'm on my iPhone, sometimes there'll be channels I see join, but not all the channels that do have join. So sometimes, maybe, what iPhone do you have? Maybe you have, let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Who has a for sure join thing? Who has a membership for sure? I'm going to go check. Let me think. Do you guys know anybody that has a membership? I could check their channel on my
Mine?
iPhone. Just,
I'm
do you have a
on the
membership?
iPhone?
No.
Oh,
Do
no.
you? No, I'm saying
I'm so sorry.
for channels, people that have a channel that you could join. I want to check.
I have one on mine, but I don't know if it's public or not. I have one, but it's not really. It is a channel though, because I was gonna try and do one.
Look, Save Robbie. Save Robbie. I know he has a membership program. The join button, no option. I can't join.
Oh, see, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it's kind of hard, I think, because a lot of people do say, how do you become a member? It should be so easy to become a member. You know what I mean?
No, but what I'm saying is it's a glitch on the iPhones, on some of the iPhones sometimes.
Yeah, and I have
Is
an
what
iPhone,
I'm
so that's
saying.
probably
And
the
Short
problem. Yeah.
Nice is saying on her iPhone, what iPhone do you have, Short Nice? Maybe yours is the 11. Okay, you got the new one. I bet yours is updated. Yours probably has the updated stuff.
Mine's the 11.
The
and I
older,
don't have it like that.
yeah. I think I don't know. I know a lot of
have the settings
iPhones you can't. A lot of iPhones you can't see the join button. Is Mexi in the house? You guys, I think I am going to end this. I'm kind of getting like wore out. It's almost 4 hours again. But I feel like I do too long of lives sometimes. I hope I'm not annoying you guys with these long lives. Wait,
Especially
where's
with just, like, me
Mexi
around the whole
though?
time.
Everybody's saying hi, Mexi, and I wanted to say hi, and I don't see him. Oh,
I wanted to ask
if you're-
that Rob, if because I saw him post something like about Arizona, and so I'm like, "Are you from Arizona?" I don't know if he responded back, but it was on Facebook.
No, Rob, Save Robbie, or
Yeah.
the other Rob? Which one?
It was
It's
Save- it was
Robbie or
Save- it's Save
Save
Robbie.
Robbie's from Colorado.
Oh, is he? Because
Yeah.
it was just an election thing that he posted about.
No,
Arizona.
he's definitely Colorado. Him and Mexi both are from Colorado.
Yeah, I saw that they were together, so I knew that he lived there, but I just wasn't sure.
But that other Robbie that was here today, I don't know where he's from. All right,
It's
guys.
Save Robbie.
Okay. Thank you guys for coming. Sorry about the echo. Sorry that sometimes we're talking fast and you might not know what we're talking about.
I talk so fast and I ramble.
You're worse, not worse. I shouldn't use the word worse, but you're
I
faster
am.
than me. I thought I was fast, but you got me beat.
It's a trait that carried with me, but I am, and people hate talking to me. Like, I don't even answer my phone because seriously, I frustrate the crap out of everybody, and I have to repeat myself so many times that I frustrate the crap out of myself.
I could see, especially like. I know this case pretty good because, I've been doing videos on it, but I could see if people were just, maybe not that familiar and they're trying to understand what you're saying going from subject to, I could see how it would be hard. I followed you pretty good because I mean, that's what I do here, but I could see some people were like, wait, slow down. I can't follow.
Yeah, I'm bad.
But,
I should have really my stuff all together more than I
well,
ever
that's
do,
just,
but it's like,
how you, I mean, that's just your brain. I could tell that's how you operate. Like, that's
I
just
get
how
so
your
scatterbrained.
thoughts.
I get so
Yeah.
scatterbrained. I'm just like,
No, I could tell.
unscatter is not that easy.
I am a
But I
little
have a
bit,
lot
but
of
I feel like
information.
mild compared to you. You do. She does. She has a lot, but I think it's just so much that
It's
she,
like
yeah, you just have to.
AD, ADHD, D. I have like all these. Not really. I mean, I probably do, but I have all these. I do have a weird. I need to get out more, I think. I need to get off YouTube and get out more.
Well, no, not with this COVID, though. That's the
Well,
problem,
I've been
though.
home. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I've been home since today was the first day I went out. I went on a drive the other day, and took my dog to get her groomers. But I've been home since December 3rd. Home by myself. My kid came over
Wow.
on Christmas Eve and spent the night, but
Hey, you're being safe, though.
so I probably just got more to spit out. But
No, you have a lot of no, you have really good information. It's just if somebody's not really super familiar with it, it would be probably
oh yeah,
hard, even if they're a little bit. But it's I could see how it would be hard to follow from
probably would- I
jumping
probably
from
would've.
point to point. But see, my brain kind of operates like yours too. So not only do I know the case pretty good, but also my brain is somewhat like yours. It's just not as
Yeah.
quick. But so
I
I
mean,
could
I probably
I
wouldn't
follow
watch
you
myself.
pretty good. What?
if I switched two channels, I probably wouldn't watch myself. I get annoyed talking to myself sometimes. My neighbors literally probably think I'm crazy because I do talk to the dog a lot.
Oh,
That's all right.
no. Well, it's not okay. Hey, so Leah, email me. I was trying to. Did you email me back? Because we need to talk definitely about what we were talking about. Because I want to. Yeah, definitely. And you have to collect your prize too, girl.
Yeah, the prize winners, the big one.
Yeah, some people haven't collected. The other one, I haven't seen her around yet, and she won. I don't know. That Nicole X whatever XXX Nicole. Hold on, I have it written down.
Oh yeah.
The
Love
X,
or something.
yeah,
X,
she
like
won.
Nicole X, like something like that.
Yeah, she has.
I'm gonna peace out because my phone is gonna die.
Okay.
And I can't.
Okay, thanks.
I can't do the headphones into the charger at the same time. So.
Okay, yeah, thanks for coming, Misbehaved. And
All right, and then I'll have to tell you the details on that other case too about that house.
yeah,
My parents' house,
okay,
because I get so freaked out when I go up there, but I mean, it's still an interesting story, but I'll just fill you in on it later.
Okay, yeah, definitely. All right, thanks for coming on.
Mhm,
All right, bye. Okay, guys, I'm gonna probably get going here too. Sorry, I feel like I was confusing you guys too. I'm sorry. I don't know. I wasn't planning on actually even doing a live about this case, so I might be a little like I need to refresh on some of the things. I couldn't believe I couldn't even think of names, but once I heard, I'm like, yes, I know this stuff. But yeah, I was planning on just doing the hearing and then getting off. But I'm glad I stayed around and chat. But now I got to get editing because I wanted to edit that morning video for you guys. So I probably won't do a live tonight, another live, but I'm gonna do a live maybe tomorrow or something later. Man, I wish Left Undone was still here. Shoot. I'll have to email her. I feel so bad because I keep putting it off, I feel like. But thank you guys for sticking around. And those of you guys that are just joining, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. And that's why I'm not like on video, because I was just planning on doing the hearing, the verdict. It was like a spur of the moment. Misbehaves like, hey, the hearing is on. The judges might make his ruling. And then K-Clo texted me. I'm like, oh my God, I forgot. It's Friday? I thought it was Thursday. I thought like today was Thursday. I didn't realize today was Friday. So I hurry up and put it on without even watching the beginning part. So, if it was a little disorganized, that's why, guys. Yeah, I'll definitely do a live this weekend. I just don't know what day, either Saturday or Sunday, either tomorrow, probably, I don't know. It depends on when I get this morning video edited. That's what I would be working on right now. So, it's already getting late, but I'm a night owl, so I'll get on it. Man, I need a sip of water, guys. Oh, short night. That I feel honored. Aw. You guys are sweet. Zavgirl, because she probably told her subs you were coming. Wait, what? What do you mean? She did tell the sub that I was coming? Wait a minute. Oh, if she did, then I need to go to bed soon and do it. Is that what you're saying? That Left Undone told her sub that she was coming? That I was coming? Yeah, Anna. That's what I was planning on doing. Maybe like a month before we could start refreshing the case, because there's a lot of things that about this case. It starts from, I feel like it starts from, shoot, it could go all the way back to Joseph Ryan and her divorce, really. But I guess that doesn't really have anything to do with, I don't know. Maybe we won't go back that far. But maybe, I think we should at least start as far back as Joseph Ryan's death and then go from there and all the things that happened. Excuse me. Oh, thanks, no drama, mama. You have to come back on again. Oh, you're not feeling good, Christina? Get better. Go get some sleep and get better. Ooh, Kansas. Kansas, Ohio. Kansas, Ohio. I never heard of Kansas, Ohio. Huh. Yeah, her first husband's name was, oh my God. I did a video on it. I have a picture of him. He looks just like Colby. Because it's Colby's dad, actually. Hold on. I'll put up a picture. It's on my other laptop. Hold on a second. Oh, thanks, no drama, mama. I'll put up Colby's biological dad. You guys want to see a picture of him? Who sent it to me? I want to give a shout out. Who's the one? Weird Mom is the one that I think is the one that actually found those pictures a while, like way back. Thank you. Hold on. I have my other computer on. Let me see if I still have the picture of Colby's dad. I think he looks a lot like Colby. I think I still have him in my files. But he never really was his dad. I mean, it was just his biological dad. There's a bunch of documents of that whole divorce, all of that, where all the drama that was involved with that. There's the court documents on that too. And so Colby really never knew his biological dad. And then, so, basically Lori was a single mom for a little bit before she met Joseph Ryan. And then Joseph Ryan adopted Colby. And then when Joseph Ryan and Lori got a divorce, then basically Charles kind of adopted him, And it seems like, as far as what Colby says, Charles was like the better dad, like as far as the way he treated him and stuff. He was a good father figure, I guess. They got along really well. But I don't think Ty Lee and Charles got along that well. Not anything like serious, but sometimes parents and kids don't get along at times, Hold on, let me try to find this real quick. I'll share it with you guys real quick, and then I'll probably go. Well, maybe I'll chat with you for a few minutes, but trying to think, what files did I put him in? Hold on. I have so many files of the Vallow, so many Vallow case files on my old computer when I made. I have like over 100 videos on this case, actually. I think like 120 or something. Okay, let's see here. One second. Where is this? I'm trying to think which files. Just bear with me, guys. Actually, maybe it's in. Man, I have so many. Hold on. Oh wait, Lori. Hold on, guys. Oh, there we go. I think it's in these files. Sorry, I just wasn't planning doing this, so I'm a little bit unprepared. Where are they? They might actually, I know I might still have them in my phone too. Oh, wait. Here they are. Okay, I found them, guys. Hold on. I have 3 of them. of Colby's dad. Hold on, let me share my screen in a minute. I mean, 1 minute. I got to log on to StreamYards on. A lot of you guys probably already seen it, but does somebody want to see it? I'm sure somebody out there might want to see pictures. So this is Colby's dad. So Colby's dad and Lori had a very dramatic relationship too, from the court documents. So it's like every man she was with, there was this crazy drama involved. Did I say thank you, drama mama? No drama mama? And I was calling you drama, and it's no drama mama. But I was just, I don't know. Okay, enter studio. Hold on. I'm just logging into my StreamYard on my other computer so I could, because I have the files on my other computer. He's a nice looking guy. I mean, obviously, I'm sure these are old pictures of him, of his dad. But I think he looks a lot like Colby. Hold on. I'm getting there, guys. I'm getting there. Just hang in. Just takes a minute, you know, because this is my old computer, so it's not quite as fast as a new computer. So it's taking a while to enter the studio. Come on, here we go. Okay, I'm in the studio. Now let me share my screen. Share screen. Okay. I'm getting there. Okay. So here is to Colby's dad. So as you can see, how much does he look like Colby? Like even down to how he, like his smile, like how he holds his mouth, like his look basically. And then there's a couple other ones here. There's another one. And then I think there's one more. Yeah, doesn't he look a lot? I mean, there's no denying that this is Colby's dad. He's a nice looking guy. And then this one is, I don't know why the filter's kind of weird on it. Is that this? Wait. No, that's not the same one. Filter. It's a kind of cool filter, but those are the only 3 pictures I have. Yeah, you know, doesn't he? He's cute. This one right here is like almost like twin Colby. Oh, there's an echo? Maybe because I'm sharing this screen over here. I don't know why it does this. Is that what you're saying? I have an echo? Well, I'm about to stop sharing the screen. I just wanted to show you that. So that's that. But anyway, there were some court documents. Well, maybe I should continue reading. Well, I'll wait maybe closer leading up to the trial. Maybe I'll start in the spring, maybe finishing through the reading through the documents. But there's some documents out there of all the drama between him and Lori, and how she takes Colby, you know, basically takes Colby and stays with, man, I forget the details now. She goes and stays with maybe her parents, but there's a lot of drama because she was staying, when she had Colby, when they were first married or first together, she was staying with his parents. They were both staying with his parents. And he would go out and, like, I guess, party supposedly. And I think she even claimed that he was cheating on her and doing drugs and blah, blah, blah. And then she left one night. Oh, and he was abusive too, supposedly. He was abusing her. But it's like, this girl has cried wolf too many times that we don't even know. Because maybe he was abusing her. But how do we believe that? Because you've claimed that about everybody. You've claimed all these crazy things about everybody. So she took Colby from him and, you know, filed a restraining order and charges against him. And so... yeah, and then she met Joseph, and then we see the charges she made against Joseph, and then Charles, and we see how she did the same thing with Charles. I mean, claiming, oh, he's cheating on me, oh, he flips out, and she's afraid of her kid's safety, so she takes her. That wasn't the first time she took her kids to a hotel because she was afraid of what he would do. So, I mean, it's just like, what's the common denominator here? Lori. Lori's the common denominator, not the guys, in my opinion, but... I know you could look at it though. Also, though, some females, or no, just some people in general, are attracted to certain types of men or people, you know. So maybe she's attractive to men that are troublemakers and are abusive. But I personally think she's the issue. I'd like to bring up like the debate, what the other side could say. Well, no, maybe it's because, you know, but yeah, I see it could be that way. But if you go through the facts, it more looks like it's her, that she's a liar. And she, I don't know. It's just, this girl's not right, I feel like. Mentally, I feel like there's something not, like mentally, I do think there's something going on. She's not well. She really isn't. Yeah, exactly, Amy Young. Really? The echo? Huh. Let me log off of this. I don't know, guys. It sucks because, like, I don't need the second computer right now, but, like, in the future, when I do screen sharing, if you guys are saying it's going to echo when I use my other computer, that kind of sucks because, I mean, that's why I got another computer, so I could have two screens. That sucks. I know. And the whole thing is when there's an issue, like an echo, half the people will hear it and half the people don't hear it. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, guys. That happens all the time. There'll be some people that hear it and some don't. Look, no echo, big time echo. I don't hear one, echo. I don't hear one, echo. I hope, I don't know, because in the future I am going to use my other computer a lot. So if it causes an echo, I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I mean, I have everything set up. I have my mic stand, which is helping. I mean, I don't know really what else to do, guys. I upgraded my internet. I'm trying. But, I mean, you have to be able to share your screen to do lives and make it interesting. And every time I share a screen, if it creates an echo, I don't know. I would say it's something wrong with StreamYards and not, I don't know. I have everything connected, right? So I really don't even know how to make it better. Anyway, I know how. I'll just leave. No, it's not. I'm just messing with you guys, but I am going to end it because it's almost 4.5 hours. I just hope right now it's not a big deal because I'm leaving and, you know, I don't need my other computer. I just hope it's not going to be an issue in the future, guys. This sucks. I don't even know what to do. I'm going to go back and see at this point if I hear echo when I watch it. Wait, is it a new one, Meg Love? I mean, I've watched one of them. I mean, is it a new one with Sherilyn? Or is it one after that I did an interview with her? I don't know. No, I haven't. If it's one after, I definitely haven't seen it. I only seen one with him and Sherilyn. The one where, like, one of the first ones back. I don't know. Sherilyn, maybe she was on AD, like, you know, a while ago. But, I mean, I think it was the first time she was basically back, you know, with the case. And she did an interview with him. That's the one I seen. And I didn't even see it all. I only watched, like, the first, like, maybe 15 minutes of it. But I got the gist of what was going on. It was that big thing that they announced or whatever. But I do want to ask you guys something because I heard about that whole, well, maybe I shouldn't do it here because this is supposed to be about the judge's ruling. But I just want to know I just want to know what you guys think real quick. Okay. So I heard about the whole thing where on a live, I heard when I was talking about Blair and I said, oh, you know, I think Blair is real and stuff. And I heard everybody saying, oh my God, it got debunked. You guys to watch this channel. They accidentally, she accidentally showed, or she or he, I don't even know if it's a she or he, but accidentally showed her video, like her face on accident because the camera, she forgot. Somehow she turned the camera on and it showed her face, right? And so everybody was like, it's a lie. She's fake. But my thing is, even if this person is Blair, which I think it is because I did see the video somebody sent me. So this person that is claiming to be Blair, I think it is either a man or maybe just she doesn't describe herself exactly the way she looks. But who isn't guilty of that? How many people do that? Think about that. I'm sure there's probably tons of people that describe themselves in situations physically or puts up pictures that don't quite look like them because they do Facetune or whatever, that new thing, or it'll be a fake picture. It happens. I know. It makes it hard to trust the person. I know. But does that necessarily mean that the whole thing is fake, that this person isn't really talking to Chris? No. This person could just be tricking Chris and saying, yeah, I'm a nice, skinny brunette and like female, and just basically catfishing Chris. Okay? Because my whole thing is what I'm trying to figure out is if this person is talking to Chris. And as far as the letters, it looks like she is. The emails, I don't know, because some people said the font's different than Cora Links normally is. I don't know. I haven't looked into that. Maybe I'll look into it. But just because this person doesn't look the way that they said they look doesn't necessarily mean that the person isn't talking to Chris, is my point. Like, maybe this person's still talking to Chris, but they're kind of just lying to Chris about what they look like, and maybe lying to AD about what they look like. And yet they're still talking to him. So it doesn't necessarily mean that it's all fake, is what I'm saying. Even if it's not, even if this person doesn't really look like what they said they look like, it doesn't mean that they're fake, is what I'm saying. Do you see what I'm saying, guys? Let me see what you guys are saying to this. Hold on. Dad, did you watch Lady? Just joking. Yeah, I don't really watch that channel anyway. I like to watch the more, independent, the everyday use channels that aren't backed by big companies. Not that I don't like those type of things. When I want to watch like that type of thing, I'll watch TV or whatever. But when I watch YouTube, I like watching just the everyday person is out there, doing it themselves, Not that I have anything against the big corporations or backing or anything. Am I making sense, guys? But that's when I watch TV. But I love YouTube. YouTube's so awesome because it gives just any everyday person a voice. Anybody could do it. So it's pretty cool. Okay, so let me see what you guys are saying about. I wouldn't want to accurately describe myself. Kim doesn't know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just because she might not look like she described does not mean she's not talking to Chris. I think the more important thing to focus on is if she's really talking to Chris. But what my point is, I totally understand that you're doubting her because she's already being dishonest on who she is. So then it's like, then you start doubting, then if she's lying about this, then maybe she is lying about talking to Chris. But those letters, that is definitely a letter from Chris. That's the only thing. That's why I think it's real, because that letter definitely looks like a letter, the letters I've seen from Chris. Now, the emails, I don't know. But no, Jen. No, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess all AD said about her looks is she was a brunette. So that person is a brunette that showed up on the video. So maybe she isn't lying. I don't know what she's telling Chris. So I guess you're right. Just because she doesn't maybe look the way people thought she was going to look doesn't necessarily mean she lied. Because I think AD just said she was a brunette, right? And that person that came on the video was a brunette. Did you see the picture? Did you see the video, Jen, though? It does reveal this person's face real quick. And you could tell it's not a book cover. Somebody said it was a book cover. You could tell it's a person. It's what happens when you accidentally are, let's say you get invited. This has happened on some of my lives. Somebody gets invited and they accidentally show their face. They accidentally hit the cam. and they don't, like on StreamYard, it's just one little click. You accidentally hit the cam button when you don't mean to. You just want to be on audio, and it hurries up and brings up the video real quick, and then you could hurry up and like click off of it. That's what happened to this person. It's not a book cover. I heard somebody saying it was a book cover. It was definitely a person, but I don't know. I don't think it's a big deal about the way she or he looks. It's just, is he or she talking to Chris is the big thing, I guess. No, I'm not talking about her identity. No, Jen, I think maybe you don't know about this. Totally understand use a fake name because she is protecting her identity. I'm not even talking about the fake name. I'm talking about there's a video when she was on that she accidentally got on video, or he accidentally. I can't tell if it was a boy or girl, but whoever it was accidentally showed their face. And you clearly see it. There people who have screen copied it and stuff. So, and people were saying, oh, it's debunked because she accidentally or he accidentally showed his face. But how does that debunk? Because it wasn't about what this person looked like. That's the point I'm trying to say. Like, how do you debunk it? It was about this person talking to Chris, not about what this person looks like. So that's where I'm having trouble. I don't think it's necessarily debunked because this person didn't look like what they claim to. But the font thing, I want to look into that because I don't know about the whole font thing. But the letter thing, definitely, that was a letter from Chris, wherever it came from. That was a letter. You saw his signature, and that's exactly how he signs it. The paper looks everything like it. So yeah. Oh, KK. No, I'm not talking about KK. I'm talking about Blair. But I did show a picture of Kay. She shows her face too, you guys. Yeah, that exactly, Natalie. I don't think she ever said. All I remember AD saying is she was brunette, and this person was brunette that accidentally shows their face. So it doesn't necessarily mean this person was lying, even if they were lying about the way they look. Think about how many people probably do that, and they use I've heard so many YouTubers saying that they use that Facetune and stuff, and so they alter their looks a little bit. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about it, I guess, because I don't watch AD that much, so maybe there's more details. I don't know, guys. All I know is somebody sent me a couple videos of what they were talking about the debunking, and I watched them, and I'm thinking, how does this debunk her talking to Chris? This doesn't debunk it. All it debunks is what she looks like. It has nothing to do with if she talks to Chris or not. Like, I don't get that part. So that's why maybe I don't know as much as what. Does anybody know how that debunks her talking to Chris? Oh, well, maybe AD has different. How do we know what AD thinks is beautiful? Maybe he thinks that person was beautiful, so that still doesn't debunk it. See, because and I know that's not what you're saying, no drama mama. I'm just agreeing with you, yeah, so he might think you know what I'm saying, maybe that's his taste. So I don't know. All I know is I want to look into it, but that just what she looks like doesn't mean that it's debunked. That's all. And I'm not saying that I don't know about that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. It doesn't mean she's not talking to Chris, so that it has nothing to do with it. It just means that we just saw what she or he looks like. I don't know. I couldn't tell if it was necessarily a boy or a girl. Some people, I don't know. I'm not trying to make fun of. It was just, but the person had brown hair. So, I remember AD saying she was a brunette because I think he was saying because, Shanann was a brunette, Chris liked brunettes or whatever. But this person did have brown hair. The person was a brunette. So, anyway. I don't know, though. But that's all. I don't know about the whole font thing. I want to look into that because I did receive an email of somebody that I totally trust, 100% trust this person. I've known this person for over a year now, and I have no reason not to trust this person. And this person does say that she gets emails from Quora links from another person that she talks to, and the font is different. But she also said she thinks Blair is real. So she said, I don't know why the font is different, but it is different than the font that I get when I talk on quarter length, but she said I do think Blair's real. So whatever that means. Yeah, exactly. So either way, I don't think their physical appearance means that they're debunked. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to stick up or say anything. I'm just trying to tell you how I see it is just because we saw what this person looks like doesn't mean they're debunked, because I could see if it was like they were claiming they were Chris Watts or something, and then we saw it wasn't Chris Watts, or they were claiming they were somebody they weren't, like this famous somebody that we know, and then we see that it's not them, but they already said they're using a code name, so we don't know who this person is anyway. So yeah. Free to watch. I hope am I not making anybody mad, right? Because I'm not on anybody's side. I mean, I'm not trying to stick up or put anybody down. I'm just trying to look at it, just show you how I look at it, how I'm seeing it right now. But I haven't watched all of this stuff. So, but just from the little that I have seen about Blair, I feel like she is real, just because the letter, not the email, because I haven't looked into the email, but the letter is definitely from Chris. That letter is Chris's. Just trust me on that. The email, I don't know. But then if she's talking to him through a letter, then I'm sure it makes sense that she probably would be talking to him through email too, right? So anyway, so that's my thoughts on that. I just wanted to ask you what you guys thought on it. Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know why I was even, you're right. He just means she's a beautiful person. Okay. All right. Anyway, so I could send you, no, they copyright. I know it's kind of messed up. They gave it a copyright strike but people screen recorded it. So there's other people putting up parts, and people screenshotted it. So the original one, oh, you mean the one from AD. Okay, never mind. I thought you meant the original person that debunked it. They gave that person a copyright strike, I guess, for using that screenshot, which is, that person should definitely fight it. I don't know who gave her the copyright strike, to be honest, but somehow she got a copyright strike, and I don't even know who it was. I just saw another channel talking about that the original person that debunked got a copyright strike, which I'm staying neutral, so I'm not trying to take sides, but that person who got a copyright strike, that's definitely fair use though. So they should fight that regardless. I'm just saying they should be allowed to use a screenshot that they took with their own device. But that's besides the point. But other people have copied it, and so you can find it anywhere. But I can email you, Page Q, if you want. Yeah, I heard Don Keller. I don't know. I didn't see it. Some people were debating if that really was the same Blair. Because, are you sure that was actually the Blair the AD's talking to? I don't know. I totally missed it. But that's cool. Yeah, I wish I would have seen it. Just like I missed freaking Left Undone earlier. I wish I would have caught her when she was in chat. Let's see. Huh. Yeah, I don't know I don't know a lot of details about all this stuff, because I don't really normally, I don't know. I'll just shut up. I feel like I'm going to say something, just being honest, where you guys are going to, I don't know. I don't want you guys to like judge me or get mad if like I watch the same channels as you, but no, I don't watch AD. It's just, we all have our own preferences. I'm not saying anything bad about him. That's not a person I watch, but I will watch sometimes parts of it if there's some information I need to know, because you guys are like, check out so-and-so, they're on AD, or you have to check it out. I'm not saying I have anything against him. It's just not a channel that I watch. That's all. Please don't judge me, because I know a lot of you guys are AD fans, and I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. We all have our own preferences. So I just thought I'd be straight up honest. Like, it's just not somebody I watch, but I did catch, you know, a few of them. I catch them here and there. But I hope I hope you guys don't judge me on that. You guys can understand. I'm sure you like certain people, and just because not everybody that you like, that your friend likes, doesn't mean they're a bad person. I shouldn't use the word like, watches, because I don't know AD to like them or not like them. I'm just saying watches. So I'm sure you know, not all your friends watch the same YouTube channel as you watch. So yeah, it's just not somebody I normally watch. That's all. So no, I don't. I know who Chrissy is because I've caught little parts because people, you know, I've said, oh, check out this Chrissy on here or here. I have like other mods that are big AD fans. You got Angelina that's always watching, you know, like, yeah, I have nothing against it. To each their own. I mean, watch what you like. But yeah, so sometimes she'll tell me or other people will tell me like the gist of what's going on, and I'll catch it just to see. So yeah, I am aware who Chrissy is. I've caught a couple of parts of her interview, and then Dylan. And then even you guys in live, you guys help me out a lot. Like, you'll be like, oh, so-and-so will be like, what are you guys talking about? On AD. So then I'll go check it out for a minute just to see. So I'm aware of what's going on. Yeah, that's exact. Yeah. He has a lot of good help, I would say, AD. He's got a lot of people that help him out with a lot of stuff. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean he does. He's got a lot of people that are willing to really go that length to make his channel successful. And that's a compliment. I'm not meaning that in a bad way, guys. So please don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I meant that as a compliment. But anyway, so yeah, that's all I'll say. I just thought I know, because you guys, a lot of people will send me stuff, and I just wanted to be honest and hope you guys don't not like me because of it. It's just, he's just not one of the ones I watch. So, but anyway, I think I might get going, guys. Take a shot every time. To LeBear. Yeah, I just met Joe the Cat. He emailed me. Because he wanted to use a part of my video with Sherilyn Cato. He emailed me to see if he could use a clip from it. He's like, I work for the AD team. And actually, I've talked to a few old mods that used to work for his team, so I know how I know how the channel works and stuff. So yeah, he does have a lot of good help, around him. Anyway, all right, guys, thank you guys for sticking in. I'm sorry about the echo. I don't know. The problem is, I'm not frustrated with you guys. I'm frustrated because I feel hopeless when it comes to these technical issues, because I have everything right. Like, I don't know what else to do where I could share my screen and it doesn't echo. Like, I don't have an option. I don't know. I got a new laptop. I have my mic stand. I have a decent mic. It's probably not the best mic, but it was supposed to be like, it was one of the best reviewed YouTube mics. I don't know what else to do. I mean, I upgraded my internet, and it's like I'm stuck. I'm willing to fix it, but I don't know what to do to fix it. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't know. I have no idea why it's echoing sometimes when I share my screen, or when I have like guests on and then I try to share my screen, it echoes. I don't know. And it's frustrating because I want to fix it and I don't know what to do to fix it, because I'm losing people because it's so annoying, I guess, when it echoes. But do you guys, I swear to, I shouldn't use that phrase, but I swear that when I had the guests on, like when Amanda was on, I really didn't hear the echo. And with Misbehaved, I wasn't hearing echo. Maybe it was something seemed a slight off, but I'm not hearing it as dramatic as you guys are. Like she said, when you're in chat, it's a lot more dramatic. So I don't know. I'm going to try to maybe Google and see. I think it's on StreamYard side. Have you guys been on other channels where when they share the screen, it echoes? Is it a common, when StreamYards, not like recordings, like if they're using StreamYards to stream, does anybody know? No, I know Short Nice. I know when she was on, she's the one that echoed, but earlier when I had my other laptop and I was on StreamYards with my other laptop sharing the screen when I was sharing Colby's dad's pictures, probably half the people were saying that I had echo then. So I logged off of my other computer. But I want to be able to use this in the future when I share my screen. I want to use it a lot. That's why I have 2 monitors, basically. So I got 2 laptops so I could have 2 screens. And if every time I'm on my other laptop and share the screen, if it's going to echo, that's going to be a problem because I need it to have 2 screens. So, no, I think you're right, but I have to share the audio sometimes. And I feel like I didn't share the audio when I had misbehaved when I was just sharing the artwork. I don't think I shared the audio that time. And remember, it still did it. Remember, I think somebody said J for Justice gave me, I don't remember, I didn't see the name, but I just saw the comment that one day when Amanda was on and I saw the comment that said, don't share your audio. Well, I went in there and I redid it and didn't share my audio, and you guys said it was still echoing. So that's not necessarily fixing it for some reason. No, not right now. Not now, Hot Scorpio. I'm fine right now, and I'm fine if I'm just me. But when I share my screen, when I have a guest, the guest echoes. And I guess it seems like when I have my other computer into StreamYards, so I'm using both screens, and then I'm sharing my screen with my other computer earlier, that seems to create echo. So both of those, not now. I know I'm good now because I'm not sharing my screen. So I don't know. But anyway, but see, I don't know. I feel like that it's nothing that I could fix. That's what I'm afraid of. It's nothing that I could do to fix it. I have a feeling it has something to do with StreamYard and the streaming. That's what I'm afraid of. Anyway, no, Hot Scorpio. It was the guest at first, but then this was after the guest left when I shared that Colby's dad, when that was up. About half the people were saying they heard an echo with me then too. So I don't know. I don't know, guys. I'll see. But I'm afraid it's something that StreamYards is always like updating their stuff and getting better. So hopefully they'll be able to fix something. Because I try to do Streamlabs and I cannot get it to work on my computer. I've tried multiple times. I've had it downloaded the whole time. For like a year I had it downloaded. And I'd try to go back and try to figure it out. I can't get my video to pop up. Like I have audio and I could go live. I went live like 15 times one day. One day when I was trying to learn it. This is probably last year. I just downloaded it, I think the second time, and I'm trying to learn it. And I ended up going live 15 times that day. But I really wasn't live. I didn't talk or anything. I was just trying to figure it out. And so I would mute it because I didn't know. I was like, I don't know what's going on. So I would mute it so you guys didn't hear anything, but I couldn't get the video up. I was just trying to test it. And I had it private, but somehow people were like joining. And then the one time I actually came on and talked because I was like, you guys, everybody's joining. And I'm like, I don't know. I have it private because I'm trying to test it. I have it private. Everybody somehow found it. And I don't know. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't get the video to pop up. So, and Streamlabs, it has a lot of cool things. The only thing with Streamlabs, the one bad thing about Streamlabs is it takes up a lot of memory and it's harder on your like system to stream. So therefore, if you don't have like a good connection, and, like a strong connection, it might be real choppy and just like real, like cut out a lot. So you just have to have really good internet, which I should, because I did upgrade, but, and also it uses a ton of memory, I guess. Like the memory that you're using, like when you're using it, if that makes sense. As you're using it, it's like, it takes up a ton, I guess. So it could slow down like a lot of stuff. So I don't know, but I could probably work around that, just make sure I have the speed and just try to figure that out, but I can't get it to pop up because it has the thing about Streamlabs is it has cool features. It has like little things you could, like when people join or like if people donate or something, it has like little things you could, perks, like what do you call them? Not perks. I forget what you call the things, but you could buy them or you get like maybe 10 free ones and then you buy extra ones. Little things, like little extra things that it does during the live. So anyway, I think I'm boring you guys now. I think I am going to go. Yeah, maybe. See, I have Geek Squad now, so I'm wondering if they will help me out. But the one thing I don't want to do with the Geek Squad is I do not want to take my laptop there and have them work on it there. Because I'm telling you, after I took my old laptop in, because it was a little slow, now it's a ton slow. And they had it for over a week. And now when you call, they'll be like, oh, yeah, well, it'll take like, 10 to 12 days or whatever. And I don't want to take my new laptop in. Like the way, I don't know. I'm just nervous that they might be rough with it. And not that I trust them. I do trust them, but I want them to come to the house. I'll pay the extra, like I think it's $15 for a house call, I think. I just don't know. I'm tempted to call them and see if they'll help me set up Streamlabs, if that's something they'll do. And then just pay them to come to the house, because I'm not going to drop my computer off for almost 2 weeks while it's just sitting there. No. Wait, did you work for the Geek Squad? Because like when I took my computer in, like I had my case and I wanted to, since they were going to have it for so long, I wanted them to keep it in a case until they worked on it. They would not take my case. They just had to take the bare thing. And I'm thinking, man, they're probably just like piling up these computers, slamming them around, not slamming them, but like I'm very careful with my stuff. And I've seen people, like some people they're just not as careful, like the way they handle stuff. And if that goes between how many hands of Geek Squad moving stuff and it's just sitting there, there's going to be some rough people, and it's just, I don't know, it makes me nervous to have my new one there for like almost 2 weeks just sitting there. I trust them, like if I'm there, like I trust that they know what they're doing, but I just don't trust having so many hands on it as far as like not being careful handling it. That's what I'm nervous about. But I think they have a service you pay extra, they come to your house. So hopefully I'll do that. Oh, I don't know, C-Dub. That's a good question. Huh. Let me think. When I had Amanda on that one time that we had that big issue, I don't know if because I've streamed on both channels at the same time. I think this is my third time. So I wonder, that might have been one of the times. That's a good, very good point, because I'm not going to do that anymore, at least maybe once in a while if there's a special event. But now that I know the chats don't join, I'm not going to do that anymore. I thought the whole time, no matter what channel you were on, that you could see the whole chat. But I just found out today that you can't. So if you're on my other channel, which has less people watching, let's say the one, No Drama Mama, I think she said, 5 people? So you were only seeing 5 people's chats, which I thought you saw all of them. So, but that is very interesting. I hope that's just the issue. I hope you're right, because that's an easy fix. Just don't stream from both of them. Let's see. Wait, I work security. Oh, really? You're making me nervous here. Shoot. I thought they were really good. Well, I don't know. Maybe I should. I like it because you get like up to 12 things. You get the security. It's almost worth your money just for that. If you have multiple devices, you get the, whatever security you want. Well, they offer a couple different ones. But you know what upsets me? They disappointed me because I needed something fixed. I needed, I can't do my Ethernet. You know how it kept knocking me off? I can't do a live stream. I have to do it on Wi-Fi. When they tell you when you live stream, go to a hard line. It makes for a smoother stream. So I bought an adapter for my Ethernet and it kept kicking me off. You guys saw it. It just kicked me off. So I called Geek Squad and they said, oh, you have to call HP. Or no, you have to call your internet, Spectrum. I called Spectrum. Spectrum said, nope, you have to call HP. I call HP. HP says, charged me $55 to do it. Didn't fix it. Still does it. They just, you know what they did? They reinstalled it and installed it. That's all they did. You're telling me Geek Squad couldn't have done that? And I'm $55 just to do that, and it didn't fix the problem. Geek Squad could have done that. So that kind of makes me mad because the one time that I actually needed, I pay $200 a year. I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but when am I going to have them do anything? It's probably not that much I'm going to use it. The one problem I had this year, they couldn't do it. So I don't know. I'm a little disappointed. It's something they definitely could have at least tried. It didn't work, but at least I would have not been $55 short for something that I should have been covered. Wait, what do you mean, Rand? Are you in chat? I know I need to find a good computer thing because that upset me though. Oh, bye, Darksea. Sorry, I know I'm just rambling on. I feel like I probably made people mad tonight. Some of the stuff I don't know. I just feel like I said some stuff that maybe upset people and got frustrated a little bit with this. Is May Love still here? I feel like I was never frustrated with your comment. I don't know. Sometimes my tone, I'm like, oh, there you are, Rand. See, you need to change your name because I don't recognize you sometimes. That's Randy, guys. I never recognize him. I forget. I got to remember. So, but what I was going to say is so Meg Love is still here. I'm sorry. I feel like sometimes my tone when I was trying to figure that out, it wasn't against you. I was just trying to figure out where that came from. I was just like, I hope she's not thinking that I was upset or like frustrated. No, I just didn't hear it. I was just trying to get to the bottom of where it came from. That's all. So I'm glad you're still here. There was no echo. It was just one person trolling. Oh, I don't know. Make love. Thanks. I don't know. I hope there wasn't. I know, Darksea. I should. Oh, you're probably gone now. This is the issue, though. For me to get, what would happen is they'd be like, hey, my computer's running slower. They'd want to get it back again. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to just be like, oh, here's your money back. Oh, you mean for HP? I see. Yeah, I should. But as far as Geek Squad, if I would call them and say, hey, my computer's actually running slower, they would probably want to get my computer back for another 2 weeks because they're so busy and backed up. So I would have to be gone and have my computer be roughly handled for another 2 weeks for a couple hours jobs. And I'm not saying they're not probably good at what they do. I'm sure those couple hours they work, they're good. But I don't want my computer sitting there just being tossed around for a couple weeks, just sitting there unprotected. I want my case with it. That's why I brought my case when I dropped it off and they wouldn't take it. And then be gone for a couple weeks, and then chances are get it back, and them saying, oh, nothing was wrong with it. And then it's more roughed up again, so it's not even worth it. But as far as HP, yeah, I probably should get my money back, but I don't think I will, to be honest. Hey, Sabib. Oh, thanks, Natalie. Karen. Oh, Alicia, thanks. I don't think anyone got mad at you. You were the nicest YouTuber. Yeah, I was hoping not. Sometimes, like, when I'm, like, as for instance, when I was trying to get to the bottom of the emancipation, or when I don't understand something, like, sometimes I'm like, did that come across like I was, like, upset, like, my tone? Because I wasn't, but maybe sometimes I, like, word it, or my tone. And then, another thing I sometimes get paranoid is when I'm really passionate about something and I kind of get loud, or I'm like, I hope they don't think I'm like yelling, or I'm like, it's just like I'm so passionate about something and I get really loud and talk like very forceful, maybe. I don't know what it is. Maybe I'm just paranoid. But the whole the emancipation thing, I thought maybe my tone seemed like I was getting frustrated, but I was just trying to get to the bottom of it, I guess. And, wait, what else was I going to say? Shoot. Oh, there's another point I wanted to say. Now I forget. Hold on, let me read yours again. Maybe it'll bring it back. No. Make sure you're calm, respectful. No, what was I going to say? No, Jen. They wouldn't do it. They said to call I think they even said either call HP, which is my computer company, or call your internet provider when I asked them about me getting knocked off. That's what they told me. And then when I called Spectrum, I called Spectrum first, and then they said, no, you have to call HP or Geek Squad. They were confused. They're like, well, what did Geek Squad say? And I said, well, they said to call HP or call you guys. And they're like, and Spectrum's like, oh, they said to call us? She's like, okay, well, yeah, you're just going to have to call HP. So, because of course, Spectrum checked my connection. Everything was fine. So I called HP, and they charged me. And mine is still under warranty. It's an HP computer, and it's not even a couple months old. I'm like, this should be under warranty. You're going to charge me $55. And then when I saw what they did, Jen, all they did was uninstall my graphics. I think it was some kind of thing, graphics card. I don't even know if it was a graphics card. Something, they uninstalled and reinstalled it. That should have been definitely something that Geek Squad should have done. It took 2 seconds. If Geek Squads can't do that, then I doubt what they can do. I don't know. I just feel like that's what I'm paying the $200 a year, because really, how many times am I going to need them for something? Probably not that much. The one issue I did have this year, and they couldn't even do it. Yeah, but Spectrum is AT&T. See, where I live, the only other internet company is AT&T, and AT&T sucks for the area I live in. It's way worse. Trust me, that's what we had before. That's what they still have at this house here. I have my separate internet. So the internet that I have is only mine. It's right in my room. I'm the only one using it. It should be awesome. AT&T sucks. Not in general, because of the area that we're at. I forget why. It's because, shoot, wait, they explained it. The guy explained it, why it's not that good here. It's because you can't get the highest speed of AT&T here for some reason, because of where we're at and how it's set up. I forget the reasoning, but you couldn't get like this high speed. So Spectrum is my only other option, really. And I don't know. But the whole thing with my Ethernet where it knocks me off, I think it's a setting. Because they reinstalled it, they installed it, everything's up to date, they said. They don't understand it shouldn't knock me off. Well, Kay cloned me, we're talking, and she talked to somebody she knows, and I think it's some kind of setting that's wrong in my computer that's making it go to Wi-Fi for some reason. So it knocks me off, and I don't know how to do it or what it is, why. So I'm always on Wi-Fi. I'm not even on my Ethernet, which I should be able to have one hooked straight up to my router, which is better. But anyway, what she is doing. Why would she be doing what she's doing? Wait, what do you mean, Natalie? Who got in trouble for money laundering? What? Yeah, but see, it's nothing wrong, because when I called HP, though, just real quick, and then we'll talk about true crime. Sorry, guys. When I called HP, they tested. What they did is they had me put the things in the ports to test if they were fine, and they worked fine, so it's not like it's not like an issue where it doesn't work. So I don't think it's an issue where there's something wrong with my laptop. I really think it's a setting. I do. I don't know, because they've tested everything. There's nothing. They're saying nothing should be wrong. It's working fine. Like your USB ports are working fine. I mean, so I don't know. I'm really confused. I really think K-Clo's right. It is a setting that it's making it knock off and go into Wi-Fi for some reason. Which has been working pretty good with Wi-Fi. So, but Alicia, who? Oh, Shanian. Okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I know about that. You don't have to pull it. Or if you're pulling it for somebody else, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's definitely something that happened a while ago. We all make mistakes, though. I just don't. It's something I choose not to really talk about, because I know I've done stupid things. I've made mistakes in the past, and there's court documents. I mean, you could find the court documents where that happened, actually. If you want them, I could email you, but it's something I'm probably not going to talk about on my channel. But yeah, it's definitely a past. And, she was with a guy in the past that didn't make her happy. I don't know why, but I mean, who knows why? There could have been many reasons. So I think when she got with Chris, Chris was actually somebody she really was in love with and made her happy. And it was a whole different ballgame. You know, she was with somebody that actually she loved. I don't think she loved her first husband. But yeah. But Alicia, email me because I have the court documents on that if you're interested. But I'm not gonna probably ever do a video on it necessarily. But if you're interested in it, that's something I could email me. It is interesting, but yeah, I can't judge on stuff like that because I've made. Well, I guess I can't say I did anything like that, but I'm just saying we all make mistakes, I should say. If it was something like, I would say I probably would possibly talk about if it was something that she did when she was with Chris. But the fact that it was this other guy and it was so far in her past and it was this guy that she definitely wasn't happy with when she was married to him. And I don't know. I hope that doesn't upset you guys, but it's just something I'd rather just keep in the past, I guess. Here, email me. I'll do my Proton one. Did I write that right? Yeah, that should be right. Let's see. Man, I was planning on, right? I was gonna come home, edit this video of the morning, because remember I said I was gonna, so I could zoom in and then I was gonna play that September, some of those body cams. I was gonna jump in the shower and I was gonna do a live, but it's already 10:13 and I haven't done any of that, guys. So that's why I'm not in front of the camera and I just feel like blah blah. I just wanted to take a shower. So yeah, I'll work on it a little bit tonight, and then hopefully tomorrow I'll get up and get what I wanted to get done, and then I could do the live either tomorrow or Sunday for sure. By Sunday, he's a Lassapoo, and I will show you Zeke. Oh my God, he's so freaking cute. He was sleeping on the couch with me last night, all snuggled up, and I was my one friend wanted to call me, and I was like, because I was in the living room, my grandma was sleeping, so I couldn't just sit there and talk. You know, it'd probably, I don't know, I feel like I would wake her up. So, and Zeke was all in my lap and I was like, okay, Zeke, get up. I want to get up so I could go upstairs. And he looked at me with the saddest eyes. Okay. And he had his little sweater on and, he just got his hair cut. So he's like extra cold. When dogs first get their hair cut, they're a little bit, at least I think he might be a little cold. He looked up at me and he just like, so sad eyes, and then he like curled into me even tighter and was like kind of like shaking a little bit, like he wanted to get warm, so I had to cuddle up. I'm like, I text her like, I can't make him get up. I'm gonna have to call you tomorrow. I don't have the heart to make him get up. He's not ready. Oh, our pets rule us, don't they? Wait, why are you mad, Chitty Chatty Meg? I'm so mad? What do you mean? Wait, what's foolish, Andrea? No, I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it really has anything to do with the case, because that, for one thing, it wasn't her past, and it was when she was married to another person. She was not happy in that marriage. We know that. I mean, there's some things you could learn about her. It's obvious, hearing about some of this stuff. She was not happy in that marriage at all. And I think she was happy with Chris. She really was. I think she really loved him. She would never have thought of cheating on him. I really think that thought never even went through her mind. She was in love with Chris. Now, the other guy, no, she wasn't at all, as far as from what I gather. And what she did, I feel like, think about it, she could have been influenced, because it wasn't like she acted alone. So she could have been influenced. And also, I feel like that doesn't have anything to do with what everybody's claiming that she did, because even if that's something she did in the past, murdering your kids and doing that, I mean, that's not really, I don't know. And I just feel like that really wasn't her. I don't know. I don't want to try to explain it because I feel like I'm just not going to probably make sense. But yeah, I choose to not really talk about it for some reason. But we all know, I mean, people are aware of it. I know everybody's aware of it, but I'm not going to do any videos on it or anything. Thanks, Natalie. What? Are you serious? Oh, man. And that rumor about the whole lupus thing, that is just a rumor about those claims. That there's no evidence to back that up. That is just word of mouth rumor, I think, that started by the haters. But there was one thing that really did happen, and with somebody else, and this was in a whole different time of her life. So yeah. So that's what I understand. People are going to be upset about that, but they're okay about somebody murdering their family. I mean, that's the real bad person. Really, if you think about it, that's horrible. That's so much worse. No, I mean, but it was when she was still married. It's under her name when she was with Shanann King. The charge is even when she still had her last name. It's not, it was when, I don't even want to say the whole story. You're kind of right, but not really, because maybe the house happened after, but what led up to it all was when she was married, and the whole lead up to that, if that makes sense, Meg Love. So, yeah, I don't know. Let's just. I gotta refresh. I don't know. I have the documents. I just haven't even looked at them in a while, but because I don't think it's just anything that pertains to anything about the murder. I mean, because I 100% never even thought and never will think that Shanann killed her kids. So therefore, what does that have to do with Chris killing his family? You see what I'm saying? To me, that doesn't have anything to do with why and how Chris killed his family. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I don't know. But I know that the haters of, the other side, of course they're going to use this. Oh my God. But the thing is, this isn't new. Are they just finding out about this stuff right now? Is that what you're saying? Or not? Oh, okay. Wait, this happened tonight, Chitty Chatty Meg? Okay. See, I didn't even know. So wait, she just came out tonight. Wow. Huh. Yeah, I'm over it too. I'm very disappointed in that person. I really am. Because I really actually liked her before. But I'm so disappointed. Very disappointed. Okay, yeah, Jen, email me. Oh, cowgirl, email me if you want to know. I'll explain it, but wow. Wait, I haven't been keeping up with Kim or the other creator. I took a break for listening to all the crap because I was trying to come up and debate what some of the stuff they were saying, but I just took a break because that last that interview with Mexi, I had to take a break. It hurt my head, and I haven't listened to her since that interview, the Mexi and save Robbie and Kim. I have not listened to her since that night. Oh, anyway. Oh, hey, Rand, you're still are here. But if there's an accomplice that matters so much to the case, why not look into it? No, I know. I just said I took a break. I'm not forever. I just had to take a break. Are you talking to me about what I said? I didn't say I was not going to look into anything. I just had to take a break. So I just saying I'm not up to date because I haven't listened to her since then. But if there's an accomplice, and I don't know if there's an accomplice that matters. That's just people, I don't know. I haven't not yet to see something for sure, concrete. Yeah, I could sit there and go through NK and her shadiness, but does that make her a murderer or accomplice? No, I don't know. Maybe, but physically, I'm definitely more leaning that she could have known more, but I still can't put her at the scene. I still can't, guys. But, I'm open. I'm trying to listen. And I don't know about this other accomplice. I don't know. I don't know about all these clues, guys. I feel like even if this is Chris's clues, he's just running us on a wild goose chase, guys. You guys don't see he's a freaking narcissist. I'm telling you, he is loving this attention. And the minute that freaking Shanann got her time to shine in that Netflix, because that was her story, and it was huge, and it made so many people fall in love with her. And the minute she got to tell her side and shine and tell her story, because it was through her home videos, the minute he had to take it all back, he had to freaking take it all back, and now finally agree to team up with this Kim person, because I think he's playing on all sides, guys. He's playing everybody. And these little clues, if this is really him sending these little clues, he's playing us. You really think this is the truth? I am sorry. I might believe that Blair's talking to him, but I don't believe that Chris is given any good information. He's lying. I'm telling you. He's a freaking liar. So I know he's playing both sides and if that email is really true that he's talking about Kim and I just have to go along because I don't want to cause any problems and there's threats at the prison and blah, blah, blah. He's playing both sides. Come on. He's telling Kim what she wants to hear, and these an AD side what they want to hear. You guys don't see that? It's both a bunch of crap. I think we got the true story from Cato, what he told Cato. I think that's the closest we're ever going to get. Besides that, anything else that comes out of his mouth is blah, 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 bunch of crap. I know. I'm almost about ready to be done with this case because I don't believe, and I might stick by just to counteract, what's her name? Kim, because I will not let Shanann's memory go down like that. But as far as to go along with these clues, no. I'm sorry. I believe he could be talking to Blair, but I do not believe there's any good information in his clues. He's a liar, guys. He's a liar. He is loving this. He has both sides. He's playing both freaking sides. No, he's lying. He is having a better time in jail, in prison, I should say, than he had out. I mean, he's loving this. He's the king of everything. He's getting commissary. Everybody loves him in prison because he's buying people stuff, because all these people that are not only infatuated, but even people that hate him, that want information, are putting money on his commissary. He's getting whatever he wants. He's buying friends in prison because he could get them stuff. He's writing books with people. He's getting the letters passing out, like, here, you want this girl? Here, you want this girl? He's getting information. Anybody that wants to call him or email him, or like Kim, for instance, hey, she says, oh, what else? What do you want to know, Chris? I'll tell you stuff. So he gets to know this infatuation and this huge media frenzy for him, like Kim's telling, oh my god, all these people and they're saying this, so he's like the most popular, talked about person. He's loving this attention. And then now he's going to the other side, so now he has AD's followers, thousands of people that he's like, yeah, I got this audience too. So let me, okay, he knows what all these little rumors and all these people are saying, NK and this and this and this, and let's give them what they want. Let's like lead them here and lead them there. And he got you guys, man. You guys are under his spell, I'm telling you. That's why when somebody asks, did you ever want to talk to him? No, I don't. I don't ever want to, because I can't believe a word he says. It'd be pointless. It would just be like playing his little game. I'm sorry. Yeah, he does, Amy. He does. He thinks he is everything. And he is. He's got, not he is, I shouldn't say it like that. He's got so many people like hanging on to every little word and every little clue now. And I laugh when I hear about these clues, and I'm like, you guys, are you serious right now? This guy in prison that killed his family, that a lot of doctors, psychiatrists have said that he's a narcissist, a covert narcissist, what is it, communal narcissist or whatever. Look it up. He fits it. He does. Not the typical, but there's like sub, just go look it up. Subtypes of like narcissism. He fits it. This guy, we are giving him so much supply. It's crazy. Now he is playing a game with us. All these clues. That's why I don't really have any desire to do it. The only reason I do have a desire to follow it is because my audience is following it, so I know what you guys are talking about. But as far as me following it because I think there's any truth to it, no. Yeah, maybe Chris is the one giving them, but do I feel like he's telling the truth? No, I don't. But I do want to be able to follow it because you guys are interested in it, but not because I think it's going to lead us anywhere important. Yeah, he knows stuff. I mean, he'll know about what Shanann did. So yeah, he could tell us clues that will be like, oh my God, it's about that, because he knows stuff that happened. It doesn't mean that it has anything to do with the murder, you know? He could make it to do with the murder. He could say anything. It was because of this. Oh, it was because of that. He's already told us 50 million reasons and 50 million different things. So now next he's going to say it's because he was something about the embezzlement and he's upset about that. Now he's going to say that that's the reason. We already gave us reasons and stuff, you know? He said, oh, because, I don't know. He's given us so many, it's just like hard to follow. I don't know, God. Hey, Gregory, I'm sorry. Maybe I don't want to give him that kind of attention, guys. No, it's not that you don't have any life. I just look at it different, I guess. But I'm going to follow it just so I could keep up with what you guys are saying, but not because I think there's any truth to this being the reason. Do you understand? He could say anything as the reason, but who cares? That's all a matter of perception, and I mean, it's all a matter of what he's saying. He already gave us reasons why he did it and stuff. So just because he gives us a new one does that mean it's true? No. I mean, it's true in his eyes at that moment, but I would be willing to say what came out with Cadle. I don't know. I think that's the closest we're ever going to get, guys. I really do. And I think it fits more closely to the evidence than anything else. But I'll go along with it. I mean, I'll go along with it like it's a fiction thing. It's definitely not. It's him just playing his little games with us, guys. It really is. So do you think that Chris falls into one of those then? Because I do. After I looked into that communal narcissism and covert narcissism, I feel like he falls. And now that I see what he's doing now, heck yeah. This is crazy. He's playing both sides because he definitely is talking to Kim, guys. I mean, he is. We heard things. We saw that those numbers are from freaking where Dodge was. So I don't know who said they weren't, but they definitely are from that area. There's recordings. Yes, he's definitely talking to Kim. He's playing both sides, though. He's acting like, oh, blah, blah, blah. Hey, RR. Oh, she's making me say this. I just want to keep the peace. That's his whole story. That's his whole life. That's all his excuses where I just don't want to cause any, confrontation. I just keep the peace. I just want to get everything be, good. So that's why he killed his family. You know, I just don't want to cause anything. Okay, so that's why he's lying that Shanann did it, because I just don't want to cause any trouble. But if you look at what he's doing to not cause trouble, is he's causing way more trouble to keep the peace. It makes no sense because he's a freaking idiot. He's a narcissist. He's evil. I don't like him. I'm sorry. Yeah, look up here. Let's look it up. I think, hold on. We'll just do that real quick. The narcissist. The one that made me aware of that other subtype was that book that the author, she was a psychiatrist. She wrote a book. And I didn't even know. I knew about the covert narcissist where I was like, yeah, you know, that fits Chris. But the other one I feel like even fits him more. But bottom line, there's that typical narcissist, and then there's these other. Let me bring this up. Hold on. Hope it doesn't make me echo because I'm going to be sharing my screen. Okay. The new kind of narcissist, communal narcissist. I think this one, he fits really close, to be honest. I don't know. You want me to read the article in Psychology Today? I mean, there's a ton of articles, but should I just pick the first one just to introduce you guys? I don't know. Psychology Today, or what one? I don't know which one to pick because you could read so many journals, so many things on it, but just to read you guys an overview, I'm trying to think of what would be a good one to read for you guys. Hold on. Since I don't have it prepared. Usually when I do stuff like this, I'll read a bunch of different things and then I'll kind of take parts, like do a summary of everything together of some important parts. But since I'm doing it right now, live, I'm not going to be able to do it that way. So let me see how I want to do it. We have SciNet, we have Psychology Today, we have, which one? Science Direct, I don't know which one to read. PubMed. What article you want me to read? Who do you guys like? Oh, I'll just do the first one, Psychology Today. But I don't know. I've heard people criticize this one, Psychology Today, before. But trust me, they all come to a consensus of what it means. So let me see if there's another one that maybe you guys would trust more. Hold on, just give me 1 minute, because I just want you to hear this, because I do feel like. Oh, don't tell me I have to freaking be a member here to get access. I graduated from Kent State, and I need to remember my freaking email password because I could get into all the freaking journals and all the good stuff from my college because I have access because I'm an alumni, and you get that access, but I cannot freaking remember my password. I need to get a hold of them because then I could get into a bunch of good research. I am the most helpful person. Oh, yeah, Chris, we know you are. Here, let me just read this quick. This one's an easy one to read for you guys. So, what is it? It is... Communion refers to community-related aspects of life, such as helpfulness, cooperation, and trustworthiness. Wasn't that three of the words that he used to kind of describe himself when he rattled off, and with Coder, how he rattled off why they should believe him and who he was? I think he mentioned some of that. I know he said he likes to, he doesn't like confrontation, and I don't know, he's very helpful. I don't know, maybe he didn't use those words exactly, but I'm sure if you would ask him to describe himself, he would. Okay, so in social psychology, narcissism is generally, maybe I should share my screen, but I'm afraid I'll get echoey. Is generally synonymous with grandiose narcissism, a personality trait characterized by inflated opinions of oneself, a sense of entitlement, exploitativeness. Man, sometimes when I'm on, I normally could talk, but sometimes when I am on live so long, I don't know. I can't say words. I don't know. It's weird. And limited empathy. Narcissists' inflated opinions of themselves are strengthened by agency-related self-evaluations. So this is the grandiose one. This isn't the one, the communal one, okay? But anyway, strengthened by agency-related self-evaluations. I am exceptionally bright, competent, alluring, elegant. However, narcissists consider themselves exceptionally only in traits related to agency, competence, intelligence, not communion, honesty, agreeableness, and helpfulness, okay? Typically, they're saying how. Hold on. Who keeps emailing? Who keeps... No, Rand, go to my other... Hey, Randy, go to my other channel. I have both. I'm streaming from both channels. Go to my main channel. That's why. I thought the chats were together and they're not. Okay, so where am I? Okay, so a narcissist might think of herself as the most intelligent, beautiful, sexy, or efficient person, but not as the most friendly, compassionate, considerate, or supportive person. What is communal narcissism, right? Now, this is going to show you a whole different side of narcissism, right? So, a 2012 paper, Gabe, I don't even know how to say his name, and colleagues proposed an agency communion model, arguing that there are two types of narcissist. Agenic narcissist is the typical narcissist, or communal narcissists. The authors were not suggesting that some narcissists are highly cooperative and trustworthy. No. Communal narcissists have grandiose self-related needs too. However, the authors propose that communal narcissists differ from agenic ones in that they use communal means to meet those same grandiose needs. To illustrate this difference, let us examine an example to see how these two types of narcissists justify their sense of entitlement. Imagine the case of a man who always expects his friends' gatherings planned according to his availability and preferences, even though he rarely stays long and sometimes does not attend at all. If he is an agenic narcissist, a typical narcissist, he might justify the current state of affairs by saying, I deserve special treatment because I am exceptionally smart. I am an expert on almost any topic of conversation. A communal narcissist, however, may reason this way, I deserve special treatment because I am extraordinary, warm-hearted, trustworthy, and helpful. Everyone feels at ease telling me all their problems. I don't know if I like this article. That book really explains it really good, that psychiatrist that wrote that book, but we'll continue here. Okay. A communal narcissist is likely to rate herself high on pro-social behavior, but does that translate to actual pro-social tendencies such as being trustworthy, working well with others, listening to other people's problems, and providing support? Communal narcissists, according to people who interact with them, are low in pro-social traits and communal behaviors. We know that. So what is going on? If communal narcissists are not more pro-social than other individuals, are they lying to others or are they lying to themselves? Okay, so see, I don't know. I feel like you guys aren't following. Let me find a better one. It is a good article. It's very interesting, but I feel like to read it, it might be hard to follow if I'm just reading it. I want to just try to find one that just lists some of the traits. But that is a pretty good article. I just skimmed it. It has some interesting things if you read it yourself, probably. But we know he is the most helpful person. Hold on. No, that's not a good article. Let me find another one. Not the one I was reading. I went to another one, but I didn't like it because it only had like one paragraph. Okay, so let's see what this one says. That's why it's better if I just... Maybe I should have waited to do this. I should just do a whole video on it and do some research. But I just wanted to give you like the basic rundowns. I should just bring that book up. Come on, guys. I know there's better answers. Where are we? Hold on. Stay with me, guys. Trust me. He does fit it. That just wasn't the best article to read to show necessarily. And so much, same with covert. He fits a lot of the covert narcissist traits too. So communal narcissists are people who appear to do good things for the world or show themselves to do good things, but the reason for that is to get attention and validation from the world. Such people can be confusing because people genuinely think that they are good people but don't know their real side. They can do a lot of charity work and might post such things on social media since that's the image they want to show to the world. They might organize hold on a second. That's just, I thought that was an article, but that was just somebody commented to article. Never mind. I don't want to just, well, I guess I could read a comment. I was just trying to read. Okay, I just screwed this all up, guys. I can't find what I'm looking for. I can. There's a ton of it. Just look it up. Look up that in covert, and you'll see. That one book does an awesome job describing it, though. It really does. Covert. Let's see. What are signs of covert narcissist? Ooh, covert switch off. They practice avoidance, ghosting, withholding, neglect, silence, pretend not paying attention. We saw the big pretend not paying attention when Chris was but I think that, never mind. Remember when Chris Shanahan's big thing where they even had it on the Netflix show, they have it in the Discovery when you order it, when Shanahan does that big speech about, not a big speech, but she really just opens up and is honest, and she goes outside because Chris is sitting there playing with the kids, right? And it doesn't look like he's listening. He's just kind of zoning out. He's supposedly supposed to be playing with Bella and Cece. Shanahan's on a live talking. And she says something, and he is listening to every word he says because he corrects her dates. He corrects her dates. With my friend Jana brought up a good point of one of the reasons he probably did correct the dates, because that was those dates, that last business trip that they go on, where when they get back, he meets up with NK. So he knew those dates because he knew how important those dates were when she said, oh, we have a trip this. So she got it mixed up, and he corrected her. And she probably was surprised that he was even listening that intently, that he corrects her on the dates when he's not even looking. He's supposedly just playing with the kids. And then she walks outside. Do you remember? She walks outside and finishes, because she probably wanted some freaking privacy. He's freaking hanging on every word. But anyway, so he's pretending not to hear you, pretend to misunderstand you, pretend there's something wrong with you when you talk about something serious and dear to you. Reframes you as bitter and unable to let go, and share insights on narcissism. Okay, covertly tearing you down by twisting perspective. Okay, pretends superior. Well, I don't know if he pretends that, but I forgave him. He does it in a way where I feel like it comes out a lot in those interviews with Coder, the way he talks about himself. He does, I choose forgiveness. I choose love. I choose not to hate. No one is evil. Everyone deserves compassion. We are all the same. They call that a form of switching off. I don't know. There's a lot of information. Just read it, guys, because maybe I'll do a thing where I'll do some research and put it together into a better thing, a better summary of what it is. But if you go to both of those and kind of search around. But I see, don't just go to the first things that pop up, because some of these articles kind of suck. I don't like some of these. What the heck? Where's PubMed? Oh, so PubMed is... Yeah, it's just a stupid abstract, and then it won't let you go any further. Cora, no, because that's just looks like other people just comment. And anyway, I just think he's playing us all, guys. I really do. 3 types of narcissistic parents. You can learn a lot about it. Just look around. I know people. One of the people criticize about narcissists. Everybody just labels as a narcissist. Everybody just labels, narcissist. But think about it. We're in true crime. So when you guys are probably watching a lot of true crime videos, and a lot of them do have some kind of personality disorder because they're committing these crimes. I mean, not the everyday mentally healthy person is going to be involved in stuff like that. So you are going to hear this stuff a lot. If you're watching true crime stuff, yeah. Because those are the type of people that would do certain things like this. So no, I mean, I think it makes sense. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Would you guys watch it if I put together like a summary of like, believe me, it'll be much better than this because I'll do research and put together stuff of the communal narcissist and covert narcissist. Would you guys watch something like that or no? It'll be like a recorded video maybe. Or I guess I could do a live, do the research, type it up, and then I could do a live on it. Oh yeah, it's disgusting. It is disgusting. Hey Ninja, what's up? This turned into like a Chris Watts thing. Oh, I better get off because this is titled the... Oh my God, this is titled, the judge makes a ruling on the... Oh, I wonder if I could somehow split this because this is silly. I'm talking about... We went on for hours after that. Wow. Oh, well, I think it'll be all right. Daddy-o, Martha. I didn't give you good examples. It was just all scattered, but trust me, he does. I feel like he falls into a lot of the traits personally. Not the grandiose one, not the typical one that we all originally everybody associates narcissists with. There's subtypes. So yeah, not the typical one that if people don't do research, that's the one that they just think it's like that cocky, outgoing, like so obnoxious, so obvious type. No, there's other types. So yeah, Meg, love, you're right. This one morphed big time. Oh my gosh. Oh, thanks, Kiki Rose. It always does. It didn't though. I swear I took probably almost over a year where I didn't even barely I mean, once in a great while, if there'd be like something like new, maybe I'd talk about it for like a little bit in a live, but I seriously didn't talk about it for over a year. I was into the Lori Vallow case for a long time, and then I just did some random, not random, I shouldn't say it like that. The only reason I'm saying random is because there's some cases that there wasn't a lot done yet, like Boswell. I did some videos on that when that was going on. The what was that one where the best friend stole the baby and killed her? Megan Fairmuska and Heidi Brassard. I did a little bit on that. I did the Vallow case. That was another one that I got into, like almost as much as the Chris Watts one. I have like over 100 videos on that, so I really got involved with that. But no, it turned back into, after the Netflix is when I started covering the case again, because I watched it and it just like made me fall in love with Shanann and Cece and Bella again, and then it made me want to go through like the home videos again, and then it just kind of like sucked me back in, and then Kim. So then that probably would have just been a couple videos and like talking about Shanann maybe, and then Kim came and then trying to say what she did, say what she's saying about Shanann, and that's when I was like, no. That's when I just went full force into it again. Like I got like into the discovery parts and stuff, because I have to be able to like counteract what she's saying about like, her theory about certain things. I want to be able to show these new people that no, this isn't what happened. And I have to be able to prove it. You have to go through the discovery and show why. So that's what kind of got me into it again. But I don't think I did one single video on that case, John Bonet, but that's interesting. I followed it and researched it, but I don't think I ever did a video on it. Aw, Ninja, thanks. That's the thing that's crazy. I come back to it. I almost deleted when I all the files, I almost deleted them all. Like after like months after I was just like done with it, I was like, man, I gotta get these off my computer. It's making it run slow. And I almost deleted all of the discovery. And I decided instead to go get a jump drive and transfer it on the jump drive. Because I was just like I did end up deleting some of them though. I started deleting them and then I was like, wait a minute. Something tells me I might need these again. So I went and I did the jump drive. And so I got most of them. I did delete a few that I thought were like, oh, I'll never need this. Like as I was starting to delete them, I'll never need this one again. And then, yeah, I decided to save the rest. So I'm glad I did, though. I really am. Even though I could just request the new ones, but I'm glad I have them still on my jump drive. I don't know, but I do think that possibly that is interesting. That I think possibly that girl that was seen going in September, that could maybe that is what they got was the oxy, because I mean there was no oxy in the house. So if he had a supply, or did he just have a couple? Or did he have some? Did she go back and get them? Did somebody go back and get them? It does. I mean, I could see maybe, because that is weird. If you go through, I got to find that part in the discovery where it says that Nate, I think what happened, if I'm remembering right, I said this last night, but I'm not sure if I'm remembering this part right. I just have to look it up. So basically, Sandy said, if there's any issues, she tells the neighbor, Nate, if there's any issues, call me, if there's any issues with the house or whatever, just keep me updated. So I think what happens is Nate calls Sandy and tells Sandy, hey, I saw somebody go into the house. They didn't leave. And isn't Sandy the one that calls the cops and says, hey, Nate? I think that's how it happened. But besides the point, it's Nate has some video he was going through, or he saw on his driveway video, the one that you could see, Chris's house. He sees a girl, I think, did he even say brunette, dark hair girl or whatever, that goes into the house. And then I guess he's probably waiting to see if she leaves, and she never leaves. He calls Sandy and tells her. So I still have to see that. Everybody said that, but I don't know, guys. I think to be honest, her face goes from talking about nameless to comments to I personally think her face got that way because, I don't think she cares for Kim that much. So I don't know, though. I haven't went back to see what you're talking about. That's interesting. I probably took it as because she doesn't care too much for Kim. And when people mention that's really following it, they get like probably a face because there's so much emotion and anger or whatever you have when that name comes up, So that's probably what I was taking from it, but I don't know. I have no idea, guys. I'm going to do another one. Sherilyn's going to come back on because I would love to ask her some questions and really let her talk with just me and her. I think it'd be better just let her talk more instead of like drill her with questions and stuff, and just kind of let her, because there's sometimes I wish that I would have just heard more of what she was saying, but anyway. I don't know. You guys know that there was a video, audio. I forget who got it. Somebody released it. Who released it? Now I can't remember. When the whole book came out and the whole Oxy thing came out, somebody had recorded a message of Chris. I forget who did it, but recorded a message of Chris in prison, and they asked him about the Oxy, and he said he brought the Oxy to North Carolina and he got it from his house. That's what he said. So what else did he say? Did he say that it was, I forget if he did say it was even from Shenanigans. Now I forget exactly. Maybe he even did go that far to say that. Do you guys remember that video, the audio that came out? You can't follow what? You can't follow me? he definitely is. Oh, or we were talking about quads. We originally started talking about Vallow. That was what the first whole half was. Somehow we got talking about Watts. I should probably get off of this because I feel like I'm confusing people that come in and think it's about Vallow, and now we're talking about Watts. Oh, okay. Yeah. So I have to rewatch that though. I don't know. I actually have a friend that actually thinks that maybe maybe she was actually, if she's claiming that she knows all this stuff, then maybe she was a part of it, like one of those where like that she wants me to call her out like that, like, oh, how do you know for sure? Were you there? Put her on the spot. I know there is this. I know I already talked about this in another live, before, like way back. But there's this freaking prescription bottle that's in her office that I got a screenshot of it, and I can't read. It's like so close to being able to read what it says, but it's just a little bit too far. So when you zoom in, it's just a little bit too blurry. I feel like if it was just a little bit better of a shot, we could read it. And it's just one prescription bottle that's sitting on top. It's in her office that we were thinking that maybe that was the oxy bottle. Maybe it was from Shenanigans surgery or something. Maybe I was wanting to see what it said, and you can't read it. I'm so mad. I wish I could. You can't. It's just a little bit too far that when you zoom, it's just a little bit too blurry. But I don't know. So some of you guys, the new people that are following it, maybe you didn't hear the audio because this was probably like a year or so ago that it was released. It was right after Cato's first book got released. That somebody asked Chris, and they recorded his answer, and he said, yeah, it was an oxy that he brought on the plane. He brought from home to North Carolina. Do you guys, some of the old school people, do you guys remember that audio? Do you remember what channel that was on? I don't remember. Yeah, it's all a game. That's the thing. It's not anything that you're going to get like the truth out of him. And he might lead you somewhere to an answer, but I feel like I don't trust what he's leading. He's playing a game, and it might lead to like where either he'll never really tell you the full answer, and it'll be like one of those things where you're always guessing, and he never actually has to say it, but he gets all this attention. He's getting all this supply from just everybody trying to figure out what does he mean. Oh my God, analyzing every word and everything he says and how he says it if he ends up coming on and saying anything, and how he writes it and everything, and whether he'll never even get to that point and it'll all be like us trying to analyze it, or he will and it'll just be a bunch of freaking lies. Either way, he's getting his supply. I think he'll go a route where he'll never fully say it without, like, he'll never directly say it, but he'll make us kind of like keep guessing, but I'll try to keep up with it so I could follow what everybody's talking about, but it doesn't mean that I believe him at all. I don't know, short nice. I guess from what I'm gathering, I guess he's somehow writing through another person to AD, giving him clues about the murder, I guess. I don't know if it's about the murder. I guess it's supposed to lead the people. Man, he is getting so much supply, guys. He really is. I don't even know why. I shouldn't even be laughing because I feel like it's so silly that it makes me laugh, guys. I know it's fun and it's entertaining, but are you going to get any truth? Don't count on it. Even if he has kept things secret that he hasn't told anybody, do you think he's ever going to give up he's never going to give it all the way up because that takes away his power. The minute that we know every single detail, he has no power left. We don't need him for anything else anymore. He'll never do that. He'll always keep something a mystery. So he always has that power, and he could always run us around and use it as a, hang it over our heads and use it as a control thing where we're never going to get any truth. Yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't think we'll ever will. I think we already got the most of what we're going to get from the closest to the truth from her book. Even Sherilyn agreed that that's what she basically thought was the closest to the truth is what he told her. So that's why I don't understand what are these clues supposed to be? Because she even believes that that's probably how it happened. So what are the clues really supposed to be about then? Yeah, exactly. It's like, even if he does do a big reveal, I mean, I'm not going to believe it. I won't believe it. And you know what, though? Even you guys, all you guys following these clues, once he does give you that, I guarantee once he gives you some answers that you guys are trying to follow, then it's going to be like, oh, he's lying. And then you guys will even not believe him. Watch. You're not going to believe him. You're like, no, he's lying. It's this. And there's no way. He's unbelievable. I mean, we can't believe him, guys. He lost his credibility a long time ago. Yeah, I asked him. I asked her on the live. I asked her on the interview. She didn't even know that he did that. Don't you remember? I asked him. I said, why did he park Shanian's car down the road? Because he parked it down the road. She said she didn't even know. I don't think it was almost like she's like, oh, he did? She wasn't even aware of it. So I think a lot of you guys, you guys always help me see certain things, like, because you guys are thousands of eyes on it that, so you guys make me aware of a lot of things as I study these cases. I mean, I've got a lot of answers from you, like seeing a situation in a way where I would never have seen it in a way if it wasn't for one of you guys. But I feel like quite a few of you guys have brought it to my attention that maybe he parked it down the street because NK parked her car in the garage and they were trying to hide her car, which makes sense. That's the only reason I could possibly think of why he would have Shanann's car parked down the road, or even his truck. I feel like both. I feel like there was claims where his truck was parked down the road and claims where her car was parked down the road. The car I could see to fit Shanann's car or NK's car, but wait, it was a triple garage. Hold on a second. I know Chris's truck supposedly doesn't fit in that other side, because you notice that one side is a little bit smaller, and I feel like I remember reading somewhere where his truck won't fit on that other side. But we know that NK has a Toyota, 4Runner? I'm trying to think, would Shanann's car need to be out for her car to fit? Maybe, because the one side's not as big as the other side. I guess, because I remember reading it somewhere. Do you guys remember? Where supposedly his truck didn't fit? And then the reason why he didn't park in the driveway because it leaked oil or it leaked some stuff. But I don't think his truck actually fit in the garage. I think even Sandy said that or something when she was talking to Nicole or something. I feel like that came from Sandy. No, I don't actually. Are you talking about the Watts case? No, I don't. And if he does end up doing a trial, I feel like the trial, if they do somehow, I don't even know if that's ever going to happen, but let's say he does get a trial. Well, if he really is going with Shanann doing it, then no, there won't be any arrests. I mean, how could there be? But I still think, how long, what do you guys think? Is there anybody that's lawyers or in the law? Like, how long do you think that the 35C, let's see, they do get a new trial. When do you think that trial could be? Would that be like in a year? Would 2 years, 3 years? How long do you think that would be before they would go to trial, I wonder? I don't think this has anything to do with believing Sherilyn. Sherilyn, straight up, when I asked her, do you think that that's the closest to the truth, what happened in your book? She said, yeah. So no, I agree with her. I believe that that is closest to the truth too. That's the closest to the truth we'll ever get. And that's what she said. So yeah, I believe her. Am I Kim? Wait a minute. Are you serious? You can't be talking to me because you saw me. You saw me on Mexi's channel, right? Are you talking to me? Or is there somebody in here that that might be Kim? I don't know. Let me look. I wouldn't put it past her to have other accounts. Yeah, that's probably something, because I caught something she said. How she said she sent somebody over to ask things, like certain things, if like the group knew certain things, she would send people in live chats. So no, yeah, I think she definitely does do that. No, Kiki Rose, no. I feel like where's Kiki Rose at? No. No, that's not Kim. Kiki Rose, no. I know her. I mean, I don't know her personally, but I feel like I've definitely seen her around for a while. Well, number one, Nico, they were going to spell it with a K. And I know a lot of people used to argue with me, but go read through when the interview. It was when they ask him, oh, like Nico, and Kara says, no, that's what I thought. It's Niko. And another reason I know Nico is an Italian name. My dog was named Nico, my family dog, and my mom actually got the name idea out of a book of Italian names. So Nico with a K is an Italian name, and it makes sense why Shanann wanted to name her son Nico. She probably looked into Italian names like my mom did, because she's Italian, and it is with a K. So it's but yeah, I guess that still could be, and Nicole could still be with a K. But he even said no. They asked. Do you remember they asked? I think that's when it came up with the K or whatever. When they asked it, can we ask you questions? There's some people that believe that Nico was named. You were naming her after Nicole or whatever. Remember that? I think it was the Dodge. It had to be the Dodge interview, and he said no. That Shanann came up with that name, so it couldn't be, because Shanann wouldn't want to name the kid after his mistress. So yeah, Shanann came up with it. I guarantee she got the book of Italian names like my mom got, and she liked it. And yeah, my family dog, that was his name, Nico with the K. Anyway, it is weird that there's so many middle names Lee though. I mean, I'm sure some people could spell it with a C though, but do you remember? He even said, when he spelled it, he said, oh, he thought it was a C too, but it was a K. At least how Shanann wanted to spell it, with a K. I think it's in the Dodge interview. I don't remember which part 1 or part 2, but I did want to go through that again, the Dodge interview with you guys. Rand, I have a question. Are you still here? When you were in my other chat with only one person, could you see everybody else's chat? That's the $1 million question there. Not really, but that's the question I've been trying to figure out. Because everybody else said no, but he was actually just there. I was just curious what he sees when he saw one person. Hold on a second, guys. I just want to see. I better get going, guys. Thank you, guys, for coming. I have to start looking into this. I'm a little behind on like what Kim's saying now, because you guys have been saying that she came out with a new video or whatever. I'm scared to watch it, because my whole point is just to counter her everything, to clear Shanann's name, and I will use any evidence and all the discovery to try to prove her wrong, because I don't know. I can't let people go around thinking that Shanann did this. Sorry, I'm trying to look up something, but yeah, I can't. Hold on a second. So I guess I just wanted to make sure to correct myself. I guess the C too is an Italian too, but he said K. So that's how Shanann wanted to spell it, with a K. So both of them, it could be with a C or K. It could be Italian, but we spelled our dog's name with a K, and Chris said that Shanann wanted to spell it with a K. So I don't know, but yeah. So if you look it up, I know I'm going to have people say, you're wrong. It's with the C is Italian. They both could be Italian. I just wanted to make sure what I was in for. Anyway, Kim's going live. Okay, guys. Well, I'm going to go. Yeah, that's probably, I know. No, because there's a lot of new people, though. That's what I'm saying. A lot of new people fall in the case. So they're not even going through. It wouldn't be a new spin to them because they're new. Do you see what I'm saying? So think about this, though. Let's say you get into a new case, and one of the first narratives you hear is that. Then that might be the strongest narrative in your head. And that's why I wanted to make sure that the other side was as strong as ever, and trying to counter it, because there's seriously thousands of new people following it, and I just don't want that. I just want them to see some facts that go against that. That's all. All right, guys, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I'm still waiting for Larry to he was in the chat earlier. I'm hoping he'll get a hold of me, because I would like to have him up for a guest, because you guys have been dying to get him on here, and so I'd like to ask him some questions. I saw one live with him. I think it's been like a couple weeks ago. And it was interesting. Yeah, I was definitely interested in what he said. I'm not going to say I believe. I'm the type where I'm not going to just sit there and believe. I have to ask a million questions and then look into it, and then before I could say, yeah, I believe it. But it was interesting, and I would like to know more. So I'd love to have him on to ask him some stuff. I just want to edit. I would stay, but I want to try to edit a couple videos. So I want to do a live either Saturday or Sunday. Some of the videos I've been promising that I would edit and go over for you guys. And so I kind of wanted to do that right now. And now it's getting late. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'll check out all this stuff, guys. I just took a break on Kim and stuff since my interview. I had to. That gave me, oh my gosh, I don't know. I just had to. I had to. Because before that, I was listening to that 5-hour live. I was listening, when I was doing her counter thing, I was listening to so much. And what I would do is I would listen on my phone, and then I'd have to stop, and I'd take the notes on my phone, and just, it took so long just to get through one of the 5-hour lives to try to bring up all these counterpoints and stuff. So, and then the interview. So yeah, I just had to take a little break, but I'm definitely going to see what some new stuff, if you said she has anything new to add to the theory. Yeah, no, I don't think Larry said he was a lawyer. Didn't he say he was just in politics or something? I thought he was what does he do? Something into the political field, right? Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't remember. I know it. Man, hold on. What did he say he did? I know he talks about politics. He knows a lot about the political people. Is he a mayor, governor? No, I don't know, guys. You guys tell me. What does he do? I'm not sure if he said a lawyer. Did he say a lawyer? Wow, police are looking at Kim. They are. I think the only reason they might be looking at Kim is to see because she's talking to Chris, to see if she's breaking any laws with what she's doing. Because somebody had said, remember who had said, that I think I had them up on live where they said that they, or maybe it was just somebody in chat one day, they said that they tried to call, no, they called Dodge Prison and they complained about Kim, what she was doing. And they said that they're on it. They've got so many complaints and they're looking into it. So I think the only reason she might be in trouble or looking into her, not for any murder or anything, not for what Chris did, but for what she's doing with Chris. Because she's charging money and it is going to Chris because she has to pay for him to talk to her. So in a weird way, it is kind of going towards him, and it's by basically she's talking about what he's saying. So I could see maybe she's breaking that. I don't know. That would be probably it'd be a hard case to probably win on that because she could probably use all kinds of excuses. But I think that would be the only reason we've seen an arrest. But I don't think they would arrest her. I just think they would cut off communication, if anything, because they said the prison, I believe the prison's probably looking into it, because as many people that don't like him, I guarantee those people called the prison. A lot of people, I bet you, called and complained about her. Think about that. How many people really are so bothered by what she's doing enough that they would call the prison to complain about her. So I bet you they're looking into her. They're keeping tabs. They're listening to those phone conversations good, I bet, and making sure. And they're probably looking at her YouTube channel, and she's probably getting looked at. Now, I don't know if it's going to be enough to charge her, but I bet you they're looking at her. Definitely. Getting that many complaints, yeah. I just don't know if she's breaking any law. I don't know. Because I don't know. I was trying to figure out, is it legal to basically how she's talking to a prisoner and then she's, recording stuff he says, playing it on her YouTube, and then potentially making money off of her YouTube because she is monetized. She does have the membership. You have to be monetized to have the membership. So if she's trying to claim she's not monetized, that's bullcrap. So she has the membership, she's monetized, and she has Patreon. So, and she's using him talking, some of the recordings is a part of it, the case is a part of it, what he's telling her is a part of her channel. And then she's letting him basically, she's taking questions from her chat and then going back and asking Chris. So basically it's funding. The information she's getting from Chris is what's making her channel money, right? And then, which is fine, but she's paying to talk to Chris. And then I bet you she's putting money on his commissary. Don't you think? So I don't know if that's enough, if that counts as him making money through the case. I don't know. If putting money on his commissary. I'm not sure, guys. So that's what I'm saying. It's going to be probably be a tough case to go at, but it might, I don't know. What do you guys think? Is that breaking the rules? And then she's even asking Chris, hey, if you want to know anything, let me know. Anything about the case. I don't know maybe that's allowed. I don't know. And then she said she could play him things. She could play him audio at least. Right? Oh, and she does, wait. She sees his face, right? She says she does Zoom calls, right? So she sees him? So he could see her, right? So she could play him videos. Depends on the content of their convos. And I bet you they're freaking monitoring that stuff. They are for sure monitoring, but what I'm saying, I bet you they're actually really paying a close attention now with all these, complaints. So we'll see. I'm sure they're gathering it and seeing if there's a case. Maybe it's not enough though. I really don't know the law enough. I just know he's not allowed to make money off of the case, but I don't know if her putting money to talk to him would be considered him making money. I think it would for sure probably be a better chance is if she's adding money to his commissary for other things. But I think the way it works though, when you add money for phone calls, you just add money to the commissary, right? And then he chooses whatever to use it on it. Isn't that how that works? Or no, is it just strictly for a phone call? I don't know if it's different, you add money for a phone call, then you add money for food, then you add money, or do you just add money to a general thing and then they could either get the food or they could get this or they could use the phone. I'm not sure how it's split up. That's why I'm not sure, guys. Yeah, I'm not sure, Barb. That's what I was wondering. Is her recording him and then publishing it to on her channel, is that against the law? I have no idea. It seems like it would be, but maybe not. I don't know. Because think about people interview people in prison, so I don't know what the rules are. But I'm sure if they are breaking a rule, the prison is aware of it now. So if they are breaking a rule, it'll be stopped eventually because they're aware of it. I bet you they get so many calls about it. Okay, I better go, guys. I am rambling on, and yeah, I don't know, Duality Rally. You're right. That's what I'm wondering. Do you have to have prison permission to do an interview? I know you do if you go in there and physically interview them, but if it's like something like that, do you? I don't know these days with technology and like, think about it though. 10 years ago, like the thought of a prisoner being able to Zoom call somebody so you could see somebody when you're talking to them. I mean, technology is so crazy now that it's so advanced that I don't know if how the laws are, if they're keeping up with the advances in the technology. I mean, think about, they said Lori gets an iPad and she could just basically call whenever she wants, call whoever she wants, Zoom call. I think she has to have money on it probably, but I mean, think about that. I don't know. They have to keep up, like, these laws. I don't know if they're keeping up with the times and how that works. Okay, so we have like some people saying definitely and then some people saying no, he's not breaking laws. I don't know. Maybe not. We'll see. No, I don't think he has internet access to Golly Reality. I don't think that. I think Chris just can Zoom call at a certain time, because isn't that how she described it? Like, but the way that I think every prison is different depending on like what level. Isn't like some prisoners on a higher, like stricter. I forget how they do it. I remember when in Colorado I had a friend and he was on like the level. I feel like it went on levels or something where it was like more highly guarded, where he got less freedom, like considered more dangerous. Well, no, Lori what the heck? But her charges isn't murder yet, though. Remember that. Hers isn't even a murder charge yet. But I remember Lori, I don't know how loose the internet access is. But I don't know if Chris is necessarily have an iPad the whole, like all day, like they said Lori does. I don't know. Oh, really? Well, there you go. There you go. Look it up. Let's look it up. I would normally, but I am going to go, guys. I need to get some water and eat a snack and I'm sorry. I feel like I just rambled on. I feel like I upset like a million people today. I feel like I just got like, sometimes I just get so like frustrated with this whole game he's playing, and I take it out and you guys hear me, and I just hope you don't think I'm taking it on you guys. I'm so frustrated with him and her, and it makes me sick. Makes me freaking sick. He's just disgusting. And he knows what he's doing, playing both freaking sides. Trying to play the victim to Kim, like, oh, I'm just trying to not cause any trouble with my family, and it's just easier this way just to go along with her. Oh, poor baby. Yeah, you are loving this. All right. All right, I love you guys. I know I need to drink water. I'm out of water now. That's why my throat, I was taking little sips because I only had a little left, and that's why it's like I'm talking, I'm losing my voice, and all right, guys, we will come back Sunday. I'm thinking Sunday because by the time I get stuff done, it'll probably be Sunday. Oh, thanks, Brenda. Thank you, guys. Email me. Let me know what happens. I'm going to try to keep up. I'm going to try to catch up on what's going on. But you guys, if anybody watches, I'm not telling you to go out and watch Kim's live, because no, don't. But I know some of you guys will, so that's awesome. That's awesome. But those of you that go and watch it, will you guys let me know if there's anything like important, if there's like a new, if there's something that you think like you need to watch this. I mean, she's coming up with some stuff. I might try to like watch a little bit here and there, but I want to edit that video tonight, so keep me updated on if there's anything really interesting about what her live is about. If there's any good timestamps while you're watching it, write down timestamps if there's like important stuff that like maybe like that we could counter like on a timestamp, and email me so I don't have to maybe watch like 5 hours of it, and I could just get to the good parts. Only if you guys are watching it already. If you guys were going to watch it already, that's all. If you weren't going to watch it, then don't. Wait, so Makeup, I'm still confused. Is it like yesterday live, or is it a live from like last week, or which live? Is it a live after our live? I didn't know she went on him right after our live. Watch so just the most recent AD one. But is it a live after our live? I think I asked you and I just keep missing the answer, and it's probably my fault because I'll look away last week. Okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye.